Chapter 1. The pre-dawn twilight was just arriving as the Boar Riders' outpost began to stir. "Move it, you lazy bums! The enemy isn't going to hang around for you to get your ass in your pants," Stern growled, towering above the ongoing confusion. The knights almost threw their brigantines on mid-stride, stepping into their boots as they went, grabbing their shields and spears. The riders weren't lagging behind either, bringing their riding hogs out, saddling them up, and picking between the long cavalry pikes on the racks. Gunther looked gloomily at the entire muddle being created before him, and turned his thoughtful gaze to their guest. The very same guest who had given himself up as a willing prisoner. The player desk jockey had arrived at their base in the middle of the night, after which he'd said that he was ready to surrender the inhabitants of the settlement Sparta for a corresponding position in the ranks of the riders. Or rather, the ranks of the victors, as he'd put it. Ha! The naive idiot. Gunther could never bear people like that before, and now he would have not only the desire, but also the opportunity to show Desk Jockey his mistake. Verbally, of course, he and Stern had agreed to the man's demands, but the guy hadn't even demanded an oath, or any other guarantee that the system could give. To their delight, the idiot wasn't even aware that the system had such capabilities. Well, all the better for them. No one wanted to live side by side with a traitor. If he's betrayed once, he'll betray again. Stern was planning to string up Desk Jockey immediately after their victory, so that there was no chance he'd reach Jojo with stupid requests like that. For the first time, Gunther agreed with him, but because he believed that it would be the right thing to do. Betraying your own companions was shameful. No matter how much of a douchebag you are, you can't turn your back on the Brotherhood or your fellow tribesmen. However, they would choose a suitable execution for Desk Jockey later. For now, they had another fight to deal with. Sparta had accumulated a decent number of forces around itself, and had even managed to capture people from the southern cluster. That only added to Stern's impatience. This clearly overshadowed his victory over the Southerners. Once that fact was revealed, Jojo wouldn't care about his successes in the slightest. Let half of a cluster slip away to the enemy, thereby strengthening the enemy's ranks. It seemed like karma did exist. For days, Gunther had been tolerating this intrusive and arrogant idiot, and now it turned out he was up to his ears in shit as well. Yeah, he took over a cluster, sure, well done. Except half of his slaves had died, and now, just try and get into that cluster, with its mountains all around the border. This meant there was no longer really any question of attack or withdraw. Their attack would decide whether they would be left with their heads, or whether there'd be another replenishment in the cast of slaves. The prisoner had been thoroughly interrogated overnight. Stern had wanted to use torture, but Desk Jockey had said that he would remain as silent as a partisan, and would only tell them everything voluntarily. During the conversation, Gunther had sacrificed a trash artifact that could determine whether he was lying or telling the truth. "Tell us, what is your lord up to?" he asked. "Trying to lure you into a trap." Desk Jockey smiled crookedly, looking at the artifact. "Project Vesuvius. It sounds so pathetic." "What is Project Vesuvius?" asked Gunther. "I don't know," Desk Jockey shrugged. "I was considered dirt in Sparta, and wasn't allowed to do anything serious. I was a serious leader, by the way. I was respected. But this Lord Leo made me clean up pig shit." Gunther looked at the artifact again. The surface of the milk-white stone was blank. He wasn't lying. "Tell me what you know about Project Vesuvius," he demanded. "It's an ambush," said Desk Jockey. "The Lord wants to lure your warriors over there and kill everyone, while they leave Sparta with just the women and one pacifist. You'd be able to capture it without losses, without even trying that hard." "And you'll show us the way?" Stern asked, leaning forward impatiently. I know the way, Desk Jockey said. I've already tried to capture Sparta once, with the priestess Stace, and their lord had been stronger. But now the house has no owners. What could be more tempting? He chuckled. What do you say? Stern turned to Gunther. You were at the interrogation? The scalded witch spoke of him, nodded Gunther. Called him a spineless slug who is ready to serve any master. That bitch! Desk Jockey fulminated. I always hated her. The artifact clouded over, and he corrected himself. Or rather, I adored her, but only under the influence of her cursed magic. But I hated that. Clap. The simple system lie detector ceased its existence. Time's up. Well, do you still have doubts? Stern said, getting up. You won't find a better opportunity. That's true. That's certainly true, Gunther agreed. Breaking the enemy up into parts would be significantly easier. Then, if they succeeded in capturing the women and holding them hostage, perhaps the men would surrender by themselves. If they didn't give up, where else could they go? They wouldn't be able to sit it out beyond the walls anymore, and catching starving players in the woods and swamps wouldn't be too difficult a task. In any case, Jojo would be pleased with him, which meant Gunther would keep his position. Nodding, he spurred his hog forwards and gave the command to open the gate. The low wooden doors, adapted more to keep boars from escaping than for defense, opened. Next to Gunther stood Stan and another 4 bikers. Immediately behind them came Desk Jockey, with a security detail of 7 knights around him. A terrifying force by today's standards. Finally, they had a no less worthy opponent, if you could believe Desk Jockey's words. Since they had already broken up one group, Gunther had no reason not to believe the defector. Their battle really would be legendary. Forward march! Let's shower ourselves with glory! Gunther shouted, and his subordinates picked his roar up in turn. The riders were making their move. How tasty, Piggy said, pouring herself another decoction from the small teapot. What talent you have, Lola. What herbs did you mix together to make it? I can't guess any of them by the smell. Oh, nothing much. Just a relaxing sedative assortment, so we aren't all nervous for no reason. Lola smiled, squinting her foxy eyes. Pottery had finally made an appearance in Sparta, and with it, the tradition of having evening tea. The girls, accustomed to clubs, shopping centers, and social media, felt a lack of communication and social life. Gatherings at Piggy's had become a kind of closed reception for local high society. Or at least, that's what they liked to think. In her past life, Lola had been a blogger who did streams and marathons on proper nutrition and natural supplements. Here, as a bonus item, she had unexpectedly received a mortar for spices and the profession, herbalist, giving her the ability to recognize the hidden properties of plants. This meant that for each gathering, she prepared unique herbal assortments. The redhead herbalist stayed entirely quiet, of course, about the fact that the decoctions did not just relax and sedate. They also untied the tongue. They left Jenny the slave in charge of housekeeping. Patrick, the only man left in the settlement, was sent to stand guard at the wall, while they themselves, in order to pass the time and not plague themselves with worries about the unknown, sat in the estate and sipped tea. So, where's Desk Jockey? Piggy asked, surprised. I thought he'd stayed as well. It's strange that Leo would need such a worthless creature. He was your husband, Lola said, unable to resist the tease. Was he so worthless back then, too? You know, Piggy drawled majestically. What happened before doesn't count. I remember my old life like it was a dream, like I didn't live in it. We had money, an apartment, some acquaintances. But now, there's a system. And perhaps not everything happens entirely realistically, but you definitely live every day for real. It's people who make the present happen. Like any person, as a person, is no better or worse than anyone else. But here you can easily tell. That guy's a piece of shit. Isn't that Leo too young for you? Lola asked, not letting it go. What do you see in him, honestly? Just that he's the Lord? That you've got an estate and your life is all set up? They'd been right about her. The redhead knew no shame. Nor was she shy about asking questions. When I met him, he only had a stick spade and a potato bush, Piggy snorted, involuntarily reinforcing her nickname. I saw talent and potential in him. As soon as I saw him, I said to myself, hold on to this guy. He has a great future. Everyone present nodded confidently. They hadn't seen Piggy trying to stab the future lord with that stick spade for baked potatoes, and him marching her around the potato beds for educational purposes. This was how legends were born. Young's better than some oldie, laughed Nana. That mouse of yours got that straight away. The girls giggled, neither approving nor jealous of Mouse for picking the young gentleman over the two older men. Your Mustafa is no boy either, Lola declared. That's a grown man. I wouldn't exchange my Mustafa for anyone, Nana said. He's gentle, caring. He gives me gifts all the time. Your Mustafa is a fool, Piggy announced. He should have agreed and joined us straight away. So what if we were making you join as slaves? I was a slave too. See who I am now? She asked the question, her arms proudly akimbo, as if she were at least the queen of Sparta. If Piggy still behaved modestly and businesslike in Leo's presence, then once alone, she allowed herself to indicate that she was no longer equal to the rest of them. Yes, he is proud, Nana grumbled. At first he said, let's stay here for a month, then go further to search for our own land. And I said to him, here we might as well be behind a stone wall. You should be friends with Leo. That's right, Nana, Piggy said supportively. I knew I was right to immediately see you as a good friend. The two of them got up from the table and kissed 3 times on the cheek. Behind their husbands' backs, a great deal of politics was taking place. Where could Mustafa go now? Nana wouldn't take a solitary step away from her friend. Here they had tea, a cape made of hair fur, plus Piggy had promised to help Patrick make her a leather purse in the tannery. He was so afraid on my behalf, Nana said, deciding to correct her husband. After all, I'd have been converted into a slave too. What if something had happened? Well, then he was worried for no reason, Piggy replied. Gail was sold here as a wife, right? And what's happened? She lives as if she were in God's pocket, and no one touches her. But perhaps she's not happy not being touched. Lola the redhead came in again. I'm happy with everything, the shy Gail said, lowering while stroking her luxurious braids. Lord Leo is wise and just. He always does the right thing. The main thing is that he's thought through everything properly this time, Lola said. It all seems a bit adventurous somehow. Sink or swim. Curse that tongue of yours, witch, Piggy spat, nearly slapping her in the mouth. Leo always wins. Don't even think of doubting him. Lady Piggy! Lady Piggy! Patrick screamed from the entrance. Piggy raised her snout at such a respectful address, while Lola gave a mocking snort. What do you want? Piggy asked ceremoniously. Someone is coming, Patrick gasped, out of breath. Through the woods, someone is coming to Sparta. The army of riders was rapidly advancing through the forest thicket, with desk jockey's practiced eye leading the way that only he knew. Otherwise, they would have had to move through the dense forest like blind kittens, cutting their way through. But like this, with a tour guide, they were moving at an extremely high speed, with no discomfort to note. Morning was just conquering the night sky. The dawn rays tried to warm the earth that had cooled overnight, breaking unconfidently through the dense foliage. It managed with varying success, meaning each knight was getting constantly caught on roots, divots, or bumps as they went. However, with every minute, it grew brighter. After a while, they had arrived at their cherished goal. Seeing the settlement, Stern whistled involuntarily. "Just look at how they've built it out," he sighed, pointing at the high palisade surrounded by an earthen rampart and iron-looped gates topped with an observation tower. An observation tower which, by the way, nobody was stood at. Where'd the locals go? Gunther turned sullenly to the no less puzzled desk jockey. "It should only be the women here," he said, scratching his chin. "Probably hid when they saw us." "Great!" Stern waved the other horsemen over. "Now we're going to break their gates down at once and—" "Don't even think about it," desk jockey screamed. "It's a trap. Right behind them there's barricades with stakes. If the riders take the bait and rush into the town, the boars will stick themselves on those stakes. They wouldn't get everyone, but at least a couple of you would die. That's what they're counting on." Gunther and Stern looked at each other unwittingly. They had, indeed, thought the best solution would be to storm the gate. But if they'd have done that, then Jojo would have skinned them alive. "Knights, forward!" Gunther commanded. As they approached the high palisade, the infantrymen threw lassos over the top and began to climb up. "It's damn slippery," one of them complained. "What did you think?" Desk jockey laughed. "It's slippery precisely so you can't climb in. Imagine what it would be like if you were having arrows and stones fired at you while you climbed." "You've earned your 30 silver coins, traitor," Stern said sharply, making desk jockey purse his lips. Soon, the gates would open from the inside. "Go faster," Gunther instructed. "Let's get inside and have a look around. Find whoever's hiding in there. Then the local lord, once he gets home, will be in for a big surprise." The knights opened the doors wide, revealing to the Easterners the barricades the desk jockey had already mentioned. In fact, they were more like hedgehogs made of wood. It's possible that one of those gifts wouldn't even manage to kill a boar. But when there were a dozen of them here, those could have been serious losses. Once again, Gunther's decision was affirmed. Leo had been hoping to burrow them into the ground, desk jockey said, pointing at a number of ruts in the earth. But they wouldn't have caused much harm like that, so they decided to leave them on the surface. Gunther nodded thoughtfully and ordered for the knights to spread out. They scattered nimbly across the huts placed around the settlement, looking for any hints of the presence of other players. But the longer they searched, the more suspicious Gunther grew. Something wasn't right here. A completely empty and defenseless settlement, without a single live player, but traces indicating that there had recently been active work taking place. "Mr. Gunther!" one of the knights suddenly called out. "Look!" "What is it?" Gunther said, approaching him. "The walls of the houses are covered in something. I don't get what it is. Some resin or something? It smells strange," the man muttered doubtfully. Suddenly, something in Gunther's head clicked. An abandoned settlement. An earthen wall, which for some reason was layered on the outside. He'd thought it had been for disguise, but obviously, even a wall couldn't hide a settlement like that. There were also footprints everywhere. "Bring me desk jockey, alive!" the commander roared. "What's happened?" Stern asked him. "What does it look like? We've been tricked. They're not here, and they're not gonna be here," Gunther snapped. "What on earth are you—" "Desk jockey's gone missing!" shouted a knight. The knight who was supposed to be watching the defector. "Bitch!" was all Gunther managed to get out, as the settlement's only gate slammed behind his back. Turning to look at it, he spotted people above the logs of the palisade. Then immediately, the first fireball crashed into the ground. Chapter 2. The doors slammed shut and were bolstered from the outside with a strong bar. The invaders were trapped. My subordinates were already stood just outside the walls, waiting for the signal, clay containers in their hands, and fiery anticipation in their eyes. For this purpose, we'd had to have an earthen shaft around the outer wall. When we climbed up on it, we could see a lot of what was happening inside. I made eye contact with one of the riders, clearly a leader, who now looked bewildered at us. It seemed like an eternity, but in fact, these looks lasted no longer than a pitiful second. Mouse stood next to me, raised her palm, awaiting the command. She'd spent the past 2 days perking up. Her magic had returned to her, perhaps even in an intensified form. She had a flask of cider on her belt. It really did give a serious boost to her magic characteristics, no matter how drunk our mage was. This wasn't any old day, anyway. It was a special occasion. Today was important. I nodded to her, and the first fireball blew up in the air. I had time to admire it, a dazzling ball of fire in the dull gray dawn. It flew along a gentle arc, like a tennis ball arcing over the net, and, flying over the fence, it crashed into the soil under the feet of the 2 knights stood right by the huts. Bam! A huge jet of flame escaped from under the loose soil, lifting earth, dust, and burning boar fat into the air. Immediately, the buildings drenched in the fat flared up like torches. Every log and every branch in them was carefully soaked in our omnipresent fuel. At the same time, Mouse's second fireball flew over the palisade. The flame instantly spread across the oiled wood, cordoning Sparta in an impenetrable wall of fire. I felt an unbearable fever in my face, but I staunchly ignored it. The earth rampart on the outside would give us enough shelter from the fire that was quickly growing in this branch of hell. The riders' boars were driven into a real rage. They howled and rushed back and forth, dropping their riders, stomping on them, and scattering the infantry far and wide. The infantry ran away. Some poked the animals with spears, hoping to drive them to the side. They pushed at them with shields. Poor animals. I really felt sorry for them, but they were necessary losses. I hoped they'd survive. Boar hides were amazingly durable. Fire covered everything. It seemed that the earth itself was burning, but as if that wasn't enough, my subordinates then threw clay containers over the wall. They were all full of the same fat, of course. Why else had I been hurrying Junior and the newbies in their boar hunting for the last several days? Boar fat had become our main product. The former knight, now slave, Wolf, had been melting it down around the clock. Ironically, now his product was killing his former associates. The clay broke upon impact, spitting its contents outward. Some were drenched from head to toe in the fat. Others it just grazed, but the end result was the same. The fire spread onto the people as well. Licks of flame passed up one body, before immediately grabbing onto the second, the third, and onwards. The fat was sticky. It couldn't be scratched, wiped, or rubbed off. It was a surefire death sentence for anybody our missiles struck. There were monstrous, inhuman cries. The howls of people burning alive are clearly not to many people's tastes. The enemy infantry rushed from side to side, tried to roll on the ground in an attempt to put out the flames. All in vain. The flame had no intention of letting go of its victims. It burned the invaders' armor, their clothes, their flesh. It clutched at their faces, arms, and legs, burned their lungs, melted their eyeballs, completely incinerated the hair on their faces and heads. The air filled with an oppressive smell of char, singed hair, and burnt human flesh. A horrifying picture, enough to make your knees tremble. But I kept watching, and moreover, prepared yet another grenade. If we hadn't prepared this trap, we would have been the ones dying. Not one of these knights or riders would have taken pity on us. Not us, not our home, not our women. At that moment, I remembered the fate of the former residents of Gazelkin. I doubted anyone was ceremonious with them. So now the raiders were getting their payback. Pity the living, not the dead, as they say. In fact, somewhere deep down, I was gleeful. Everything was going according to plan. Now it was up to me whether or not I could bring this plan to an unconditional victory. Gunther couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't want to see, hear, or feel what was happening around him. All he wanted now was to close his eyes, so that everything would just feel like a nightmare. Yes, a terrible dream, a mirage, mad ravings, anything. But he blinked once, then twice, squeezed his eyes as hard as he could, and nothing changed. The dazzling, blood-red flame did not weaken. The howls and cries of his soldiers did not subside, and the trap into which he had himself climbed had no plans to disappear anywhere. He had done the most unforgivable thing a leader, a military commander, can do. He had been wrong. Gunther understood this more clearly than ever. He was led astray by desk jockeys' ramblings, taking them to be more or less reliable information. After all, the artifact had shown that he had been telling the truth. Yeah, Gunther knew the traitor had been embellishing. But people always embellish and try to whitewash themselves, put themselves in the best light. But he'd said that he'd bring them to Sparta, that the Lord wouldn't be in there. Even if it had been a trick, the riders' leader thought that the insignificant local residents would have outsmarted themselves. There were 6 boar riders on his side, a terrifying power. Besides, he was personally leading this force and wouldn't allow himself to be caught like some naive titty-sucker. It turned out that he had thought too highly of himself. Numerous victories over other clusters had clouded his eyes, and even the defeat of the previous group on the western border had taught him and the others nothing. Gunther did not believe that they had been defeated in a fair fight. More precisely, he didn't want to believe it. His pride had blinded him, and Stern's endless trickery had only aggravated the matter. His haste and his desire to bend before Jojo did a disservice to Gunther, who did not want all the laurels to pass to the deputy. Blinded by greed and arrogance, he had come here of his own accord and climbed straight into the mousetrap without much of a second thought. Well, now he was going to have to pay the price for that mistake. The boars went crazy. The flames licked at their fur, leaving behind painful burns. The animals couldn't stand the fire or the pain, rushing from side to side in search of salvation, but there was none to be found. Everything was burning. The huts, the palisade, the gates, even the ground itself. The enemy had not just soaked the buildings in fuel, it seemed that the soil itself had been mined. A trap settlement, just waiting for some jerk to bring his army in. And that's just what he had done. Idiot. Blind, stupid idiot. Gunther hadn't suspected anything when he'd seen the empty observation tower. He hadn't doubted Desk Jockey when his soldiers opened the gate without a fight. He'd been too engulfed by the excitement of near-defenseless prey, of victory and glory. Too excited by the opportunity to rehabilitate himself with the boss and be the best again. Vesuvius, he realized. An Italian volcano that had burned an entire city. Gunther had once received a decent education, and its remnants were still sat around in the biker's memory. If they'd called it Operation Pompeii, it would have been clear. But Vesuvius, he hadn't even thought about the title. The knights were burning alive, throwing their weapons to the ground, trying to rip off their armor. Some managed it, but most didn't. The brigantine and metal elements were almost melted into the flesh, burning their muscles, singeing their nerves, evaporating the blood in the vessels. Burning alive. What a torturous death. The infantrymen had always been hardy, but now this characteristic had become their curse. They wouldn't just die quickly. "Gunther! Gunther, damn it!" Stern turned to him, talking as if through a wall of rumbling sound. The riders' leader returned a shocked, muted look, but he didn't recognize his deputy. The grimy face, almost black with soot, the missing eyebrows that seemed to have burned in the fire, and his hair, which he had boasted about more than once or twice, literally set aflame, imitating certain heavy metal musicians. "We have to get out before it's too late, or else we're all gonna die here!" Stern screamed as loudly as he could manage. "Gunther, get it the fuck together!" The scream came out sizzled, dry, wheezing. It seemed like the burning air was troubling his larynx. Gunther could also feel that every breath and exhalation brought him unbearable pain. Hot air was burning his lungs. It was like pushing drops of lava through his nasal passage and trachea. They had to leave. Get the hell out of this hell. Gunther looked around for solutions. The exit. Where was the damn exit? They couldn't have nothing. His looking took on a new consideration. The brain, sensing the deadly threat, injected a huge dose of adrenaline into the blood. Either that or a panic debuff had passed. It could just as easily have been either. The air no longer seemed so painfully hot, and the cries of the knights didn't sound as frightening. His confusion had lasted hardly less than a minute, although so much had happened in it. Gunther analyzed his surroundings, as he always had before this moment. Cool, calm, and rational. Try to hide from the fire in the huts? Stupid plan. They were burning up themselves and could collapse at any moment. Try to dig up the ground and hide from the fire there? Was there enough time? Well, and would the enemy let them do it? Very doubtful. Attack the walls? What was the point? They were backed by an earthen rampart, which meant they wouldn't be able to break through. All that remained was the gates, the only vulnerable place where they could try to break through. It was strong, bound with iron, and burning along with the fence. But behind it lay freedom. "Anyone who wants to live, behind me!" Gunther shouted, throwing up his cavalry spear. Inspiration skill activated. For a second, his roar overcame the hum of the flame, after which it calmed down again. But those who were still conscious, who had not yet collapsed into a panic, heard his cry. The dying soldiers, their flesh torn, their bones black, and unbearable pain filling their consciousness, stood to their feet, grabbed their abandoned shields and spears, and wandered towards him. The soles of their boots had already melted. Their naked and burned feet were walking across the black ground. But they didn't care. They wanted to live. They did not want to die. Not in this hell. Not like this. Not now. On the right-hand side stood Stern, frozen in place. And Stern alone. The rest of the riders had been unable to hold on to their boars when they went crazy. Only the leader's skills had saved their animals' minds from uncontrolled panic. 4 riders could be written off. They were likely dead. In any case, they were no longer warriors. Many had been knocked out by projectiles from behind the walls. Arrows, stones, clay pots. The rain of death hadn't stopped for a moment. But they hid behind their shields. They held off the enemy's pressure. They didn't even think of retreating. Gunther looked back at his deputy again. He wasn't joking anymore, nor grinning, nor sneering. There was a triumph in his eyes, and hope. Yes, a weak, barely detectable hope. That his boss would handle it, as he always does. He would force them through the path to victory, and save them all from the bony clutches of death. "Behind me!" The air rattled with his roar. The flame itself gave way to the onslaught of his will. The loyal hog under him ripped into motion. With an insane squeal, it accelerated, rushing with all its strength at the flame-enshrouded gates. The fire had devoured the wood and metal loops, weakening them, making them fragile. Gunther lowered his spear in front of him. Its tip was illuminated with a golden light, a light that dispelled all doubts and cast away all fear. Empowered onslaught skill activated. Bam! The gates burst into splinters. Screams, shouts, crackling wood and grinding metal could all be heard. Gunther could feel cold air, not hot flames, penetrating his lungs in a sharp stream. He wanted to throw all the pain he had accumulated away and laugh, but all that came was more pain. His burned nasal passage felt like a real fusion reactor. His heart was beating in his ears. Gunther could sense his consciousness flowing like sand through his fingers. "Bitch, you just dare die on me here, you freak!" Came a scream from off to the side. Stern. Yes, it was him. "I'll get you out of here, you bastard. And then I'll put all the blame on you. I'm not going to Jojo alone." His deputy raced alongside him, grabbing the reins of his boar and then dragging him along after him. Yeah, Jojo's not going to be happy with this. Then Gunther's mind plunged into darkness. "Lord, the gate!" screamed Junior from his observation post. He had settled in one of the trees and could see what was happening in the trap settlement, as if it were in the palm of his hand. But I could see for myself that the boar rider jumped out of the fire, his spear flashing bright white. The doors of the gate had shattered. 2 horsemen in burning rags swept through them and rushed into the forest. "Phalanx to the gate! Immediately!" My team followed straight away. Hell, what even was that? Breaking the gate in one blow? How was it even possible? We already had an idea of the rider's power and had strengthened the gate, the only vulnerability in our entire plan. And besides that, we had a plan B. If the riders were to break through the gate, they would have to meet our phalanx. The enemy would have burst out, straight into a solid line of spears and shields. But that leader of theirs, he just took down the barrier without stopping. I wondered if it was a skill, or perhaps a bonus item? What allowed him to do that? I reckoned he could have broken through our shield wall too, so we were lucky he just hit burning wood. But now the enemy infantrymen were fleeing through the opened gap, the only way out of the fire pit. Our phalanx, however, had time to get set up as intended. The 2 riders, the only ones who had managed to break through, hurriedly disappeared into the forest thicket. Not ideal, but tolerable. I considered some different options, even one where the enemy panicked and we'd have to attack them in front of the gate. A couple of enemies saving themselves didn't play a significant role. After all, the bulk of the enemy's soldiers were still stuck inside, burnt beyond recognition, groaning, making inarticulate sounds like zombies. They lashed out at our formation. There was no clarity in their movements, no coherence, only a crazy will to live, a force that almost turned us over. "Hold! Stand still! Don't back down! Not one step back!" I screamed, blocking out the attackers' howls. A new blow from the tightly packed mass, like some ancient monster, fell upon our ranks. Our spears cracked. One of the opponents deliberately threw themselves on them, just to get to us, just to get away from the burning hell, just to get a tiny chance at winning. "Strike!" came my next command. In a single merged cry, the spears and shields reaped their harvest. Blood was spilled, black, thick, clotted. Pieces of meat and armor tore into the air. Burned bodies fell on charred soil. No screams, only wheezing and moaning. There was no third strike. Nobody made it out. Project Vesuvius had ended as originally intended. A deafening victory for Sparta. Major came up to me, clapped me on the back to attract my attention, and spoke grandiosely. "This is a victory, Lord Leo. It's over. We've succeeded." I looked at the corpses of our adversaries, burned black. At the squealing boars, horrified, but unable to overcome the wall of fire. We had defeated the enemy, but far from completely. Just a minor part of them. There was a long way to go. Over? No, my friend. This was just the beginning, I said. Leave the new arrivals and the helots here. Let them pull out whatever trophies are left. Everyone else? Follow me. Chapter 3. The Vesuvius plan had worked, 100%. The advanced detachment of boar riders had been almost completely destroyed. After what had happened, it couldn't pose any threat to us. Moreover, remembering Major's report, we had seriously weakened our enemy. They had already lost 7 riders, which, according to our calculations, was equal to half their army. Sparta had not lost a single person, nor had we received as much as a scratch. Burned eyebrows didn't count. I had conceived the plan after the ambush on the group of riders that we had trapped in the ring of fire. The boars' weak point was their fear of fire. It would be a sin not to take advantage of it. I studied great battles at university. If the enemy was superior, that meant we had to trap them. I did not transform into a one-eyed genius and burn my own capital like a Moscow engulfed in flame. No. If that had been the only way out, I guess my hand wouldn't have wavered. But luckily, the settlement wasn't that huge, and we were able to rebuild it again. For the plan to succeed, I had to organize a huge construction site in the southeast of Sparta. A significant glade in the forest became the location of Sparta, Mark 2.0. The walls of the settlement held the same palisade, the same huts, and the same imitation of life. With the help of the blueprints, all this was built in a matter of days, and we had enough labor. People worked around the clock, resting right on the construction site. No one wanted to be enslaved by strangers. Numerous boar raids allowed us to obtain huge fat reserves. On Third's advice, we added crushed coal dust to it, which made the flame especially stable and hot. With the help of our sapper shovels, the imitation Sparta was surrounded by an earthen shaft, which prevented the possibility of a breakthrough. We made dozens of jugs on short ropes from clay, which could be unraveled in the act of throwing to go especially far. Third really showed his worth here. He conducted the mining of the town, transforming it into a huge bomb. He laid the earth with clay reservoirs, filled with a combustible mixture, which meant they didn't just break out in flame. They also exploded, throwing the fire around. Junior took everyone who was to take part in the operation and drilled them in the forest until they reached Tracker Level 2. This allowed us to hide so that the enemy didn't notice anything while entering the trap. There was just one little detail left: luring the enemy inside. For this leading role, we enlisted our former deputy, Mr. Desk Jockey. The conversation with him turned out to be short and boiled down to only 2 theses. Either you heroically show yourself as a double agent in the enemy's rear, or you spend the rest of your life shoveling the feces of tamed animals, and nobody will give a damn about you. And in the system, that could be a pretty long life. Obviously, the man seized the chance. That was good. For all my dislike of Desk Jockey, he really could deliver a line on command. He hadn't grinded to Merchant Level 2 for nothing. I think that may have been as a result of his natural talents. He could chat away with the dead, if needed to. Moreover, I doubt that anyone other than this untrustworthy cadre would have been able to convince the Easterners of his sincerity. Although the slave system did not allow anyone to harm their master or settlement, was everything that simple and rosy? We worked out the answers to all the Boer Riders' questions together, and I'd thought that I had been a devious student who could talk my way past any teacher. The former representative could easily declare that white was black and then provide evidence to prove it. What was his phrase, "I know the way to Sparta," worth? Where was the harm in that? He wasn't betraying anyone, especially if you assumed that the slave himself knew nothing about the harm he would cause. What if a meeting with the Boer Riders had been beneficial to his lord? If a slave stumbled and smashed a valuable artifact, wouldn't that also be a disservice to the settlement? How then would the system evaluate his actions? Sometimes it seemed to me that the system had its own will. But that's not what we're talking about now. Desk Jockey was given the weightiest mission: to lead the enemy into the trap. I instructed him beforehand that he wouldn't dare say anything but the truth. We didn't know what our adversaries might have possessed. It was entirely likely that Jojo, or one of his subordinates, would have received an artifact or starting bonus that could distinguish lies from truth. So, except for the name, he had known nothing about Project Vesuvius. What you don't know, you can't give away. In short, the task for our experienced politician was a classic one: how not to get caught. To avoid any inconsistencies, I had to put on a whole performance, pushing away Desk Jockey's rope and ladder. Sure, perhaps it was superfluous, but the puffy face of a man who had tried to quietly and imperceptibly climb over the palisade was worth a lot. Piggy could barely hold in the laugh while watching such a beggarly show. So, Desk Jockey was sent on his weighty mission to the forward outpost of the bikers. If he managed it, great. If they found him out, well, small loss. We would have to look for other options. It was somewhat cruel and inhumane, but you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Plus, as it turned out, everything went just perfectly. Desk Jockey led the enemy directly into the trap, and he took refuge in a specially prepared safe spot, covering the top with wet boar skins and a cloth that filtered out the smoke and heat. Like a bomb shelter, Third had excelled once again. Desk Jockey really had been able to wait out the fire there. He had, however, caught his fair share of smoke inhalation and was now coughing loudly, showing off how much he had suffered for the greater good. Of the 13 Easterners who arrived in the fake settlement, only 2 had escaped. The rest perished in a raging fire, which wouldn't abate for a long time. If only to maximize the good we'd receive from the opportunity, we had to build even further on our successes. "Everybody get ready for the presentation," I commanded. "Mustafa's workers and my slaves, stay here and divide up the trophies once the fire stops. Major, gather everyone else. Lead the phalanx to the Easterners' forward outpost. We can't stop. We must build on our success. I was planning to gather my forces and hit the temporary camp later that evening, but the breakout by the two riders confused all our plans. They would warn their people, and they certainly wouldn't wait. But there were prisoners there from Crab's camp. My future employees! In my head, these people already belonged to me. Lord, even if we go now, we may not have time, Major said, echoing my thoughts. Surely they will retreat with their takings. Not to worry. I'll hold them up. I approached Peter the Boar, who we had been using as a cargo carrier, dragging logs from the forest and pots of fat from Sparta. He nuzzled me, begging for an apple. It hadn't been for nothing that I'd fed my pet. He quickly worked out who he needed to be friends with. I scratched the beast's forehead and received some happy snorting in return. Don't tell me that you're thinking of riding it, the military man said. Exactly so, Major. Exactly so, I chuckled, climbing on the beast's back. I'll follow them and stall them in a fight until you approach. But that's madness, Junior chipped in. Rocking up at an enemy camp on your own. What if there are more than 2 or 3 of them left? Who said I was going alone? Peter can carry 2, I laughed. Can I go? Kulka said, jumping forwards. Roos and the rest of our guys are there. You think you're going to save them all, and I'm just going to sit back in the bushes? Take me, please. If you thought about it, it was a great idea. Kulka had already come to us, leveled up, to level 3. Crab had forced his people to hunt, gaining them XP. While in Sparta, he had studied the science of war diligently, dreaming of avenging his people. He'd waited his turn. I will, I said, if you convince your kidnapped comrades to join us, rather than foolishly losing their lives, or even going to the bikers. I'll go. He nodded like his head was going to come off. I'll go until there's nothing but bones left of me, but I will save our guys. He grabbed my arm excitedly, and I threw the guy behind my back. Increased strength decided all. But still, it's too big a risk, Lord Leo, Johnson grumbled, also dissatisfied with my decision. We have no other option, I responded, shaking my head. Even after such a crushing victory, the Easterners is still ahead. They'll quickly regain their numbers, thanks to the newcomers at the terminal. Newcomers don't carry as serious a threat as experienced bikers, but there will still be more of them. Dispatching them like cannon fodder is a good thing. We'll destroy the forward outpost, cut off their leader's hand, and at the same time we can also try to get ourselves Crab's guys, if they're still there. But how will you get there in time? You don't know the way, Major argued. He understood that he wasn't going to convince me anymore. He understood just as well that you have to strike while the iron is hot. I don't know, no, I laughed quietly. But I don't need to know. Peter, look for tracks. The boar began squealing, sniffing the soil in the direction where the 2 riders had disappeared. Peter, home! The beast gave a battle cry and immediately, pawing its hooves on the ground, broke out in a run. A moment later, and Kulka and I disappeared amongst the foliage. I was clinging to the bridle with all my strength. The path ahead was not the easiest. The bikers' forward outpost was havoc. How could it be anything but? That morning, an enormous detachment for their camp size had set off, and only 2 of them had returned. It was shocking. It was discouraging. But most of all, it was frightening. What kind of enemy had managed to defeat half of the great Jojo's army? The remaining knights didn't know what to do with themselves. Stern's order pulled them out of their stupor. "Collect everything you can!" His scream thundered across the entire base. "Pack all your belongings and get back to the fortress before it's too late! The trio of knights immediately began to rush through the territory, collecting all of their loot. How would they carry back all the riches of Gazelkin in such a small cohort? The slaves had to be led too. But Gunther, who had just returned to consciousness, was not up to the task at all. "What the hell are you doing?" Gunther whined, watching his deputy rushing around the commander's apartment and shoving everything of any personal value in a bag. "Packing up and getting the hell out of here, that's what," the rider said angrily, not hiding his emotions from his weakened boss. Only gratitude for saving his own ass kept Stern from taking action without thinking. Fuck. It was all gone. Jojo would make them pay him back for all their failures. It was telling that the others had been unwilling. And the bikers' leader wasn't just cruel. A more accurate definition would be bloodthirsty psycho. Slavery would seem like the dreamiest of dreams compared to that. No, that won't work. Gunther sighed, leaning on a wooden chair. You have to stay and carry out a full evacuation, leading the knights. The slaves should also be taken away with you, or else we could lose them. Jojo will not tolerate another failure. This could be the last straw. What will you do, O great and mighty Gunther? Stern growled angrily. I will go with a report, Gunther said dejectedly. It's my fault, and I'm responsible for it all. After a report like that, Gunther was guaranteed to lose his head. Both of them understood this. Unless, of course, Jojo had a fantasy and came up with a way of execution that would be more interesting. Stern looked at his boss in horror. He would never do that himself. He would have twisted to the last, given up his subordinates or anyone else. This isn't like Gunther, he thought. But there's no telling how a man behaves in a situation like this. It wasn't in vain that he offered for Stern to stay. What if it was a cunning trick, not nobility? No. No what? The man frowned. So that you can go over there and tell him everything, just to cast you in the right light? Yeah, right, Stern said. I'm coming with you, and I will report to Jojo first. What a pesky motherfucker. Gunther said, somewhere between a cough and a laugh, his throat sore. Stern looked away arrogantly, then returned to his previous occupation, searching through nooks and crannies for anything. A short while later, the two bikers left the forward outpost and rushed with all the speed available to them toward the main fortress of the cluster, a carpet ride away from their eternal leader, Jojo. The branches were whipping my face. The wind whistled in my ears, and every one of Peter's jumps echoed inside me. Perhaps it is worth noting that I was no born rider. I'd only ever ridden horses in parks a couple of times, for a little money. That was it. But now, carrying at great speed through a thick thicket, I didn't fly into the bushes and didn't even risk turning my neck. Once again, thanks to everyone's favorite system. Name: Rider. Description: It turns out that the concept of a rider exists outside of just in the Kama Sutra. My, what a discovery. Allows you to sit tolerably on any riding animal. What a unique sense of humor our system had. Another branch almost knocked out my eyes. Bastard. But now you could understand why those fucking cavaliers were riding around everywhere in closed helmets, in which you couldn't see a damn thing. Not to protect against blades or arrows, don't be stupid. Just so that the branches didn't whip them in the face. This really was the scourge of any rider. Your only option was to bend down lower on the mighty beast's back and grit your teeth. The finale of this roller coaster wasn't far off. Just a little further. When the bosses disappeared into the distance, the knight's confusion grew into panic. "What are we meant to do now?" one of them asked, outraged. "Are you really that deaf? An order is an order," another shrugged. "Collect all valuables and take the slaves away. Even an idiot can understand that." "You are idiots," a third knight said, shaking his head despondently. "We were thrown in here like a bargaining chip." "Where'd you get that from?" the first one said, jumping up immediately. "Have to chew up everything first before explaining it to you, huh, Brainiac? It's as clear as God's day. Why do you think they left in such a hurry? Because there's a tale behind them. If we don't leave now, we'll share the fate of the dead people. And unlike you, I have no intention of doing that," the third one said, and crossed his arms unhappily. He hadn't liked the biker's orders before either. But there was nothing to do. He'd had to obey. There had been no other choice. It was either service or difficult, shameful slavery. Any reasonable person in his place would have done the same. "All right, kid, enough of that from you. That means we'll collect the pennies and get going," the first one said, clapping Kit on the shoulder. "Don't worry. We'll throw out what we can't carry." "What about the prisoners?" the second one butted in. "What are we meant to do with them? They won't move quickly. They'll only hold us back," the first one sneered. "Since Kit is so worried, we'd best get rid of the ballast here." "You're suggesting we kill them, just like that?" the second one frowned. "Gunther and Stern won't pat us on the head for that," Kit added nervously. "That's definitely valuable property." "Who said we did it?" the first one shrugged. "It's all because of those damn enemies breaking in. We carried out our duty to the very end and applied scorched earth tactics. If you can't get it, nor can the enemy. We killed them? Of course we did. So that the enemy couldn't get them? Also true. So no one's going to accuse us of anything. They might even reward us." "I don't like it. I'll tell you that straight away. It all just seems kind of wrong," Kit said, demonstratively wrinkling his nose. "Do you have a better idea?" the second one asked. "No, but then quit whining. Let's get this done and get out of here quick. I don't want to die because you two losers want to argue until sundown," the second one shouted, throwing up his hands before grabbing his spear and heading to the prisoners' cells. "We're off," the first one laughed, and then clapped Kit on the back. "We're doing them good. Rather have a quick death than slavery in another faction." Kit had nothing to say to that. More precisely, he could have expressed a lot of things, but he knew that he wouldn't have been listened to. And time really was working against them. With a tortured grimace, he weaved his way after his colleagues. Those colleagues were already picking up their spears and pointing them at the Southerners, who were clutching on to one another. What's more, one of them, the largest, was trying to hide all the others behind his back entirely. Kit asked for forgiveness mentally. But this world knew no pity. If they didn't do this, they would condemn themselves to fate, or worse, to something close to that. Kit wanted to live like anyone else. But Jojo was good at convincing you that it was best not to disappoint him. They just got unlucky, Kit thought, trying to reconcile himself with the thought of killing unarmed prisoners. Yeah, the prisoners had just been unlucky enough to get caught. The trio's spears were already raised overhead. A moment later, they fell on Roos, plunging into his shoulder, side, and hip. "God damn it," the first knight swore. "Until we stab this giant, we won't reach the others." "Roos!" cried a woman inside the cell. They couldn't do anything. The man covered them with his back, like a monolithic wall. "Damn, let's go again. We don't have much time," the second knight shouted, struggling to pull the spear from the big man's body. And as ever, he turned out to be close to the truth. A second later, The base's flimsy wooden gate broke off from its hinges. In the aperture appeared a figure riding a boar. But to the knight's horror, they didn't recognize this man. Black hair, a scratched, burned face, and maddened, burning eyes. Having thrown another passenger off the beast's back, the rider took out a blade and directed it at the three knights. "Pete, attack!" The boar rushed forward with an enthusiastic roar. Chapter 4. Sadly, I didn't have enough space to spread them out. The first dash came out short, and I only managed to knock over the first couple of enemies. "Damn you!" the third one exclaimed, and immediately tried to get me with his spear. The tip hit my chest plate and, as you might expect, slid sideways, throwing out some sparks. Critical hit blocked! Oh yeah. That's why I'd been torturing Top Dog and Botanist, getting them to create actually effective armor. Otherwise, I'd be lying on the ground with a hole in my chest right now. That's what a critical hit looked like. We could already say that the guys hadn't been working for nothing. With a wave of my sword, I cut the shaft of the spear in half. I saw fear in the eyes of the infantryman. Yeah, guys, this isn't those rough iron swords you've got, which you could probably beat someone to death with quicker than cutting them. This was a legendary bonus Geon. It would fly through your shields and armor like through paper. Well, and spear shafts, too. The knight quickly came out of his stupor and rushed to the rack of spare spears. I was about to send Peter after him when a second spear flashed before me. I turned my head to the side and barely avoided the projectile. The point of the spear left a deep cut on my cheekbone, and I focused on the two that were back on their feet. 3 against 1. I looked closely around the camp for other enemies or boars, but I couldn't see anyone else. Apparently the two well-smoked riders bailed, leaving their subordinates to be torn apart. That was very lucky for me. After all, even the Easterners' simple infantrymen significantly surpassed us in level. And even though, thanks to the epic outbreak of Vesuvius, I had been able to get to level 6, the difference in characteristics was still felt. So I had to be extremely careful. Peter, as if feeling my inner rage, gave a fighting roar and rushed forward at one of the knights. I waved my sword again, dragging aside the spear that had been put up in panic to meet me. A short scramble, and the knight flew to the side, successfully rolling away at the last minute. The only way to avoid meeting my sword. "Kit!" one of the enemies screamed, returning from the rack with a new spear and shield. He threw the second spear to the one who'd already managed to wound me. Their coherence really exceeded my expectations. Peter turned once more, and I reanalyzed the situation. I couldn't see Kolka, but I could guess what he was up to. I hoped the knights had forgotten about him. Or, on the contrary, that they wanted to get rid of me first, and then defeat the other enemy alone. They couldn't get distracted. If I faced any one of them alone, or even 2 against 1, I would just mow them down and slice them. Our battle became a game of elimination. Whoever achieved their goal faster would win. The enemy needed to throw me off the boar. Only then would they have a chance to defeat first me, then Kolka. For that reason, the knights were the first to attack. They were armed with spears, and one of them even had a shield in his hand. With no space for acceleration, I spurred Peter with my heels, and he, furious at them for trying to poke a spear at him, almost jumped into action. "Hold!" shouted the leader of the group, the one with the shield. The spears were tilting 45 degrees in my direction, their points aimed directly at vulnerable areas. Exactly the same tactic I had used against the riders during the forest battle. Oddly enough, it's just what I had expected. With a sudden movement of the reins, I forced my faithful boar Peter to turn right before this menacing mini-phalanx. My blade glinted. The 3 poles were cut, and their points flew to the ground. Turning in a small circle, I charged once more, headlong at the bewildered knights. The 2 on either side dropped to the ground with a yelp, while the leader, who still had a shield, lost his balance. The blow threw him across the earth. The wooden shield burst into splinters, depriving the man of protection. Having assessed its agility, I jumped off the boar and continued the attack on foot. The enemy hadn't expected me to personally deprive myself of such an advantage, which meant he was completely unprepared for the next attack, and I had no intention of throwing away a useful moment like that. Gripping my sword with both hands, I waved it in an upward motion, cutting the enemy from his left side to his right clavicle. Blood began pouring from the wound. However, the knight was still alive. He tried punching me, forcing me to step aside. His blow fell past me, and grasping my sword, I attacked again. The infantryman, still holding his spear, fell to the ground like a dead weight. Behind him stood Roos, with a huge club in his hands. He had apparently broken that bar off the boar pen. He was a hefty guy, and he got himself a shaft to match. "I told you, we surrender! Ah!" The one who was still on his feet immediately received a blow to the face from Roos. That was followed by 2 more blows. Both bodies rolled on the ground, while Roos generously took care of them with a bludgeon. I did not interfere with this private execution. It was understandable. They'd tried to kill him, and kept his wife in a cage. I couldn't even imagine what the hero had had to endure. Let him unburden himself. His former boss had also been killed in front of him. After that, I wouldn't hold back my feelings either. In the meantime, I was once again convinced of the durability of high-level players. In real life, each of these blows would knock the spirit out of them, and cause damage incompatible with life. But here they writhed on the ground, shouting and asking for mercy. I could see that Roos was focusing on one of the 2 knights, and was now purposefully targeting him, going for the kill completely. Realizing that enough was enough, I nodded at Kolka, who caught my signal and immediately went over to Roos. "Roos, enough! Stop it! You'll kill him!" His voice brought Roos back to reality. "He's earned it." The hero stopped, turning to Kolka. "They have all earned death. Do you know what they did? These monsters?" With trembling hands, he raised his club again. I realized that his hands were trembling not from fatigue, but from a withheld insanity. "Roos," I shouted at him, "remember me? I am Lord Leo. My army defeated the Boar Riders, and now I have saved you from death." I tried to speak slowly but loudly, imprinting the words into the man's mind. "I remember you," the hero nodded. "Thanks for saving me, but I have to kill them. They must not live." "You are wrong, Roos," I explained. "By killing them, you will give our enemies 2 recruits. You know the system sends a rookie to replace everyone that dies. Believe me, in slavery, they will pay it back in full." Roos stood there, his arms lowered. The initial touchlighter had already been averted, along with his desire to argue. A beautiful, tall blonde rushed over to him, hanging around his neck. "Roos," she said through tears, "the most important thing is that we've been saved, that we're alive." While they embraced, I offered the last remaining knight a choice: either a painful death at the hands of Roos, or slavery under my command. He did not hesitate to agree to the latter. Player Kit has joined the settlement Sparta in the role Slave. I was going to offer the second guy the same thing, but he had to come to his senses first, which, given Roos's work, wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Then Kolka and the rest of the Southerners approached me uncertainly. Roos, his wife, and the Fragile One. "Thank you, Lord Leo, for keeping your word," Kolka began while bowing his head, but I interrupted him. "I just kept my promise. No more, no less." At this point, I addressed everyone. "But if I were to say that I did not want you to be part of my settlement, that would be a lie. Therefore, I propose that you become slaves of Sparta. It sounds bad, but I guarantee your safety and the opportunity to become equal relatives in the future. As for the women, they are free to choose as they wish. No one will force them to do anything. If you have any doubts, you can ask Kolka or any other resident of Sparta." Unsurprisingly, after that speech, the last Southerners agreed to submit to me. Kolka's assurances and hopelessness of the situation had worked their magic. Where else was there for them to go now? It was impossible to return to their base. There was still no food there, and the contract with Crab had terminated. What else was on offer except working for me? Living on their own? They knew about the existence of the riders, who would be unlikely to leave them alone. At least I gave them some kind of guarantee of survival. Kolka, what's more, turned out to be an excellent agitator. Just like that, 5 more players had joined Sparta. A great get, no matter how you looked at it. An achievement that I could have lost if we hadn't rushed straight to the outpost. But the most unexpected surprise awaited us at the next slave cell. There we found 2 newcomers. Kolka had been right to tell us that the boar riders, after plundering the camp, had stopped by the terminal. There they'd picked up the 2 newbies who had appeared after the death of Crab and Brakes. The newcomers were called Jaeger and Omari. The first was a short guy with very blonde hair. The second, to my surprise, was a mixed-race girl. There was no time to sort them out, and they had even less choice in the matter. 2.5 hours later, Major, leading our phalanx, reached the forward base, and the much-coveted looting began. Or, more precisely, the calculation of military gains during Operation Vesuvius. There turned out to be no shortage of good stuff. A particularly good find amongst our winnings were the crab-made wheelbarrows. 4 wooden wheelbarrows, perfect for transporting anything. Name: simple wheelbarrow. Level: trash. Description: it's no Maserati or Ferrari, but Ford had to start somewhere, didn't it? First of all, we grabbed the weapons and brigantines, searching out a decent stock. That would allow us to dress our soldiers who took part in the phalanx, or use them as the basis for creating full-fledged armor, similar to mine. Spears, shields, choppers, and other trifles weren't even worth considering. We already had all of those, albeit not exactly in excess. Saddles, reins, and bridles, seemingly designed for boars, made for nice bonuses. We would definitely need them, because I was very much hoping that the cavalry animals had survived in Vesuvius. I hadn't given orders to keep them inside the trap. They could hold off the onslaught of one such hefty creature, especially distraught and damaged by the flame. But the second and third would hardly be possible. I wasn't going to risk my people for nothing. Not to mention that I was sorry for the poor creature. The boars weren't going to capture anyone. They were dragged there. Unlike the wild counterparts, these boars needed a human. Peter had already proved that they were no longer able to live without human guardianship. Once they got hungry, they would find us. Or at least, that's what I hoped. Next on the list, but no less important, was perhaps this whole war's most valuable acquisition: Crab's shirt. Name: craftsman's shirt. Level: legendary. Description: woodwork will be as easy as checking a generator is for an electrician. 2 fingers in the socket, and that's that. Gives an instinctive understanding of how to work on wood, plus 50% woodwork speed, plus 20% to quality of final product. A specialized tool whose scope was limited just to wood. But imagine how much we could do with it. After all, we were also loading the wheelbarrows up with the furniture that had been removed from Gazelkin. The life cycle of furniture, so to speak. For the first time, I was attracted to the mastery with which Crab built his own utensils. And now we could have those masterpieces of everyday life ourselves. I was sure Piggy and the other ladies would be happy. After taking everything that wasn't nailed down, and after tearing off what was nailed down, we headed back to Sparta, forming a dense column. I thought it pointless to maintain and develop this base, but I didn't burn it down either. What was the point? The palisade was flimsy and low. The gate wasn't fortified. The space inside was small. A stronghold like that couldn't be used for military purposes, only as a supply base or a venue for recreation. Either the enemies wouldn't dare seize this base again because they'd realized its instability, or they would have to spend a lot of resources on strengthening it. Both options suited me. It wasn't like they'd drag absolutely everyone over here, was it? Surely they couldn't. So, while thinking of my enemy's next steps, I got atop Peter, who was satisfied with victory over his exploiters, and set off after the column. Today, Sparta grew a little stronger. "Where are we going?" a girlish voice whispered, seeming particularly sonorous in the total silence. "I feel like you're luring me somewhere. Everyone says terrible things about you, but I think you seem kind." "Quiet," someone else hissed in response. "We're almost there already. Here, under the bush." Stace had wanted to risk it for a long time, but still hesitated. The cries and moans of those who tried to disrupt the daily routine or did not obey orders could be heard far from their place of punishment, and served as an excellent educational tool. Finally, all hope that the goddess would stop sulking and remember her unlucky priestess had been completely exhausted, and the girl had decided to act. A foolish young slave, nicknamed Marishka, proved surprisingly trusting. When Stace had told her about the hiding spot where she'd hidden some marsh berries, she agreed immediately. She even believed that Stace was afraid to go there alone because she was afraid of the dark. A truly rare breed of idiot. At night, the slaves were kept in large pens, similar to huge cages. Scant watch was kept over them. The doors were often left open. Sometimes, the guards would come here to take someone pretty with them, someone to brighten up the night duty. Sometimes, the more quick-witted would run over to the barracks themselves. The slaves lived hungry and were prepared to give themselves up for a piece of meat or boiled carrot from the boar's rations. But what was the point of monitoring them? The combat hogs had very sharp senses. Plus, if anyone did run, the fugitives were immediately caught from their tracks. Demonstrative executions discouraged the desire to seek a better life, so most of the slaves had made peace with their positions. But not Stace. "Is it much further?" Marishka asked, faltering. "We'll have to turn back soon, or else they'll definitely notice we're missing." "It's right nearby," Stace reassured her. "Look, just here, under the bush." The thin, gaunt girl leaned over, and at that moment, Stace threw a rope around Marishka's neck. Both bodies fell to the dry grass. Marishka resisted desperately, wheezing and struggling to kick at her killer. Stace tightened the rope silently, pulling on both ends. "Die already, bitch," she whispered. "I need your life. Why can't you just die quietly? Finally, as the blows weakened and Marishka's body began to shake, Stace felt her life leaving her. I dedicate this gift to you, Marantis, she said. I give you this life and pray for forgiveness. The goddess heard her. The goddess gave her priestess another chance. The curse of the goddess has been removed. Marantis's divine blessing has been applied. Charisma plus 20 for 3 hours. Little. Far too little, Stace thought disappointedly. She should have slit the girl's throat. But she never figured out what to do it with. Slaves weren't trusted with anything like a weapon. But she didn't give away her displeasure with a single gesture or grimace. On the contrary, she fell to her knees in gratitude. Thank you, Marantis. You will not regret it, she said. Stace threw the rags, what was left over once Marishka's body had vanished, into the forest. No longer hiding, she returned to the camp. She walked back to the pen and gave the overseer, who was lying at the entrance to the mound, a kick where it would hurt most. This woman was also a slave and slept with others, but enjoyed privileges. I need your clothes, said Stace arrogantly. The woman was frightened to take off her simple but decent dress, much better than the dish rags most slaves walked around in. After dressing unhurriedly and washing with clean water meant for drinking that she had collected all around the pen, Stace headed straight to the chief guard. Take me to your leader, she said. I order you. Chapter 5. They're back! Hurrah! Our guys are back! Victorious! The return home was triumphant. The impression was especially strengthened when, as soon as we entered, the gates were showered with bunches of small wildflowers. The girls had put some effort in. All 4 of them stood at the wall, shining with smiles. Stupid Patrick, he didn't know it was you, Piggy said. He just said, they're coming. He didn't say who. You ride the boar now, so the featherhead got mixed up. So you prepared flowers for the enemy? I frowned, jokingly. For you, of course, Piggy said angrily. I never doubted our victory. It turned out great, and people were doubly enthused by the technique. Is this what they call an arc de triomphe? I thought to myself. Possibly joking, possibly serious. I thought I even remembered seeing the relevant blueprint. Perhaps it was a Roman idea rather than a Greek one, but it's no sin to take a good idea from a neighbor. Oh, my table! I heard Gail shout. I found my commode, too. She was like a twittering bird in front of the wheelbarrow of goodies. The irony of fate. First she made Crab a comfortable life, then he put her on display, practically sold her. But now, Crab was gone, and the property was back. Carry it carefully, Gail commanded, forgetting about all her timidity. Take it to the estate right away. And this too. Wait, no, we don't need that. How should I know where to take it? Work it out yourself. I was much more interested in the stock of ore, leather, equipment, and weapons. So when I finally got everything into the workshops, I could see that the mountain of furniture had completely disappeared. When I looked in the estate, I couldn't believe my eyes. Instead of the usual cross between a den and a cave, I found a room that looked like a living room in a country club or a hotel lobby, made in the style of a millionaire's hut in the mountains. A beautiful, comfortable table, which I had seen on my first visit to the southern cluster. A tablecloth, even a vase full of flowers. There were shelves of utensils on the walls, and on the raised section, I even rubbed my eyes to make sure, there was a massive chair, almost resembling a throne. On the one hand, this was all too much. On the other hand, if you had to accept ambassadors from other clusters, it would be entirely fitting. In the estate, I also found Gale, her eyes lowered modestly, but shooting ire and inquisitiveness at an angered Piggy. "I'm telling you, the table needs to be moved," Piggy said, looking back at me. "It doesn't belong here." "Why not?" Gale argued, and mentally I agreed with her. It suited the space here nicely, and it was easy to access from all sides. "What do you mean? It needs to be put here, at the entrance, so that everything is according to feng shui," Piggy cried, refusing to back down. "What feng shui, my friend? Might as well stick a golden toad at the entrance." Gale was getting more and more angry. "That's been out of fashion for a very long time. We're in the era of minimalism. But with furniture like that, it would be a crying shame not to cover every square inch of this room." I hadn't expected such fervor from her. And now I thought of it. Gale herself looked unusual. She wasn't wearing the rags from her past life, but a simple yet elegant dress made of dark gray local fabric with flowery embroidery. The dress was flowy, with a long skirt, with a high incision revealing her leg. The girl's waist was wrapped in a dense leather corset with lacing, something straight out of a medieval painting. That was also a local product. Perhaps we had a full-fledged designer in our family? Perhaps she could work on the landscape, too. Or was it only interiors and fashion? Should I hand her over to Johnson's construction team? She could be in charge of the master plan of Sparta, while reporting directly to me. I'd have a whole spy network of my own spouses and concubines. I shook my head involuntarily. I was acting like a fool. A complete fool. 2 was a good and proper number of wives for now. It was hard to even think about more, let alone imagining living in conditions like that. I couldn't understand the shahs and Arab princes of modern times. A harem, perhaps, was a good thing, but only up until the moment when the entire group began biting amongst themselves. "The back of the chair doesn't match the wall decorations," Piggy said, looking for something to catch on to. "What? You're annoying me on a subconscious level by talking such nonsense. No matter what you say, it belongs here. Don't touch it," Gale said, jutting her chest out proudly in defense of her interior design. "How dare you open your mouth?" Piggy looked ready to grab Gale by the pigtails. "All right," I said. "Enough. First of all, I like it there," I said, seeing as Gale's eyes flashed with joy and Piggy frowned. "Second of all, comrade head of housekeeping, where are you supposed to be right now?" "Where?" She stared back at me. "In the warehouse, taking stock," I said. "Why is Botanist in there breaking a sweat when he's just returned from battle, rather than sitting at home? Have you forgotten that we don't have courts or labor laws here? Status is easy to get, but losing it is even easier." "Ouch!" Piggy ran out of the estate, still stinging from my scolding. Gale rushed towards me, but I thanked her with a brief nod and exited. I hadn't put Piggy in her place by coincidence. It was just that a very fitting situation had presented itself. This was not the first time that I'd noticed my wife's power going to her head. She had slowly started piling her duties on the defenseless botanist. Jenny had turned into her private maid. I hoped that with this occurrence, I had been able to slap her on her nose and return her to a state where she had to work to get privileges. She was smart. She should get it. And if she didn't, I'd keep explaining. On my agenda, I still had a meeting with Mustafa and Botanist, who had dragged everything they could salvage out of Project Vesuvius. Between them, Mustafa had taken charge of transportation, while Botanist had taken on the systematizing and categorizing of all of the acquisitions. Having read their report, I ordered Mustafa's workers to assist in sorting the winnings. Meanwhile, Botanist and I went to the forge. Metal was now essentially our most valuable asset. Ore could only be mined in small quantities, and to get a quality product, we required a lot of it. In its time, a similar problem had completely trolled several generations of archaeologists. They simply could not find the sites of famous battles. All of the descriptions coincided, but there was nothing to find in the ground. Only later did scientists realize that the soil in such places had been nigh on passed almost through a small sieve to locate any pieces of metal. They'd even collected the arrowheads. That's just what we were doing. We were completely ready to put it to use. We'd managed to collect a good amount, but the quality of the extracted material left much to be desired. At our disposal were just over a dozen brigantines, spears, shields, and choppers. In fact, this was nothing new compared to what we had already collected at the forward outpost. And really, the quality. The fire had destroyed many objects. Some of them had melted completely. The same brigantines were now just patches of leather, unsuitable for processing into armor. Their descriptions carried the label damaged, which, as botanist found out on my orders, meant that they could not be used for their original purposes. All characteristics bonuses were null and void. That is, the same brigantines certainly wouldn't give you the same damn bonus to your agility, but you'd still get the stamina debuff. Consequently, it was better to cut those items into flaps or straps, and the metal, of course, went to be melted back down. Besides that, we did not manage to find any starting bonuses. The only luck we had was with the shirt. Perhaps, if the objects were small in size, they were taken away by the riders and would now have been delivered to their main fortress. Or perhaps some of them were lost. But we'd have time to think about all of that later. Today, Sparta was celebrating its victory, and right now, that was the most important thing to me. The riders had suffered heavy losses, meaning that in the near future, we didn't have to be afraid of an attack from them. We had defended our freedom without losing a single person. Was that not a good reason to celebrate? First, Johnson and his subordinates organized a majestic bonfire in the center of the settlement. As soon as the coals burned out and began smoldering, a whole boar was suspended on a huge spit. Major also took some unsuccessful samples of system cider from the stocks. They never gave any improvement in characteristics, but they cheered you perfectly well. Oh, how we needed real scientists instead of this artisanal production, which largely depended on our walking encyclopedia, botanist. The sunset painted the valley in gentle red shades, and our festive excitement only grew. Everyone was gathered at the fire. Piggy and Johnson, the settlement's first inhabitants after myself. Junior and Mouse, the newly married couple who had almost broken up due to an attack by an energy parasite. The newlyweds didn't take their eyes off each other all evening. Major, the hired specialist who had not yet become a full resident of the settlement. Top Dog, blacksmith and steelworker, the last of the Gopniks and Stace's former servant, who betrayed her plans and had saved us by doing so. Piggy's ex-husband, desk jockey. Pretty burned, but content. He was promised a reward, and I remembered my promise. The mysterious third, the walking encyclopedia, botanist, Patrick the pacifist, and the as-yet unproven Jenny, all newcomers who had arrived after Stace's defeat. They were all still slaves by status, although I trusted the first two as much as I trusted myself. Gale, Kolka, the hero Roos, his wife Roxy, and Frail. The former residents of Gazelkin, now defeated by the Boar Riders. With the exception of Gale, who had already settled in Sparta, these inhabitants were quieter and looked around shiftily. It was one thing to hear that slaves are not oppressed without reason, and another to sit at the same fire with everyone, drink cider, and enjoy life. 2 new slaves, Jaeger and Omari, with whom no one had yet really had time to get acquainted, but who had already managed to put in a shift, helping us unload the winnings. Mustafa, his wife Nana, and their 3 workers, as well as the strong and independent herbalist, Lola. The Helots, who in my mind I increasingly thought of as fellow travelers. They had also contributed to our victory, and now feasted with us. All we were missing were the 3 knights. They were packed in the cellar, their arms and legs tied up carefully, precisely where they belonged. As a cultural program, we presented the first clothes made of Gale's fabric. They consisted of something between robes and a Roman toga, but they looked very light and comfortable. The 2 versions, male and female, were displayed by Jenny and Patrick, both blushing with embarrassment. The former had apparently been persuaded by the ladies of Sparta, while the latter was simply ordered and had no right to refuse. The guy hadn't lived in the wild for long. They took him under their collective heel and made sure he couldn't squirm. I'd already noticed the unhealthy interest all the girls had taken in his workshop, as well as their brand new straps, handbags, and other trinkets. I guessed that the corset I'd seen Gale wearing had been his work too. The guy had to work 2 shifts. On the other hand, who was living easy right now? If the women were deprived of small joys, they could turn our lives into hell in return. So let's be understanding to their follies. Name: Spartan Toga. Level: Trash. Description: Fashion shows in Paris have been ordered to continue, which means it's time for some new trends. The fashion designer is dead. Long live free will. Bonus: Agility +2, Charisma +2, Wisdom +2. So far, our textile industry was far from perfect, and we could only dream about looms. But Moscow was not built in a day. The product was far from the outcome of mass production. It was piecework. But that was no bad thing. For now, it would become a premium commodity in my settlement, which I immediately announced. For excellent service and conscientious work, distinguished relatives would be awarded new weekend outfits. Sure, they wouldn't be ready for a while, but until then, let them look forward to their arrival. And if such an opportunity arose, then, after the demonstration of our weavers' new creations, I would proceed to reward the guilty and punish the honorable. Or perhaps it should be the other way round. Who cares? It was no great difference. "Third, botanist, step forward," I commanded, standing with my back to the huge fire. The 2 of them came forward. Everyone's attention turned to them. The time you have spent in Sparta has allowed you to prove your loyalty and courage. You were willing to risk everything to protect the common good and your kin. This is the behavior of real Spartan men. For such merits, you will both receive the status of relatives of the Lord. 3 cheers, I declared, raising a cup of cider. Hurrah! 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 Came the united cry in response, filling the entire valley. Mouse launched several light fireballs into the air, and the flying sparks served as fireworks, which were currently inaccessible to us. I wanted to say that the magic version looked even more beautiful than it did on Earth. Or had we just been weaned off little things like that? I looked at this evening's heroes. Botanist was enjoying the moment, his face radiating contentment. He fluffed his tail feathers like a peacock. Third was restrained, but you could just make out the slightly raised corners of his lips, which was perhaps as much expression as his face was capable of. The rewards didn't end there. Top Dog came up to me, holding 2 sets of armor identical to mine, which he had already prepared. He'd started making them before Vesuvius, but didn't have enough time to finish them fully before the operation. I called on Junior and Major, who for now, along with Third, were my officers, responsible for the phalanx and, in general, all military activities. In the future, of course, each of them would have a separate area of responsibility, be it strategy, counterintelligence, or direct command in battle. However, it was too early to talk of that for now. For now, as my sergeants, I gave this duo a set of armor each. This was evidence of their high position in the armed forces of Sparta, which grew not by the day, but by the hour. "I serve the Soviet Union, Sparta," shouted an overexcited and drunk Junior. Unsurprisingly, the only way to take away cider from Mouse, if it gave a buff to wisdom, was to take a sip before she did. Major looked thoughtfully at the gifted armor in his hands and chewed his lip uncertainly. "Major, do you have anything to say?" I asked, noticing his indecision. He looked up at me, lingered for a moment, and then, sighing, nodded. "I'd like to say something briefly." "Of course," I nodded. Major went silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and began. "I didn't think highly of you at first, Lord Leo. However, the longer I talked to you and watched you lead Sparta, the more my opinion improved. I have enjoyed working with you and your people, and it's now probably too late to go anywhere else. Besides, where would I go? You stick with where you started, as they say. I hope my skills and experience will be useful to you, my lord." Major gave a small bow with his hand to his chest, and I nodded happily. "I will be more than happy to have such a valuable person around. Major, welcome to Sparta." Player Major has joined the settlement Sparta in the role Relative. The day had finally come. Now the entire cluster, with the exception of Stace, was assembled in Sparta. Another reason to drink. We should also not forget about the person without whom our military success would not have been possible. "Desk jockey," I declared finally, raising my cup towards the man covered with bandages and herbal ointments. Despite taking all possible precautions, he had still been noticeably smoked. At first, we hadn't paid much importance to him, but Lola was quite indignant about it. "I don't want a baked freak in my face," were her exact words. I wasn't going to stop her. I had myself considered the possibility of sending Agent 007 to her for a medical examination. "Even though you're a slippery sort," I said, hinting at my relationship with the man, "I believe that everyone deserves a chance at redemption. You made the most of that chance, with extraordinary ingenuity. For that, you have my sincere praise. Your powers will be used for the benefit of Sparta. Tomorrow you will find out the details." Desk jockey nodded, without requiring additional explanations. And finally, I sat down at my spot by the fire. Yes, that man had a silver tongue, but with the right knack, we could use it in our favor. I was now thinking more and more seriously about the idea of a preparatory school for new players, run by Mouse. New slaves were constantly joining our ranks. Sparta was growing. They needed thorough preparation, sorting by specialization, and a good record needed to be kept of all of them. Despite his participation in Vesuvius, it would be risky to give a project like that to Desk Jockey alone. He had proved himself because it was his chance to rise up the ranks, driven by mercantile interests, not by a sincere commitment to our cause. However, I was sure that he didn't want to dig manure again, or work on a plantation without ever stretching his back. So now, Desk Jockey would try to prove his usefulness. For that reason, I was going to direct him to Mouse, who I was sure would inform me if she noticed any fraud on his part. Let him rejoice in his moment of glory. Perhaps even a politician can be cured. After finishing the official part, I took the cider from Piggy's hands, which after today's work were especially white and fluffy. Hiding my grin behind the raised cup, I watched as the celebration began to gain momentum. Mustafa had found a cauldron somewhere and began singing something oriental and melodic, beating out a rhythm. Unexpectedly, he was echoed by Patrick, whose drums turned out to be even more melodic. Lola the redhead, already drunk, was the first to jump up and dance. Then Mouse joined in. A barbecue, songs, dances, alcohol, and fire, all set alight in the wilderness of the forest. It seemed as if we were not in some other alien world. We might have just gone on a corporate team-building exercise outside the city for the weekend. Another naive, stupid illusion. But what was wrong with all of us believing in it today? The night thickened over the valley, and one star after another ignited on the black celestial dome, turning it into a dark cloth covered with a myriad of bright, snow-white dots. Only Sparta, enraptured in a rare but much-needed celebration, refused to die down. I looked at my people's carefree faces, but out there beyond the dark, beyond the woods, I thought of Jojo's Black Fortress. A tyrant and a psychopath who had chipped his tooth on us. Just you wait, you monster. Next time, I'll come to you. Chapter 6. The celebration had been a success. This thought only came to me once we had left all the merriment behind. During it, I had frankly not been up to any thoughts at all. They came to me the next morning, once I woke up. Or rather, what I thought of as morning. The sunshine beating down through the window suggested that the star had already traveled a fair way across the sky. The cheerful housekeeping noises from the outside confirmed that the other inhabitants of Sparta had been awake along with the sun. The large majority of them, with the exception of their lord. My head was clean and light, if a little empty. Just what happens after a particularly successful party, when the brain reboots, and all thoughts and problems go somewhere else, while new ones haven't yet had time to take their place. As if you were born a new person the moment you opened your eyes. Thank you, system, for not having hangovers. I tried to get up, but I felt a solid weight pressing me to the bed. Ah, yes, of course. I looked to the left and saw Piggy, simpering sweetly, pressed herself against my side. However, I immediately realized that there were not one, but two weights on me. I was stunned to look to the other side and find Gale. I believe they call this a fling. My hand was pressed between her breasts in a death grip, and her beautiful leg was thrown perfectly comfortably over my own thigh. I'd really outdone myself yesterday. But instead of a complete memory, my head flickered with individual images. The beginning of the evening had seemed quite civil. Johnson had carved a huge wooden cup, which he proudly called a goblet. His plan was to fill the vessel with cider and then pass it in a circle, with everyone taking sips. It was absolutely forbidden to put down the goblet. For some reason, this caused special delight among the girls. Drinking from the cup spurred on their desire to dance. This instantly turned into a competition. Our ladies all turned out to be proud, ambitious, and not untalented. Piggy did not deny herself the pleasure of performing a belly dance, and the ruddy-cheeked Mouse nigh on performed a private dance for Junior in his chair. I imagined she would be walking round as red as a tomato this morning. Most memorable of all were the performances of Nana and Lola, who danced on the table. How did they manage not to break their necks while that drunk? Either skill or surprising good luck. Or both. But of course, things didn't end there. We, the men of Sparta, that is, had something to show too. I arranged them all in 3 unorthodox rows and arranged the Spartan battle dance that we had performed before the trial. The synchronicity was so-so, but we had no trouble raising our voices in full. "This is our land. This is our home. This is Sparta." The craziest part is that our speech impressed the system itself, and it responded in a very unexpected manner. You receive a temporary +3 bonus to stamina until the morning. And then, I could remember only a joyful cry. After that, all clarity regarding events was lost. Not even a hint of a memory came to mind about how I ended up sleeping in the estate, hugging these 2 naked beauties. Hey, the idiot's dream had come true. Although what was done could not be undone. Everything was entirely above board. After all, I had 2 wives. Either way, I freed myself somehow from the captivity of Piggy and Gale, got dressed, and tiptoed out of my own home. I immediately ran into Third, who was sat undisturbed at the entrance, leaning his back against the wall. Without turning his head in my direction, he welcomed me. "Good morning, my lord." "And to you. What are you doing here?" I asked. "I'm your ordinary. It is my duty to watch your sleep. Besides, everyone decided to allow you to rest a little longer before troubling you with various questions," he replied. I laughed involuntarily. How kind of them. "Well then, let's go and see if everything is going according to plan," I suggested, extending my hand. Third grabbed it indifferently and pulled himself up to stand behind me, like a guard. Well, maybe not like a guard. Walking around Sparta and watching everyone go about their work, I couldn't help but notice the smiles on the residents' faces. It was as if something had changed within them. The alertness and irritation that had accompanied them up to that point, because of their reluctance to get used to the new world, had disappeared. Now the players seemed to have come to terms with their fate and accepted the new rules of the game. Even work in the fields didn't seem so exhausting now. Perhaps this was because of the general change in mood, or perhaps it was the lack of Piggy and her whip's formidable supervision. Who knew? I noticed that people had started to joke more, to communicate. They spent their free time in conversation, not staring at one spot, waiting for something unclear. The settlement had grown, and with it, everyone's functions and duties had changed. Johnson, with Mustafa's assistance, continued the construction of the huts. People were coming, but we were building faster than the need arose, and we could afford to live quite spaciously. Top Dog was arguing with Botanist about the new developments, while the latter's brigade had a short break in weeding the potato field. Patrick, along with a couple of slaves, carefully cut off the damaged brigantines, turning them into flaps for later use. By the way, they did not miss the opportunity to discuss the advantages of natural leather compared to nasty synthetics, and how much better it was for the environment. Who could doubt it? The blond boy had found a reason to complain and mutter. Mouse and Desk Jockey, set up in the shadow of one of the huts, were having a lively argument about the organization of the future preparatory school. I think they had a lot of items on their agenda to discuss. Major was drilling soldiers from the phalanx. He had built something like an exercise machine from wood and iron. He'd even had damn hanging bars installed. I remembered our previous agreement for a training regimen for young soldiers, but I hadn't expected the military man to take the task up with such zeal, nor for him to have the time to install our first training machines. Perhaps the system would reward people who trained on them with an athlete or gymnast status, depending on which exercises they performed. Who knew? The system liked to encourage new things. Junior, according to Third, had taken a couple of carriers with him, and gone on another walk around the cluster, carrying out reconnaissance of the area, seeing if he found anything useful. We still had no domesticated goats, and the search for other animals wasn't over either. But that was the next mission for the animal rearers, which would mean reaching the next level and more XP. But that wasn't where my thoughts were right now. I suddenly realized that Sparta was finally functioning automatically. We no longer had to run around like a fire brigade, resolving suddenly arising problems. Everything happened imperceptibly and unexpectedly. There was no need to take part myself in initiating some or other new venture. No one came to me with questions. Everyone was busy with their own business and knew what had to be done. That meant I could take care of myself now. Or rather, my own grinding. After relinquishing Third so that he could assist Major in training the recruits, I wandered over to a small tree and settled in its shadow, crossing my legs. Over the past 24 hours, I had managed to gain 2 levels at once, which had brought me 10 characteristics points. I thought for a moment. Where should I put them? No matter what, I was a melee warrior, a fate that I didn't think I could escape. I had no magical abilities, and I could not see any uber weapons with magical characteristics in the foreseeable future. The battle with Kit and the other 2 knights showed that my strength was not all that significant compared to the enemy's ordinary fighters. Only the presence of Peter the Boar and my new armor had allowed me to come out victorious. In order to try and reduce the gap in characteristics, I decided to improve my physical performance. The influence of wisdom and intelligence was not yet apparent. Even after Mouse had grinded intelligence, nothing special happened. She didn't gain XP quickly. It didn't even have any major effect on her mental abilities. Consequently, we could conclude that any such influence was either insignificant at the initial stages or did not appear immediately. That didn't suit me. After all, our war with the Easterners was not yet over. Every day was worth its weight in gold. While we were training here, Jojo was recruiting and rebuilding his forces. The more we delayed, the more difficult the next battle would be. After all, it was one thing to fight with recent newcomers, but it was quite another if our opponents were level 4, even level 5 warriors. That was a completely different weight category. And in the ranks of the riders, people like that made up the majority. What's more, I reckon that among the riders, the majority of them had been grinding their combat skills since the moment they arrived in the world of the system. So war on equal terms was still very far away. I put 4 points in strength, 3 in stamina, and another 3 in agility, a universal distribution, so to speak. You won't get by with strength alone. No matter how strong you are, if you can't hit the enemy, all efforts are in vain. My thoughts turned to thinking about the system store and the toolbox. At first, my eyes had opened wide at the sight of such abundance. After looking through it a little, I began to take stock more soberly. It was like a shopping mall, where you could look through the window as much as you wanted, but you couldn't buy anything. Most things were limited in practice by my level. The selection on offer for beginners like me was fairly miserable. It was all attractive, without a doubt, but their effect probably wouldn't become apparent for a while. There was also still the question of how to build up reputation. Major had now become part of our settlement and could no longer take quests from me. Could Mustafa take his place? Perhaps. But there must be other ways of extracting the sought-after reputation. Besides, I had to understand how we could use these system resources at all. After all, reputation wasn't a currency. It just opened access to various slots. Perhaps a clearer picture would emerge in the next stages of development, and for now, I'd just been given the opportunity to feel how it all worked. Like the closed beta of an interesting but incomplete game. Considering the selection in the system store, I pondered on what I should buy. Artifacts? They were useful items, of course. However, the ones that were available to me now had basically a one-time effect, and only provided specific benefits. There was, for example, a lighter, promising that after burning it, it would clean both body and clothes of all dirt. I wondered if that meant physical or spiritual dirt. However, this item would evaporate after use, which meant I wasn't interested. There was also a crystal ball of truth that wouldn't allow a lie to be told within its range of action, but only for 5 minutes. Among other suggestions, I even noticed such rarities as the old Soviet aphrodisiac, with the amusing bonus, will raise even the eunuch. Obviously, I didn't want to test that out. We were doing just fine as we were. Unable to find anything suitable for our current situation, my eyes fell on the section of buildings and blueprints. Perhaps this could be the decisive element. A weaving workshop, for example. Name: Weaving Workshop. Description: Robinson Crusoe would definitely cry if he had a building like this. Allows you to work with fabric. Allows to produce fabric from wool, flax, hemp, or other components. It was surprising that when we'd sat in lectures on the history of the ancient world, the teachers had talked to us about wars and campaigns, about how one king conquered another's country, how they had fought each other. But not a word was said about how people used to live, how they made clay dishes, how they weaved, literally weaved, fabric together for clothes. It's no coincidence that in every fairy tale, wherever you look, everyone from peasants to princesses sit at spindles and spin, spin, spin. It was the only way to get regular old thread. Painstaking, tedious, manual work. Nobody was going to walk around naked, after all. Behind every everyday fact lie the ingenious inventions of ancient engineers and mechanics, whose names history has not preserved. We needed clothes like we need air. It was better to resolve this issue now, while the opportunity presented itself. On top of which, fabric production was proving to be a strategic direction for our future. Without it, you couldn't build a tent on the move, or create a torch without improvised materials, and you couldn't even make a camouflage cover for yourself. Not to mention a bag to carry things. How would we do without that? This was the choice, and the second choice went to the blueprint. But what should I spend the third on? Lost in thought, I scrolled through the tabs of the store and stumbled upon the book section. Initially, I thought that these would be simple books for reading. There must have been at least a few book lovers who ended up here. However, on closer examination, a whole world of possibilities opened up before me. These were skill books. Any gamer will get what I mean. You read it, and the knowledge flowed straight into your brain. Hence their value. The selection contained folios aimed at different classes, as it happened with Mouse, and textbooks that allowed you to discover both active and passive skills. It all depended on the book in question, on its level of complexity. Unfortunately, most of these books weren't available to me yet, and those that were available had a bias towards the craft professions. Take, for example, Memoirs of a Glassblower. A wonderful book, but not in demand for our current reality. So, once I had already grown desperate to find something actually useful for myself, the last slot in the store caught my attention. Name: The Book of Commander Otto von Klauserstern. The City Takes Courage. Description: Got yourself in trouble? Get yourself back out of it. A nameless man flying atop a cannonball. After reading, the profession of Invader is acquired. Gives readers schematics for the construction of Level 1 siege guns, assault ladder, ram, siege tower. Plus 5% morale to troops during the storming of fortresses, resistance against mental influence and panic. I wasn't so interested in the fighting spirit or the new profession, but those schematics. Were they similar to blueprints, just to do with objects instead? What was the difference? I couldn't say for sure, but schematics for siege equipment were exactly what we need for our war with the Easterners. Jojo was settled in a fortress and would no longer stick his nose out of it. Some would call it cowardice, but I thought he must just be preparing for another invasion. He must have already had more than 24 new recruits to train, which meant we had some time. To attack the bikers' fortress would require a full siege. If we tried to do it like the Easterners, breaking through the gate on boars, we would not succeed. Their leader had the right skill, and we didn't. So we had to act differently and start a full assault. Our opponents certainly wouldn't be expecting that. Covering my eyelids, I nodded along with my thoughts and bought the book. A moment later, it materialized in my hands. You could say that the key to our future victory over the Boar Riders was in the palm of my hand. Smiling at my dreams, I looked at the book's description and suddenly froze on the spot. So, what did we have here? To access the rewards, the book needed to be read from cover to cover. The approximate reading time was 12 hours? What kind of bullshit was that? Chapter 7. Gunther fidgeted unwittingly in the saddle. Before his eyes, the heavy gates of the Blue Oyster opened. Yes, their settlement bore the proud name of the famous bar. Needless to say, when the system had suggested they choose a name for their settlement, they had all took it as some fun joke. It wasn't that funny anymore. Now they lived, in full seriousness, in the Blue Oyster, which involuntarily caused every slave who heard it to smile, after which they were immediately given a severe hit. But Gunther knew that behind their backs, the conquered had to try and make up for their humiliated position somehow. And this was the subject of regular jokes. Because of that, among the bikers it was customary to refer to the settlement simply and understandably as the Fortress. Better than Blue Oyster. The knights opened the gates to greet them, bowing as they met the two riders from the leadership. After all, the Oyster, or rather the fortress, was surrounded by 2 walls. Immediately inside the first wall were the huts of the slaves and knights. The houses were chaotic. Many of them were skewed. But what real difference did that make? The slaves built their own homes, and if their construction proved to be of poor quality, then they would have to sleep under the open sky. To Gunther's left were fields of carrots, on which the workers spent the entirety of their working day. Just here was also the Pillar of Punishment, at which a girl was, as often, being whipped. Her face was unfamiliar, so Gunther guessed that she was new. Probably came from another replenishment after their failure. Shit. I hope she's not whipped until she can't stand up by herself, Stan said, troubled. Gunther looked at him in surprise. He did not expect a word of sympathy from this man. Otherwise, it'll be really boring to have fun with her, the deputy chuckled as he finished his joke. I love fresh meat. Gunther spluttered involuntarily. Well, yeah. What was he even thinking? Immersed in his thoughts, he didn't even have time to notice that the duo were approaching the inner wall. The palisade inside the settlement was much higher and stronger than the one outside. Small wonder, because it protected all of the warehouses that held all loot and provisions, as well as the arsenal. The gates here stayed open almost 24 hours a day. They were only locked in case of danger, or for the night. Inside lived the former bikers, now riders, or hog riders, more precisely. The ones who had survived, along with their personal servants. After all, the bosses loved to live comfortably. Here could be found the harem of their leader Jojo. He had picked himself a few beauties from the cluster, with the female dormitory, and since then they had all lived with him. The rest of the riders and knights were content with the local brothel, to which they sent both the guilty and those who were willingly ready to trade labor in the fields or gathering berries for pleasing the cluster's management. There were also boars nearby, kept in much better conditions than the girls. Only the best animals were selected to raise as combat animals. The rest were used for cargo. For example, one of the boars was harnessed into the heavy mechanism that raised and lowered the doors of the gate. Stern, passing through the second gate, jumped from the back of the hog, sighed noisily, and stretched. His boss descended cautiously and grimaced with a sharp chest pain. It seemed that his body really would take time to recover from the consequences of their recent battle. Regeneration here was much better than in the old world, of course, but it had its limits. As he remembered the fire from which he escaped, he almost stumbled on a flat spot. How could they get across to Jojo that their neighbors weren't like the rest, weren't so stupid and submissive? For Gunther, everything that was happening around them was more like the events of Mad Max. It seemed that the end of the world had come, and now nothing mattered. Humanity was no longer living, but surviving. Everything around them was ruled by force. The weak had neither the belief nor the will to rule their own lives. Until now, Gunther had believed that to be right. A new barbarism had come, and it was useless to go against the current. Only now, seeing the desperate courage the neighbors had shown in resisting them, did he wonder if it was possible to do it another way. That false traitor seemed to have said that they called themselves Sparta. Before his eyes, one of the bikers echoed his thoughts exactly, dragging one of the new slaves by the braid, in the direction of the brothel, of course. The girl was squirming, trying to break away or scratch the brazen man, but one clever blow to the stomach knocked all the strength from her. Then the man, to the hoots and hollers of those watching, threw the slave over his shoulder and walked with the gait of a champion over to the door of the brothel, shutting it behind him. "Ah, home sweet home," Stern laughed. Gunther kept his true thoughts to himself, not wanting to attract any attention. Right then, he wanted to fall through the earth, or become invisible. Then perhaps Jojo would forget about him for a while. "Oh, Gunther," came a voice suddenly from behind him. "I thought we wouldn't see each other again. You're alive, you devil!" Gunther turned around and found himself face to face with Ginger. Their boar breeder, trainer, and in general, the man to thank for the boar riders being riders at all. He also happened to be the only decent man in this madhouse. "Hello, Ginger," Gunther said, allowing an unwanted smile. "What, the rumors have beaten us here?" "You bet," he frowned. "The guys have only just managed to catch the newcomers. Lucky for some." Ginger nodded after the man with a new girl on his shoulder. "But most of us understand that behind each newcomer is an old face who hasn't come back. What was it? Things not go well?" "You could say that," Gunther nodded. "How many of you have come back?" Ginger grew serious. "Me, Stern, and that's it." Ginger grew darker than a cloud. "You'd best watch out in there." The trainer looked around cautiously. "Jojo is not in the best mood right now. You might slow him down, but if anything happens, I'm gonna miss your tediousness." "Is it that bad?" "What do you reckon?" Ginger sighed, on edge. Few were prepared for losses that great, Jojo included. He doesn't show it, but I'm sure he will make people see it. Deep down, the leader of the riders was entirely in solidarity with him. Their boss was extremely unpredictable. And what would happen to him when Gunther and Stern reported another failure? Gunther thought it best not to know. But unfortunately, he would have to be in the front row of the auditorium. "We have to go. Let's not keep the boss waiting," Stern said as he returned, then slapped Gunther on the shoulder. Gunther nodded a resolute goodbye to Ginger, and then, as if stepping into icy water, he moved forward. Their leader's dwelling had a striking scale. This complex, guarded by a whole group of 5 knights and special forces in the form of 3 bikers, stood as a fortress within the inner settlement. Jojo, their head, always cared about his own safety. It wasn't paranoia, but a sober view on the rules of the new world. If he perished, then their whole world, the Blue Oyster, would collapse, causing a wave of rage and indignation among the slaves. For some reason, Gunther was sure that everything would happen exactly like that. He realized that the given management model was not perfect, but there was nothing to do. Harsh times required harsh decisions. It was Jojo who was able to rally them, the lost, ordinary guys from the streets who dreamed about bikes and how they would pick up girls. It was Jojo who hadn't lost his head in the new world and had led them into conquest campaigns in the neighboring clusters, hardly meeting any resistance. But now Gunther was seriously doing a number on his boss by bringing him news of another defeat. He wasn't so much scared as ashamed. Accompanied by 2 knights, he and Stan finally entered the reception hall. The torchlit room was dominated by a huge table, at which all their brothers-in-arms once gathered. They had discussed their plans to take over the world, thrown parties, argued, insulted each other, had fistfights. Now many of them were gone. They hadn't been perfect, but they were his comrades. At the far wall, on a wooden pedestal, sat a man with snow-white hair, combed back and collected in a tight ponytail. His predatory eyes scanned those who entered. A wiry figure, with clearly noticeable straining muscles and a stone statue instead of a face. "Gunther, Stern, you've been gone a long time," he said quietly. Both men involuntarily shuddered and lowered their heads. He knew. Of course he knew. He was the Lord of the Blue Oyster. "We are to blame," Gunther began humbly, but he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder and pulled back. "I warned him that this was a terrible plan," Stern declared excitedly, brazenly, not hiding his irritation. "I told him we shouldn't fall for a trick. But the bastard didn't listen to me. He believed the words of an enemy slave. We could have waited for your team and avoided such an unforgivable mistake." Stern's words were filled with a hidden irony, as if he, pretending to care for his subordinates, was trying to humiliate his cruel and imprudent commander. Gunther, who had been prepared for such an outcome, still barely restrained a heavy breath. There was an unknown weight in his chest, perhaps reminiscent of what Caesar experienced when Brutus stabbed him in the back. A black sheep doesn't turn white by hiding amongst its relatives, he thought to himself. "Is that true, Gunther?" Jojo asked with an impenetrable calm. "The essence of it is true, my lord," Gunther replied gloomily, bowing his head. "I did take people to the enemy's camp, hoping to catch them by surprise. But we were the ones that got caught in a trap, not them. People died. I have no excuse." Jojo slowly rested his head against the back of his massive chair. In absolute silence, rubbing his chin, he nodded, as if agreeing with his own thoughts. "The realization of one's weaknesses is only the first step towards correcting them, Gunther," he said. My lord? Gunther said, bewildered. Were you wounded in battle? Jojo continued. Yes, badly. Then you're suspended from commanding the Boar Riders. You made a mistake, and it should be punished. You will spend a week in the cells, on carrots and water, until I decide your fate. We'll see whether I execute you as a lesson to the others, or praise you for bringing me valuable information about the enemy. Stern will take your place, Jojo proclaimed, and clapped his hands dully.
But Lord Jojo, he's fucked it all up.
Stern didn't even have time to finish talking before Jojo got up from his chair. Tell me, Stern, what is courage? He appealed to the new leader of the Riders with a piercing gaze. Huh? Was all Stern could manage. I asked you a direct question, the Lord said, taking his first leisurely step towards the frozen duo. Well, courage is what idiots use to justify their stupidity, Stern said, quick but uncertain. Interesting answer, but wrong all the same, Jojo said, continuing forwards. Do you know about fleas, those microscopic little parasites? Stern nodded convulsively. The head of bikers did not stop his monologue. Even though we are giants to them, they still attack us. Do you think that is courage? No, fleas don't have courage. Then what is courage? Courage is the knowledge of fear, overcoming it and forcing it into submission. Jojo stopped in front of Stern. He was a whole head taller. You too have come across fleas that have managed to subdue their primitive instincts? Fear of you and your boars. This was a gross mistake. Jojo's fist flew into Stern's chest with a deafening force. Stern folded in half, trying to vomit up all the contents of his own stomach, but nothing but stomach acid came out. Just as well he'd thought ahead and not had lunch before going to do recon on the Westerners. What do we fear more than anything in the world? Pain. Most of all, we fear pain. But is the pain so terrible? Jojo reasoned out loud, while Stern tried to wheeze anything at all in response. He was not successful. A new blow, this time a kick, carried Stern over to the side, planting his back against the immense, strong table. As I've said already, it all starts with an awareness of your own weaknesses. Now, Stern, one of them is known to you. No one is afraid of you. No one worries about you. Your enemy sees you as just another obstacle. The flea looks down on you. Isn't that ironic? Jojo concluded with a cold-blooded indifference. My lord, the new commander of the Riders squeezed out. I'll give you a unique opportunity to differentiate yourself, to become a more worthy, stronger being. Stronger, sturdier, and better than you are now. Teach that daring flea to feel fear again. Show it that its courage is nothing but an illusion, a mirage. Prove it by setting an unequivocal example. Make it remember what pain is. Jojo sat in front of Stern, without taking his piercing eyes away from his subordinate, who was ready to descend into panic. Prove to me that I can make mistakes too. Prove that you are worthy of the new rank of Commander of the Riders. I will absolutely do your bidding, my lord. I'll stamp out those unruly worms like little insects. Just give me a chance. Stern almost threw himself at Jojo's feet. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Remind these fleas that pain exists. Is it possible to know pleasure without pain? What do you reckon? He said, standing up and passing Gunther with a barely noticeable grin. He gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and added, A man grows up by defeating his miserable past. If he is not able to do this, then it is easier to get rid of him than to drag him along. You disappointed me, is what Gunther heard in his head. He guiltily clenched his fists and ground his teeth. The two of you are free. Gunther will be taken to the cells. Stan, start selecting worthy riders. We need to replace those who are no longer with us, Jojo said thoughtfully. The two riders, bowed in reverence, left the spacious hall. Both of them were thoughtful and alarmed by their future prospects. What awaited them? What was Jojo ultimately planning? No one knew. As they left, they just crossed paths with a girl being led by two guards. Gunther, full of gloomy thoughts, barely looked at her. But he couldn't turn his brain off entirely, and several inconsistencies immediately sprang to mind. What sort of girl was making her way to Jojo? She didn't look like a slave or a whore. She was dressed too modestly, strictly even. It certainly wasn't one of Jojo's concubines either. Gunther knew each of them. This guest was definitely unfamiliar. Her face was hidden under some kind of veil, another strange detail. Who was she hiding from, and how did the knights allow it? Was she really being led there? She held herself too independently, as if she was stood next to not a convoy, but an honorary guard. Who was she? All this flashed into his mind as quickly as it flew back out of it. Come on, let's not keep the cells waiting. His guard shoved him in the shoulder, hurrying him along. When the doors closed behind their back, Gunther barely made out some words from inside. The priestess of the goddess Marantis has arrived to see Lord Jojo, the knight announced grandiosely. Gunther suddenly remembered where he had heard that name. He desperately tried to rush back, but the knight, considering it an attempt to escape, pushed the former commander of the riders forward and slammed the bars after him. Chapter 8. If someone had told me that in the New World I would still have to sit and study a textbook, I'd have called them crazy. 12 hours of reading! I don't remember ever spending that much time with textbooks outside of my high school years. Any self-respecting student knew how to bypass the system, reach an understanding, come up with a whole plan, all just to avoid studying. Cramming is every schoolboy's worst enemy. But here in front of me was a real textbook on the art of the siege. Either way, if 12 hours of reading needed to be done, I was going to have to do it. Where else was I going? Heading over to the Lord's estate, I sat against the wall of the building, in the same spot where, until recently, Third had been waiting for me. The book was open. The fresh breeze brought freshness. Sweet idyll. As I dove into the reading, I found that the book contained a concise history of real battles. Sieges, bloody battles for fortresses, passes, bridges, and outposts. The names of Persian rulers, Chinese princes, Mongolian khans, and French and English lords flickered across the pages. Even Prince Oleg was noted for his assault on Tsargrad. As soon as I had read the first pages, a counter started on the interface, on which the reading time ticked in the form of a countdown. 12 hours, really now. Although the book was written in boring academic language, given the situation, I found it surprisingly interesting. I may previously have spoken with Major and Third in the hopes of getting my head around the much-needed art of war, but their knowledge was rather limited and one-sided. Major had spent his past life engaged in radar reconnaissance. What could be more useless in the world of spears and shields? Fortunately, the approach to drill training and formations were the same in all eras. Third knew a lot about sabotage and ambushes, but he was no expert in strategy. So the study was very useful. The first thing I learned from it: if there is even the slightest opportunity not to storm a fortress, that is what should be done. There can be no doubt that the attack of a fortified camp is an extremely difficult task, and in most cases, hopeless. What a quote. Losing a little of my optimism, but redoubling my efforts, I broke through the chapters on maneuvers and encircling the enemy to cut the fortress's supplies off. As I read peacefully, however, a shadow suddenly loomed over me, blocking out the sunlight. "What are you doing?" asked Piggy, dragging her vowels out especially. When I blinked in surprise, I looked first to the left, then to the right, and pointed at myself surprisedly. "We?" I asked. "Do you mean me?" Piggy laughed. "Who else?" she said, sweeping away a lock of hair. "Then I don't understand what you're asking. You can see that I'm reading." "Precisely." Piggy tried to pull the book out of my hand, was rebuffed, and retreated angrily. "You're reading. In the world of the system, anyone would ask questions." The counterattack, words started forming in my head, is one of the most effective ways to stop an enemy offensive and reverse the outcome of the battle. "What kind of purse have you got there?" I retorted, poking my finger at the small purse hanging from Piggy's shoulder. "Beautiful, right?" she said, taking a step backwards just in case. "I suppose Patrick probably already made all the wrist guards I told him to make yesterday," I said. "We should go and check. Of course, if anyone were distracting him from my task—" "I'll go and check myself," Piggy said, taking another 2 steps back. "I'll go and check right now. Just watch me." Before I could enjoy the silence, 2 shadows appeared above me. Piggy was smiling vengefully. A mouse was rubbing her hands. "Oh, a book," she said. "Can I see?" "I've only seen a real book here once. Can I at least touch it a little bit?" If the enemy's forces are superior to you, it may be time to resort to a tactical retreat. For half a day, in fact, I just ran from one end of the settlement to the other. As soon as I got rid of the annoying bookworm, I decided to read at the observation tower, away from the hard workers. Unfortunately, Mustafa saw me and decided impromptu to clarify the work plan for the next week. What a perfect, specially selected opportunity. After getting shot of him and dumping all the agreed responsibilities on Johnson, I settled down behind one of the huts by the lake. I even managed to spend an hour or 2 reading. However, my peace was being disturbed by Major's training squad. He had sent his fresh meat on an endurance swim course. These rhinos not only made the noise of a herd, they almost got my book wet. Even though I was miles from the water, so once again I had to tactically retreat, because in such a ruckus, accompanied by the shouts of drowning walruses, it was impossible to delve into the text. And without that, the time counter just stopped. Out of ideas for where to go, I finally decided to take on the protection of the only thing that would give me silent company. I sat right next to the devil knows what. The perfect interlocutor and companion. Always listening, always supporting. "I'm not bothering you, am I?" I asked the dummy. It didn't answer. Well, what else was it going to do? At least there was no psychiatric hospital in the world of the system, or else they'd definitely have sent doctors for me. Talking to a mannequin? He says that an unclean spirit lives inside it? Pack him up, nurses. Laughing at myself and my simple joke, I looked over at the devil knows what. Either it had grown stronger somehow after becoming Sparta's spiritual protector, or I didn't know what was happening to it. Behind the snow-white mask, black curls had started appearing, straw-like, but still hair. The hands and legs no longer seemed so cotton-like either. It was as if they were starting to take on a real shape. Perhaps we shouldn't even be surprised. I got the impression that sooner or later, the devil knows what would just get up on its own 2 feet. What would happen then? It was scary to even imagine. Would it turn into a person? A spirit? Maybe some kind of fantasy creature? A headless horseman, for example. Shaking my head, I noticed another new detail that I hadn't noticed before. The devil knows what's hair was braided in pigtails. Very real pigtails, with cutesy little ribbons. They were fluttering a little too. Jesus Christ! I did the pigtails myself, a creeping female voice said from my left side, almost making me jump to my feet. If a cat suddenly started speaking like a human, its voice would sound like that. From behind the scarecrow's back appeared the new girl we'd found in the boar riders' camp. I looked up and down her dark face, with a sharp nose and black, shiny hair, woven into 2 thick, tight braids and tied with a rough thread, and a very piercing pair of dark eyes. "Hey, Omari, right?" I said. I frowned for a moment, trying to remember anything about her. "That's right, my lord," she nodded modestly in response. "My grandma called me that." "Grandma?" I asked again. "Yeah," Omari said. "She raised me, from birth." "Got it," I nodded. "You say you braided the devil-knows-what's pigtails?" I pointed at the mannequin, getting another nod in return. "That's right." "Why?" I asked. I wasn't really interested in why she'd wanted to do it, but how she had been able to approach it so closely. Its terrifying aura was still in place. For me, with my will, its current level was no longer so terrifying. Well, and I'm the Lord of Sparta, so the mannequin didn't try to push me outside of training time. But along came a girl and just calmly started braiding its pigtails. She should have fainted upon approach. What kind of characteristics had the system given her? There she was, stood next to me, close to the mannequin. No worries at all. "She just asked me to," she said, pointing at the mannequin. "You can talk to it?" Up to that point, only I had occasionally heard the voice of the mannequin in my head. "Hold on. What did you say? She?" "Well, that's what it seemed like to me," the girl backpedaled. "Why else would she need pigtails?" I looked at the scarecrow again. I thought the porcelain mask was giving me a sneaky look. With pigtails on the mannequin, the face really grew more flirtatious. Frighteningly flirtatious. Like Japanese fucking horror movies. Was it a long time ago that I corrected myself, started talking to you? As soon as I got here, the slave sighed. Apparently the rumors about my grandmother turned out not quite to be rumors. Rumors? People in her village called her a sorceress. In Jamaica, anything strange is immediately associated with voodoo and blood sacrifices. Omari opened her eyes wide, which made me laugh. Her facial expressions were very lively. "Are you from Jamaica?" I asked. "I'm from Miami, from the United States. A yoga instructor. And no sorceress," she replied. I didn't believe that nonsense even in childhood. Until now. Wait a minute, Omari. Something came to mind all of a sudden. "What language are you talking to me in?" "English, of course," she said surprisedly. "So are you." "No," I shook my head. "Almost our entire cluster is Russian-speaking." We both digested this news. Sometimes you forget how far into your head the system is. Our entire cluster had been from Russia. It's not like the names Gazelkin or Kolka left much doubt. After that, I decided, by default, that it was compatriots coming to us. It turned out that the system had become more elegant, simply eliminating all earthly languages and creating a unified one. I didn't know how it worked, but Omari and I were conversing without any problems. On the one hand, it greatly facilitated future communication with our neighbors. On the other hand, you realized even further that the former world was no more, and here we were, playing by completely different rules. "Okay, Omari," I said. "Can I ask you something? Not an order, just an ask." "Of course, my lord." "If she," I looked expressively at the devil knows what, "starts to mess around with anything, come and tell me about it, please."
"Yes, my lord,"
the girl snorted amusedly, and the scarecrow's mask curled into a smile. "Get it away from me!" The conversation proved interesting, but I hadn't turned a single page. What kind of curse was this? Maybe studying really wasn't for me. Realizing that I would not be able to read calmly in Sparta, I decided to throw myself beyond the walls of the camp, combining it with a useful cause. I took Junior and Kolka with me, and we went to catch the boars that had escaped from Vesuvius. None of them had ever shown up near the settlement, and they may have died from their wounds. But if there was a chance to get those valuable animals, then we should take it. We planned to catch them with live bait. I took Peter with me. He had already shown that he knew how to follow a trail, and was generally smart enough for a beast. The boar detective, I thought to myself. Now that would be a show. Peter with a cap on his head, and me commentating everything. "Peter, look for your friends," I commanded the boar. "Find their tracks." Peter sighed disgracefully, as if asking, "Are you sure it's a good idea?" However, he lowered his muzzle to the ground and moved deeper into the forest thicket. "Follow him," I commanded. The boar was in no hurry, so we were going at a walking pace. Almost immediately, it became obvious that we were heading towards the boar riders' temporary camp. That was logical. Where else should we look for the scattered animals, if not their habitual dwelling? When there wasn't far left before the destination, I sent Junior ahead to scout it out. It wasn't likely that the lovers of robbery and raids would have returned, but the camp was empty and cleaned up, like a rented apartment that had once housed Gastarbeiters. Near the animal pens, Junior found fresh tracks. No sign of the boars themselves. But I had a plan B for just that eventuality. I put out a bunch of treats in front of Peter, potato tops, along with the potatoes themselves, and the cherry on top, apple mulch, left over from preparing system cider. The beast absolutely loved it. The funny thing was that this whole absurd plan worked. First of all, I managed to read. You can't make noise or talk in an ambush. The perfect quiet spot. I managed 2 hours of reading the book. Secondly, after a while, the smell of food and their relatives snorting dragged a combat boar from the bushes. It was smaller than Peter, but had also been tamed, clearly one of the rider's animals. This was also evidenced by the burns on its skin. It grunted cautiously. Peter stomped his hoof in response. The two animals were now happy to chomp on potatoes, allowing us to leave our hiding spot. The rest was child's play. We slowly, carefully came out into the clearing, demonstrating that we posed no threat to the animal, throwing it an apple as a bribe. And the task was complete. We had managed to pacify the wary beast in an extremely simple manner. I was worried it would take longer. Apparently, Peter's presence played a role. I thought he might not be a simple boar, but a leader instead. The fact that the second beast had already been tamed will also have helped. Well, and as they say, everybody's got to eat. "Kolka, remember, you answer for it with your head," I said, turning to Kolka while I stroked the boar's withers. "Me?" Kolka asked in shock. "Who else?" In all of Sparta, only me and you have the rider profession, I replied, shrugging. Maybe so. I just didn't think I would get an opportunity like that. Why be embarrassed? You should be happy. You've just joined the settlement, and you already have your own personal animal, Junior said, clapping him on the back. The sharp blow winded Kolka. I smiled unwittingly, leaving Junior's words without comment. Was this a real pep talk, or boar jealousy? A scout doesn't need a boar, but look at it. It's a noble animal, a status symbol. Thank you. Kolka smiled unconfidently. What do we call him? Do you have ideas? I said. It's your steed. Maybe red hair? Junior doubled over with laughter. The enormous monster with giant tusks and blood-red eyes didn't look particularly like a hare. Wait, I said. Wasn't that the horse of some Chinese general? Yeah, Kolka blushed. My ex-girlfriend watched that series, and my ears buzzed. I remembered the name. All right. Hare it is, I agreed. A worthy name for a combat beast. Caution. Player Frail is under attack. The system message popped up before my eyes, interrupting our happy chatter. Junior and Kolka laughed on as if nothing had happened. Of course, the message was just for me. Little, where's Frail today? He went to the mine. He's on guard duty, he answered. We've attached newcomers to more experienced people to train them in the field. Quick, to the tree! Little got what I was saying from half a word in. He squirreled up the nearest pine tree, whose crown rose above the others. The mine! He shouted, already descending. There's a signal smoke at the mine. 2 smokes! 2 fumes, columns of high smoke visible from afar, were not just to signal danger. They were a sign to rush to help. That's what we'd agreed when we sent people to guard the mine. If they became aware of obviously superior forces, the miners would light one fire, hide, and get to the estate. If 2 fumes rose into the sky, then they had begun the fight and were waiting for help. God damn it, I said involuntarily. Junior, get on behind me. Peter will get us there. Kolka, get on Hare and follow us. But I don't know how to, Kolka tried to refuse. Yes, you do. What do you think you have Ryder for? Get your ass in gear, I commanded, reaching a hand out to Junior. He jumped deftly onto the boar's back, while Kolka settled unconfidently in the saddle of his new partner. He took a deep breath and exhaled, then spurred the animal forwards. We dived into the forest, heading in the direction of the mine. Branches began their habitual slapping of our faces and hands. Peter didn't even think of slowing down, as if he realized that every second counted. I kept checking the interface and the list of slaves. Everyone else was fine. All except one. His health was in the red zone. That was very, very bad. Junior, who else is in the mine? I screamed as we raced along. Frail, Roos, and Third, he replied. Shit, that was not good. Very, very not good. We needed to hurry, or else. But it turned out to be too late. We couldn't get there in time. The system gave me a gentle reminder of that fact. Player Frail is dead. Chapter 9. We spurred the boars onwards again once we reached open ground, or the swamps, to be more specific. Peter and Hare launched forwards even faster, carrying us across the land with all the speed available to them. We weren't afraid of falling into the heavy quagmire. The safe route, with no such nastiness, was already well established. What's more, the boars were accustomed to this terrain and intuitively bypassed any suspicious spots. Their wide hooves didn't fall into the soft soil either, as if the animals moved on special skis. The perfect riding beast. Who needed a horse? The occasional low trees did not slow down our combat hogs, which were able to take out entire walls and fences with a ram. Every second was marked by blood rushing in my ears. I squeezed my jaw shut, just to keep the deafening roar of rage from coming out. It really was rage. Our first death. Our first loss. I had no idea how painful that feeling would be. It turned out that the position of Lord was not just a line in the interface, a contract, a transfer of some XP. I felt like a piece of my body had been cut off. It had been ripped away from me, and now the wound was aching, driving me to insanity. Who had done it? Whose head did I have to unscrew and kick into the stratosphere like a soccer ball? Who had dared to touch my people? I hadn't expected such an eruption from myself. Until recently, everything hadn't been easy, but things had been going according to plan. Our planned ambushes had ended with complete success. The trade deal with the Southerners had passed smoothly and without mishaps. We had even managed to outplay Stace at her own game and completely destroy her servants. I had always been prepared for possible losses, but in my mind, not my heart. I was so used to winning outright, and now I was being given such a painful reminder. I wondered if Jojo, my rival that I only knew in absentia, was currently experiencing the same. Had he been relaxing, expecting everything to go according to his plan, and his warriors to always return victorious? Dangerous errors. Thinking like that broke your connection with reality, created your own world, where you wanted to hear only what you liked, ignoring all bad news. Now he wouldn't be so careless. He'd be waiting for us. The death of subordinates was a surprisingly sobering experience. But still, what the fuck? Who had dared to attack my mine? For some reason, I thought of the Boar Riders last. The two fumes clearly indicated that the enemy's forces were not too great. When we decided on the signal system at the mine, we decided that there would be 2 fires. Even arranged a test, making sure that from the observation tower of Sparta, the 2 pillars of smoke were clearly visible. 2 smokes. We have an emergency, but we are holding on and asking for urgent help. In response, the task force should leave Sparta. 1 smoke. The enemy is too strong. We are moving to Sparta. That was the SOS signal that meant the gates should be closed and all troops put on alert. Why 1? Because in that situation, you need to save time as much as possible, and 1 fire is easier to light than 2. If the Boar Riders came, our little outpost would not stand. What's more, our neighbors were unlikely to risk small groups and would now move with all their might. Then what? Had the next border opened and the new aggressive neighbors decided to try us right away? Perhaps an attack by wild animals? I was going to find out soon. Peter rushed through the swamp like a torpedo firing from its launch hatch. He cried as if sensing my hidden rage, as if anticipating the coming fight and the blood that would soon be spilled. "Caution! Player 3rd is under attack!" Our squad shot like a bullet into the clearing. The outer perimeter of the mine was fenced with a palisade, but it hadn't been completed. Instead of a gate, there was a gaping aperture, and part of the wall had not yet been made. It wasn't clear what was happening by the mine. I could see a whole bunch of unfamiliar players. They had no armor or weapons. They seemed to mainly resemble the level 1 newcomers that appeared at the terminal after being revived. Some of them sat in horror near the wall, covering their heads with their hands, while others were running around like they were on fire. They didn't look dangerous, but they'd managed to kill Frail somehow. I grabbed my sword and directed Peter towards the crowd.
No, no, please, don't kill us.
A man dressed in rags jumped forwards. Bald head, a nose that hung down like a plum, big eyes in which all the world's sorrow had been frozen. He also had amazing courage to stand in the way of a running boar, a poor man's Mahatma Gandhi. I pulled up the ferociously screaming boar before the crowd. "Give me one good reason."
We are peaceful people, refugees. We weren't the ones who attacked your men.
Junior jumped off my boar. In one hand he held his long dagger, his first one, the bonus item. In the second was another one, this time newer, Bulat steel. He trained as a dual-wielding fighter. We hadn't brought shields and spears. We were hunting, not going to war. Hell, where was Third? They attacked him, so the threat must be somewhere near him. Third was clashing swords by an unfinished section of the wall, with someone uncertain. His opponent was wrapped in a strange garment, as if hiding the dimensions of their figure and movement. In his hands he had a short sword, similar to the Roman gladius, which he wielded with incredible speed. Third was fighting with a spear, inflicting quick blows with both hands to confuse the enemy. He had a distance advantage, but in this fight, that didn't seem to solve anything. You could see the difference in level just by looking at them. Third had blood on his forehead. He looked exhausted, while his opponent moved easily, as if dancing. He grabbed the shaft of the spear and, gripping it, cut it near the tip. Without breaking his focus, Third pulled out his sapper shovel. Zing! Sparks flew out as the blades collided. Third blocked a quick counterattack, but took one step back. Recounting this fight would take much longer than all of it was actually happening. The fighter's movements were so rapid that the brain barely managed to record individual movements. Hit! Third blocked again, but the enemy seemed to be counting on that, and knocked out my fighter's support leg. Third barely kept his balance, only opening himself up for a second. But that was enough. With a crunch, the gladius punched through Third's brigantine and entered his chest. A bloodstain blurred through the fabric. Third's legs crumpled. He fell to the ground, and the enemy lifted his sword over him. I watched this while racing towards it. Peter and I were hurtling right at them. "You want to kill my ordinary? It won't work, bitch!" "Die, you monster!" I yelled to get his attention. The enemy had a choice. Finish Third off and die immediately, or die a few moments later. He chose the second. He suddenly bounced to the side and threw an object at me. Using the reflexes the system gave me, I beat it away with my jian. At the last moment, I realized that it was a trash copper knife from a bronze box, thrown with amazing speed and accuracy. I pointed my sword at the enemy. He was already running to the edge of the forest, but nobody on foot can hide from a combat boar. Peter, finally, could see and smell his prey. There was no need to chase him on foot. Knock him over, pierce him with his fangs, trample him, and then, if anything was left, you could finish it off with a sword. At the last moment, the enemy stopped and turned to face me. Had he decided to face death? His head was covered with a hood. I could only see his chin. Was this asshole smiling? Pow, pow, pow! Some unrecognizable objects flew under the boar's feet. There was a small rumble of explosions. Peter stopped as if he'd crashed into a wall, almost throwing me off his back. I hardly managed to calm the beast and saw that the enemy had disappeared. I realized, too late, that he had thrown firecrackers under Peter's snout. Powerful, loud, but inherently harmless. That fact, however, did not bring any relief. He'd gotten away. The bastard was gone. He was clearly no fool. Noticing the appearance of forces beyond his capabilities, he had immediately dealt a swift blow. Realizing that he couldn't outrun Peter, he'd simply stunned the beast, then dived into the bushes without a moment's pause. Looking for him alone out there would be pure suicide. On flat terrain, sitting on a boar, I had the advantage. It disappeared once we entered the forest. Even with an advantage in levels and stats, I had lost half my training bouts with Third. But here, he'd been broken down like some kind of recruit. What if the enemy wasn't alone? Who the hell were we facing? I knew I needed to cool my head, but first of all, I had to find out what condition Third was in. This was much easier to determine, not by eye, but by interface. My resident had 9% of his life left, plus the debuffs of stun and bleed hanging over him. As I looked at it, the figure changed from 9% to 8%. Junior was already kneeling over the wounded man, preparing a bandage doused in a chamomile infusion. We didn't have much in the way of medicine yet. Shitty, to put it mildly. "Here, hold on. Lola made this," I said, holding out a little clay pot. She asked me to try it, but I hadn't thought the use case would arrive so soon. Name: Reviving Ointment. Description: There's ribwort. There's plenty of alcohol. Other forest herbs are available. What else do you need for happiness and full health? 15% increase in regeneration speed. Lasts 30 minutes. Our herbalist's experiments were finally bearing fruit. The range of drugs was growing, very slowly, but growing nevertheless. Perhaps we could at least stop the bleed. We needed to get Third to Sparta right away. If he was to have a chance of making it out alive, we would have to take every opportunity. I'd sent him to Lola's house. Let her experiment however she wanted. Just get the fighter back on his feet. But first, we needed to find out what the hell had happened here. The giant Roos looked guilty, hiding his eyes. He was ashamed that 2 of his associates were injured, and he didn't have a scratch. "I didn't even understand anything," he said. "Third said, 'Light the fires.' I went, and then this guy popped out, and Frail fell suddenly. Third rushed at him, and there you were." "Okay," I said. "First of all, you are not to blame. You were following the orders of your commander, and if you hadn't lit the signal fire, everyone would be dead, not just Frail. Do you understand?" I waited for his nod and continued. "Now, go again, but calmly and in order." When unknown people had appeared from the forest, Third had given the order to take up defense positions and light the fires. The arrivals looked frightened. They had no weapons with them, so there was no point in retreating. Let some support come and deal with them. He ordered them to be placed by the wall, but the leader of the arrivals, the bald one, began to beg to come inside, talking about some unknown danger. Third began negotiations with them, or rather, began trying to find out the circumstances, but at that moment, the enemy in the cloak had attacked. He'd appeared as if out of thin air and had attacked Frail first. It took one blow to make the fighter crash to the ground and turn into a bunch of loot. After striking, the enemy also quickly bounced back. The newcomers broke inside like a frightened herd, interfering with keeping up a defense. Third shouted to Roos to look after them and rushed to meet the enemy. Third, oh Third. I shook my head. This was his way of the samurai, his eternal readiness for death, looking for any opportunity to give his life for Sparta. Just wait for him to regain his senses, and I'd give his head a spin myself. Let him do drills with Major, so he can learn to appreciate his own life more. I looked at the interface again. The bleed debuff remained, but his HP had increased. 11% already. Lola's ointment had worked. Too bad it was so small and the active period was about to run out. Who was our enemy? I approached the group of refugees. They were being guarded by Kolka, sat atop Hare. By his order, all of the people were now sat on the ground so that they didn't get tangled up under Hare's feet. They still showed no aggression, just glanced fearfully at Peter and Hare, as if they were very real monsters. No wonder. I had gone crazy at the sight of the local fauna, and here was a rider in full armor, with weapons, atop a similar animal. Now I understood how easy conquests must be for the riders. When your opponent falls into a stupor from just one look at you, what resistance is there to talk about? "Are you the leader of this group?" I asked the bald man. "You can stand." I was surprised to recognize that his dirty, in places torn, clothes were hospital scrubs. Not white, but greenish. "Good afternoon, sir." I could only call myself that with difficulty, but yes, I represent these people, he said, bowing his head politely. "My name is Squidward." This place had a very particular sense of humor. It was puzzling me who he reminded me of. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? "I am Lord Leo, the leader of the settlement of Sparta." "Nice to meet you, Lord Leo," he said, unsurprised by my title. "We want to ask you for defense and protection." He spread his hands. "Because we have no other choice." "Let's discuss it later," I hastened him. "First, explain what we need to defend ourselves from." "Alas, I don't know much," he sighed. "But I'll tell you everything I know." They woke up near the respawn terminal at the same time. 12 newcomers, without levels or skills, zeroed by the system. 8 men and 4 women. All of them had already seen death in the system, some not for the first time, so they weren't overly panicked. Something else had frightened them, something unknown. If 12 people had been revived in the cluster, then something bad had happened here recently. Revivals occurred once a day, which meant that in the previous day, almost the entire population of this territory had suddenly died. All but one player. 13. The Devil's Dozen. The system's favorite number. In each cluster, according to some incomprehensible whim of the system, there were exactly 13 people. Why did only one player survive? Where was he now? Stolen away into slavery? Hiding? Or had he caused the other's death? The panic grew. The unknown factor was more frightening than the obvious threat. Heated debates broke out. People offered to build fortifications, to arm themselves. At the first level of development, it sounded ridiculous. Even the instigators themselves understood this. The newcomers were lucky. Among them was a man named Squidward, a neurosurgeon from Detroit. Calm, reasonable, and persuasive, he convinced everyone to unite. "We need to leave this place urgently," he suggested. "If we unite, the boundaries surrounding the cluster will fall. Then we can escape the danger." 4 hadn't obeyed him and stayed at the terminal. The remaining 8 were enough to create a group with numerical superiority. The borders did fall. This convinced everyone that the real danger was inside. Squidward, like a prophet of antiquity, led his people through the forest. Soon, delving into the thicket, they heard the cries of those who had remained. The cries lasted a long time. They were filled with pain, horror, and suffering. That hurried them better than any overseer's whip. The people were almost sprinting, trying to get as far away from the nightmare as possible. The first attack had happened 2 hours later. The dark figure had jumped out of the woods, grabbed the man who had fled last, and disappeared. They were rooted to the spot, not knowing whether to search for him or to keep running until they heard him scream. The second time, they didn't even stop when the attacker grabbed a woman from the middle of the line. Everyone was just happy it hadn't happened to them. "The rest, you've already been told," said Squidward. "We came here, and your people took us under their protection. We know that we owe you our lives." "Wait," I stopped him, trying to clarify. "You mean that he chose the victims one at a time, even though he could easily kill you all?" "That's right," the man nodded. "But why?" "I could be wrong," he said, "but I'm pretty sure he just likes to kill." Chapter 10. The Predator was a maniac, but not the kind they make TV series or write bestsellers about. He didn't dismember his victims, leaving their bodies in bizarre poses to give detectives an elegant riddle. He didn't dine with filleted parts of blondes, with white wine and the music of Handel. He didn't write letters to the police or to the TV. No one knew anything about him at all. His life, however, had developed following a textbook plot. Broken home, strict mother, frail physique, bullying at school. He killed his first victim when he was 16. Some drunk under a bridge, sleeping in a cardboard box. The Predator poked him with a kitchen knife he'd brought along, until his drunken cries of shock were replaced by screams of horror. And then, a terrible silence. His lack of experience at the time meant that he got blood all over his shirt. He'd had to throw it out, for which his mother flayed the killer with an army belt his father had left behind. This meant the next victim didn't have to wait long for their fate. He killed vagrants, street children, late-night traveling drunks. From the very first time, he had taken the victim's money with him because he was always in need of cash. This brought him some unlikely good fortune. The Predator didn't know, but most of the cases were classified as robberies, and nobody even tried to connect them with each other. There was no visible connection. Men, women, teenagers, different appearances and ages. They were united by one thing. They were weaker than the Predator. Once, as a child, he had watched a program on television in which they described how predatory animals chose their prey. The narrator said they always hunted weak animals, those who had fallen behind the herd, left alone, unable to resist. They weren't going to pick a fair fight with anyone. They'd kill when they had a 100% probability of victory. Since then, he had only ever called himself a predator in his mind. Nothing else. He never hunted where he lived, never left any evidence, always attacked weak, lonely people. The world of the system was a gift for the Predator. First, his imagined nickname turned into his actual name. Second, the system did not condemn his murders. On the contrary, it rewarded him for them. When everyone with whom he had fallen into the new world, all pathetic offcuts from the supermarket he was caught in when the explosion happened, scattered throughout the forest, the Predator began to track down the loners. After all, his starting bonus had been a thermal imager. He didn't understand how this thing could work without batteries in a world where there were no electronics. And the epitome of high tech was a copper knife. But facts are facts. On a screen as dark as rock, dots denoting each player glowed. Some of them broke up into pairs. Maybe they'd been together before. Some formed a group. The Predator went looking for the loners. His first victim was an old man. The killer didn't take the system's features into account. Their strength was equal, and he fought desperately for life. But he lacked experience. The old man was not ready to kill, and the Predator smashed his head with a stone. For this, the system gave him a knife and his first level. He became stronger than the others. He became what he'd always dreamed of becoming: a wolf in a flock of sheep. Judge, jury, and executioner. The rest was a matter of technique and pleasure. He carried out missions, gained XP, and gained levels. Every day the system threw him fresh meat, and he was blissful. In the boxes he received for carrying out each mission came new weapons, a suit that allowed him to dissolve into the forest like a shadow, and many other convenient things. The only things he wasn't offered in exchange for a life were sex, slaves, and sex slaves. But there was nothing else he needed. It was all superfluous. He wasn't a picky eater. A handful of nuts and wild animals roasted at a fire. His lair in the woods was primitive too, but the predator was no stickler for comforts. Then the flow of gifts dried up. Killing newcomers no longer brought him XP. To carry out another mission, some exorbitant number of victims was required. How could you kill 1,000 people if there were only 12 of them a day? As a result, the predator fought off boredom as best he could. He didn't kill them right away. He chased, intimidated, tortured. He enjoyed their fear. Then the barrier between locations fell, and the killer took the life of a high-level player. When the stream of XP poured into him once more, giving him an almost physical pleasure, the predator realized that he was happy again. "Do you think this is all a game for him?" I asked, surprised. "Precisely. Hunting, experimenting, fighting boredom, and testing his skills." Squidward nodded. "That's how he entertains himself and proves his own self-worth." "And he didn't kill you just because then the game would end too soon," I nodded. "I'm afraid that when he chanced upon your people, they also entered his list of targets," Squidward said, lowering his head guiltily. "We have brought you an involuntary threat. After all, your faction looks much more tempting than us. We were completely unable to resist his strength, or our fear of it." He was absolutely right about that. If I was bored, what would I choose? A group of completely helpless lambs who could die on their own without me even trying? Or a new settlement where the victims could resist? Where was it more interesting, more fun to kill? Where would kickstart those tingling nerves of excitement? This killer obviously wouldn't let us go now. After all, the Squidward group wasn't going anywhere either. But Sparta looked like a juicy, enticing piece of meat, waiting for the teeth of an unknown enemy to rip into it. That was worth considering, too. Would we establish peace with this unknown enemy? Very unlikely. After Frail's death, we were no longer able to coexist. His murder couldn't be considered a misunderstanding or self-defense, so we would absolutely have to mete out punishment for it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since our enemy thought only of satisfying his desires, our confrontation would not end until one of the parties died. Having decided on this, I turned again to Squidward, who patiently awaited my verdict. "Okay, we've worked out this psycho," I nodded. "How do you plan to live now? You mentioned a protectorate on my part?" "We are looking only for refuge and a better life," he sighed. "Many of the people who came with me have been killed more than once or twice. They are not ready for life in the new world. They aren't able to struggle against it like more successful players do. We're just little people, nothing more. We've all got a little of the hero from Gogol's overcoat in us," I smirked. For a moment, school years, peaceful life, Earth appeared before our eyes. Huh, how easy it was to fall into nostalgia. "I know what you mean," the man smiled politely. "I can understand your desire to find a safe home," I said firmly. "But you must understand me too. As lord of the settlement, I have a duty to take care of my people, and them alone. I put a strong emphasis on the last sentence, making my conditions very clear to Squidward, which made him nod thoughtfully. "Can we discuss this with one another?" he asked. "Hurry up," I warned. "Staying here is not safe." If Squidward's words were even partly true, had the killer really run away from us? Why would he need to cover his tracks? No, he was definitely trying to track down our place of residence. We couldn't stop him from doing that. Meanwhile, Squidward walked over to the rest of the gathering. Brief negotiations followed. Someone argued, clearly dissatisfied with the choice given. However, the salvation of the drowning is the business of the drowning themselves, and they would have to sacrifice something to get protection from the maniac. In our circumstances, their independence. 5 minutes passed, and Squidward returned to me. "We are ready to follow your leadership, Lord Leo," he said. "I hope you will treat our request with the seriousness it deserves. We want a quiet life, nothing more." "Do you realize that sometimes one has to fight for a quiet life?" I asked. "We understand and accept that. But you can't throw us at your enemies like cannon fodder either. That's all we can hope for," Squidward said, bowing his head. I nodded weightily. "I do not promise you an easy life, but I can guarantee you justice, as I understand it. Not to mention food, shelter, and safety, no less of each than I receive myself." Player Squidward has joined Settlement Sparta in the role Slave. Squidward and 9 other players became part of Sparta. An unexpected boon, no matter how you looked at it. "Lord Leo, may I help him?" Squidward pointed at the pale third. "Are you a doctor?" I asked, although that information was already fairly evident. The man held himself with an almost comical look, which made me treat him with an involuntary respect. Now that we had defined our subordinate-boss relationship, I didn't have to worry about any potential threat from the assembled players. One of the system's most amazing features was its ability to change the way people interacted. Just a minute ago, they were strangers to me, a potential danger, albeit minor, and a potential source of winnings. But now these were my people, whose needs were important to me, and whose protection I had to provide. If only it were that easy on Earth. I'm a neurosurgeon. My specialization is somewhat different, but everyone is taught the same foundations and basics," Squidward said, smiling faintly. "I'll have no trouble putting the right tight bandage on your guy. And maybe there's something else I could do to improve his condition." He was clearly satisfied that he wasn't just a burden in the current situation, and could at least partially repay me for his salvation. A sensible approach. "Okay, I hope you have the right skills. Take this too," I said, giving him the healing ointment. This made him shake his head enthusiastically. "Your ways are inscrutable," he muttered, sitting near third, determining the extent of his injury with a trained eye. "Alrighty, let's see what we've got here." At that moment, a loud clatter came from the direction of the trail. I, Kolka, Jr., and Roos all prepared to fend off an attack, just in case. But our fears were misplaced. Major appeared from the shrubs, followed by the rest of the fighters from the phalanx. The reinforcements had arrived. Just in time. It didn't take long to form a column and set off in the direction of Sparta. Third was laid on a homemade stretcher made of fabric, using 2 long poles as handles. The newcomers and Mustafa's miners, who had hidden all this time in the depths of the mine, went into the middle of the formation, surrounded on all sides by infantry with shields. Kolka and I went at the front and back, covering the detachment and preparing to counterattack any moment. Major also gave me, Junior, Kolka, and Roos spare shields. For good reason, as it turned out. When we were halfway back to Sparta, I made out the subtlest, barely audible whistle. The old man immediately cursed loudly. A split second later, I turned my head sharply to the right and found an arrow flying at me. My body acted on autopilot. My chainmail wrist guard put itself in the way of the danger. Zing! A flash of pain spread across my arm. I watched the arrow pierce the armor. What kind of force did it take to launch it with that much power? Even the armor broke. If it hadn't been there, the arrow would have gone straight through my hand. The attacker was not limited to one arrow. I barely had time to put my shield up in front of me with my other hand. Bam! The new arrow got stuck in the wood, damaging only the outer layer of dense leather. Bam! The impact of a second arrow against the shield shot cracks across it. The knock almost threw me out of my saddle. Bam! The third arrow split the shield in half. Splinters flew in all directions. The tip of the projectile poked at my breastplate, lacking the energy to punch through it. I couldn't stop myself from falling to the ground. A distressed Peter stood next to me, frenzied, ready to defend his master. "Wall of shields!" Major screamed, if a little late. I gave a sour laugh while lying on my back. This maniac didn't waste a minute. He immediately knew who he needed to kill to get the most out of it. From the first moment, he had identified me as the commander. If I went, Sparta would be in chaos, which would only work in his favor. I couldn't exclude the element of personal revenge either. There was a reason I'd been on guard every moment of this journey. I had expected something like this from him. It was a declaration of war, and an open one. The first time around, he might not have known who he was facing, but now he had seen our abilities, and wasn't afraid of us. Fine. He wanted to play? I'd give him that opportunity. Let's play. All in. Squidward volunteered once again to treat the wound on my arm. He used some of the ointment and put a bandage on to stop the bleeding. The crumbs of XP flowing into me indicated that he had gained his first level in a profession. Probably something to do with medicine. I'd have to remember to ask about it at the settlement. There was a dexterity and professionalism in his actions that were lacking when the average person treated a wound or applied a bandage. Most people did it with a mixture of sympathy and fear, trying not to look at the blood at all. Squidward provided first aid willingly and with some restrained pride, as if it was his mission. The rest of our journey went without incident. After working it over, I realized that the enemy had not wanted to kill me. It was a hint, a challenge. It was more important for him to follow us to Sparta. Now he considered himself a wolf who was going to climb into the sheep pen. I really wanted to disappoint him. Returning home, we immediately put Sparta into a state of siege. All workers from the outpost were moved inside the walls, giving only half an hour to take their essentials with them. No reason to give the murderer the chance to collect some XP before taking my people in vain. However, not everyone understood the need for such measures. Why should we hide behind the walls? We have a set schedule. Curfew at 10 o'clock, period. We've not agreed to anything like this, Mustafa grumbled indignantly. I didn't leave him unanswered. In case you have forgotten, Mustafa, in wartime, you must obey me unquestioningly as Lord of Sparta. But if you want to die, I'm not stopping you. You can stay outside, I said coldly. Mustafa, who had been ready for an argument, seemed to have suddenly been doused in icy water. He appeared to have forgotten somehow that we weren't in equal positions. I didn't mean that, he excused himself. What did you mean, Mustafa? Are you saying that my decisions are not justified? That the measures I've taken are excessive? I doubt anyone's had time to tell you about the incident at the mine. I added, frowning. My man died so that your workers could live. We ran into a real killer, a maniac, a psycho. And I'm not just saying that. But he's one guy! Mustafa exclaimed, perplexed. Obviously, his participation, and that of his workers, as auxiliary forces in military operations, had made an impression. He thought that since we had defeated the superior powers of the Boar Riders, one man couldn't pose a threat. He didn't see the whole picture, or perhaps simply underestimated one extremely dangerous enemy. Yes, he's one guy, but that doesn't negate the fact that he is in the shadows, and we are in the light. At some point, this bastard will take a shot, and someone will die, I said, looking Mustafa in the eye. Do you want it to be your wife, Mustafa? He will certainly go for the weakest, the most vulnerable. He'll make sure that the living suffer as much as the dead. No. Mustafa was transforming before my eyes. His face took on a previously unknown, gloomy determination. Put me and my men at your disposal, Lord. Before me was no savvy merchant, but a gathered man, ready to fight to the last for what was dear to him. I smiled involuntarily. It was nice to discover new sides to people, sides that were much more impressive to me personally. Then tell your guys it's serious. This is not a drill, I commanded, and Mustafa nodded obediently. Perhaps this external threat would even prove useful to Sparta. Meanwhile, the darkness of night fell with an amazing pace. While we were busy arranging newcomers in the settlement, moving the outpost and its most valuable property behind the palisade, and placing guards at the walls and in the watchtower, the night came into its own with full royal grandeur. Myriads of stars and the moon disappeared behind a dense layer of cloud, making the darkness even thicker and darker and more eerie. Numerous torches and bonfires were lit in Sparta. The gates were locked. Women and slaves were gathered in the main hall of the estate. I was sure that the stranger wouldn't miss the chance to test our defensive capabilities on our first night. He'd spent too long bored, with nothing to do, grown too impatient. The infantrymen were equipped with heavy cloaks over their brigantines. Additional protection would not prove excessive in this situation, especially if the stranger decided to attack with a bow again, or some other projectile. Out of nowhere, the night's peace and quiet was violated by a woman's cry, sharp, trembling, piercing. Everyone startled, including me. The infantrymen at the perimeter of the estate swiveled their heads around worriedly. Major stood next to me, knitted his brow. "It's from outside," he said. "Is everyone inside now? Are you sure no one stayed?" I asked. "We got everyone. Me, Johnson, and Piggy all counted. Everyone is here," he said confidently. Then came a second scream. This time it was obvious that it was coming from beyond the palisade, somewhere out in the forest. There was so much despair, fear, and pain in her cry that your shoulders started involuntarily shuddering. "Who do you think it is?" Major asked. "Frail was killed this afternoon," I said. "So their terminal may have already sent a replacement. Some poor person's got a bad deal." "We need to save her," Junior said indignantly. "I don't care if there's a murderer. We can't let him do whatever he wants right by Sparta's walls. He's torturing a woman." His words were interrupted by a dull knock. Mouse clipped him round the back of the head. "Have you lost your mind?" the mage objected angrily. "He's luring you out there on purpose." I was grateful to Mouse for voicing my own thoughts. The psycho was waiting for us to come to the rescue. Then he'd just intercept our group out in the dark of the woods. That poor girl didn't stand a chance. She was just bait. But acknowledging that was disgusting, too. "But we can't," Junior continued. "Can't what?" Mouse said, folding her arms.
do this, he insisted.
Major and Johnson looked at me expectantly. It was clear that they agreed with Junior, but at the same time they were aware of the danger of the situation. One way or another, the enemy was achieving his goal. We felt helpless listening to those horrific cries. My people's morale was dropping before any battle had even started. I had an interesting thought. "Mouse, follow me," I ordered the mage, and we disappeared into the estate. In a small room we had an arsenal of starting bonuses, our treasury. No need to carry them with you all the time. When I found the right object, I passed it to Mouse. "A bat?" she asked, surprised. "Let's go," I smirked. "There'll be time for questions." Sparta had something to tell the enemy. We went up to the watchtower. We had a view of the clearing in front of the wall, which had recently become much larger, and the gloomy wall of forest. The cries of horror didn't stop. They seemed to be getting even longer. "Can you determine the approximate location by the sound?" I asked. "I don't think Oh!" Mouse wanted to say that in the dark she couldn't make anything out, but then the rangefinder's skill worked. "And now?" I smiled. "Now I can," she replied, although her smile didn't bode well. "Should I fry him?" "With the most powerful lightning you can," I nodded. No more instruction was required. Mouse squinted, looking around the clearing. The moans and screams didn't stop. The killer wanted to fight, wanted to lure us out, break us apart. We would have to disappoint him. Mouse formed a snow-white ball of light in front of her, crackling and throwing out sparks.
"Take a grenade, fascist!"
she screamed, and swung the bat. The ball disappeared with a deafening rumble. Bam! Part of the forest was torn by lightning. Several trees lit up, lighting up the surroundings. And silence. Our mage grows stronger with every day, I thought. There was probably a crater out there in the woods now.
"Did I kill him?"
Mouse asked. "God only knows," I said, stroking my chin. "I want to hope we did, but we have to be prepared for the worst." We'd hurt him. Next move was his. Now he wouldn't trade in small fry. He was pissed off. He'd come on his own. "Put out the bonfires," I commanded. "Let him think we're not waiting for him." Light is beautiful, like being under a guard's watchful eye. But I made a deal with someone today, and made someone a promise, which had been accepted. So let darkness fall on the village. Very little time passed, 15 minutes in my internal clock, when I heard a creeping voice right inside my head. "The Wraith. It's crawled inside. Kill it." Chapter 11. "He's inside," I told those who were stood next to me. "But how?" Junior looked around bewildered, staring into the darkness. "Are you sure?" Major asked. "Absolutely," I said, drawing the djinn from its sheath. Sparta was immersed in dense, almost tangible darkness. The rustle of the foliage sounded like a funeral hymn, and the howling of the wind was a distant moan. Creepy. Too creepy. Especially when you realize that this darkness was far from harmless. There was a beast in it that saw through you, felt your fear, the tension in the air, and just enjoyed it. A monster that we had to destroy, just like any enemy that came before him. My subordinates nodded and prepared for confrontation, checking their armor and brigantines. Correcting the edges of my heavy cloak, I nodded to Mouse. "If you'd be so kind." "The crown?" Despite the nervousness, she smiled. Just give her the chance to put her magic to work. "Precisely." Between her palms, which were held to face one another, a small, barely perceptible spark lit up. 1 second. 2. 3. And the light got no brighter. However, we could all feel it absorbing more and more energy. The heat radiating from it gradually intensified, and the coolness of the night was replaced by a swelter. This was especially noticeable because most of us were dressed in heavy leather cloaks. Mouse lifted her palm, and the light instantly disappeared into the sky. First it became a small, almost imperceptible point. Then it turned into a bright flash that illuminated the entire valley and hung up high. The mage had done what she needed to. The nighttime darkness completely receded, replaced by a clear day. Now the killer was in the palm of our hand. The player in a dark cloak froze, like a cockroach trapped in the middle of a kitchen. He obviously needed to blink. The perfect moment to strike. "Attack!" I roared, and the whole phalanx, except for Major and the very newest soldiers, rushed at the enemy. Get hold of him. Don't let him go. Don't let him escape. Now that this thing was in the light, we couldn't let it hide. "I won't miss this time," I heard Mouse behind my back, along with the crackling of lightning accompanying her. Without waiting for the order, we dove to either side, giving Mouse the opportunity to hit the killer. Bam! Lightning, sparkling in a snow-white arrow, flew past us directly into the chest of the enemy. However, he fell to the ground with incredible agility, letting the magic projectile pass over him. The spell crashed into the wooden hut behind him with a roar, scorching the walls and igniting a small fire. "Fuck!" I cried. I hoped the fire found someone else to put it out. We still had more urgent matters at hand. The phalanx and I were in a hurry to surround the killer by weaving a tight ring around him. Our spears were pointed at him, shields ready to repel any attack. Junior rushed at the enemy first, forcing him into a duel of agility and winning us time to surround the enemy and cut off any escape routes. Both men instantly entered the bout without saying a word. It was immediately clear that they were not fighting for their lives, but fighting to the death. Sparks poured out in all directions from the clashing metal. The clanging weapons eventually merged into a single, almost indistinguishable hum. Sparta was drowning in a well-coordinated melody of battle. The two players disappeared. In their place fought two shadows, whose movements were physically difficult to make out. The two daggers in Junior's hands met the short sword and knife in the hands of the murderer, who wielded them with amazing dexterity. Suddenly, Junior switched one of his daggers to a reverse grip, changing the dynamics of the battle. Although the killer had not expected such a turn, he managed to block the lunge with the edge of his knife. A cracking sound rang out. The fragile object couldn't withstand the blow and scattered into metal fragments. The fragments threw up a glare that momentarily blinded and distracted the killer. But he didn't waste any time. The knife shard flew millimeters from Junior's carotid artery. He dodged it, but the blade left a shallow cut on his neck, from which blood immediately started flowing. Junior instinctively pressed the wound, but the killer had been counting on it. Another blow of his short sword was directed right at Junior's throat. Zing! I stood in front of Junior, stopping the blade's swing with my Geon. Sparks flew again, and I saw a satisfied look on my opponent's face, an almost childlike excitement. It was like he was playing with us, enjoying our resistance. It was like he was tired of chopping up newcomers, and he liked that the prey was resisting. The enemy began a series of attacks: top, bottom, left, right. I blocked them, but an unexpected kick sent me 2 steps back, knocking me off balance. He didn't wait for me to recover, and attacked the wounded man who was trying to keep himself out of the way. It seemed that, despite his bravado, he was deciding to fight at full strength and reduce the number of opponents. The next second, an arrow flew into the killer's shoulder. With a dull thud, it pierced his cloth garment and tore into the flesh. He barely stayed on his feet. Sticking his sword into the ground, he managed to maintain his balance, remaining in a half-seated position. He looked around perilously in search of the shooter, and found him. Major had been stood behind the backs of the phalanx all this time, waiting for us not to be stood next to the enemy so he could attack. This was also understood by the murderer, who simultaneously rolled into such a position that I was left in Major's firing line. Sneaky bastard. Quietly grunting, he chose me again as his target, noticing that Junior was being taken behind the wall of shields. Now it was a battle with me. The ring was shrinking, slowly but surely. If we even gave the enemy a chance to locate a weak point, he would make use of it. One of the phalangists tried to hit the killer in the back with a spear, but he reflexively jumped forward, avoiding injury. He immediately followed that up by hitting me with a new, furious combination. Honestly, with just one sword, he became even stronger. Primitive, clear attacks, which had previously counted on a superiority in agility, were now replaced by real technique. Deceptions, faked attacks, underhand blows. It seemed like the enemy had a feel for every mean method of fighting there was. How had he managed to grind that much? Or was the system just generous in rewarding murder? My Jian didn't miss any of his blows. I moved economically, reacting only at the very last moment, and managed to hold off the enemy's pressure. Thanks to my high will, which helped me to focus my attention and prevent any distraction by the killer's deceptive movements, I was fighting him on an almost equal footing. Another blow passed by me, only slightly damaging the heavy cloak. In response, I stabbed forwards with the Jian. The killer bounced to the side, but I managed to damage his strange robe, cutting off a small piece of it. He gave a muted grunt. That had clearly irritated him. He increased the pressure suddenly, and I started missing more of his blows. My defense was cracking at the seams. The Jian just didn't have time to block one attack before 3 more were flying at me. A wound on the palm of my hand, a cut on my cheek, and my left eye very nearly popped out. The killer was acting cunningly, brazenly, with an unshakable determination. My cloak turned into a torn cloth with every passing second. But I didn't lose my temper. The trap was finally working. The ring had formed, and the phalangists struck their first well-coordinated blow. Strike! The killer wriggled incredibly deftly, evading 3 spears and cutting off 2 tips. The 6th spear he grabbed with his palm and jerked it towards himself. The infantryman tried to pull his weapon back, but his comrades held on to him, not letting him disrupt the formation. He had to sacrifice the spear to the stranger's free hand. Looking at the battlefield, he spun the spear like a pole and, to the surprise of everyone, broke off its tip. The enemy was trapped and knew it, but he still smirked. No details were clear from under the hood. All we could see was a sharp chin and that sneaky grin. He was like a predator in captivity. Trapped, but deadly. Not only did we have to kill him, but I had to achieve it with minimal losses. My men were too valuable to lose because of this beast. Mouse, distractions. The mage nodded and put her hand out from behind the wall of the shield carriers. Major's arrow and Mouse's fireball soared through the air at the same time. A double blow. Bam! He deflected the arrow with a blow of his pole and threw the spear tip at the fireball. The metal and the ball of fire collided halfway. Bam! A thunderous explosion. The mage knew how close we were to the opponent and had put less energy into the spell. But nevertheless, the flames spread across the dry grass and instantly flared up. Shit! It was interfering with our plans. The fire cut off the infantry from the enemy, becoming a barrier between them. "Semicircle! Attack!" I commanded. We'd have to risk it. The flames may have blocked our infantry's path on one side, but the killer couldn't get through it either. The ring was transformed into a semicircle, and they struck with the same zeal and coherence. I could see Top Dog and Botanist, supported by Kolka and Roos. The spears flew towards the stranger. The pole and the short sword chopped and shredded, deflected and pushed aside. The killer didn't stand still, wriggling like a snake, nor did he allow himself to be taken by surprise. I had to take some blows myself to save the lives of my soldiers. He was breaking shields, tearing cloaks, crumpling spears, throwing out splinters and shards, aiming for eyes or other vulnerable points. He knocked Kolka off his feet with a circular swipe. Botanist was beaten out of the formation with a deceptive lunge, and a spear shaft flew straight at Top Dog's nose. The stranger was acting like a driven beast, not so much in an effort to kill, more to inflict as much pain on us as possible. Despite the hum of the flame, the crackling of wood, and the rasp of a dozen throats, I could hear his breathing growing uneven. His movements lost their former grace, weakened under the influence of exhaustion. This beast was losing strength. He was weak, and we were going to kill him. Now or never. Suddenly, the figure in the cloak stopped, allowing us to look him up and down for the first time. Dozens of small cuts, bloody clothes, lots of holes in a scorched cloak. His hands and feet faintly twitching, all smeared in mud or his own blood. Gray from the dust and soot, his hood still hiding his face, and that caustic, mocking grin. He didn't seem to believe in losing. Or perhaps he was just enjoying what was happening? Junior and Major took their positions next to me. The phalangists switched from spears to sapper shovels. The second round of the monster hunt was about to begin. "Ready to die?" the killer asked. His voice was so dry that it resembled the crunch of tree bark more than anything human. The fighters froze in shock. We were used to thinking of him as some kind of beast or creature from hell. We hadn't expected to hear ordinary, intelligible words from such a creature. It was unnerving. "Hold formation!" I commanded, shaking off their fascination with the killer's words. "Who wants to die first?" he hissed with a creeping whisper, signaling for the next round. Bent like a sprinter at a crouched start, he sprang to action and rushed towards me. Major fired an arrow almost at point-blank range, but he had time to dodge it. Mouse held up her hands powerlessly. Lightning, or a fireball in such a tight space, would sooner kill one of our own than damage the enemy. "Back!" I screamed at her. Junior understood sooner and threw his wife behind him, blocking her with his own body. He took the first blow, putting his paired daggers under the enemy's gladius. He was so strong that he managed to throw him back. I immediately switched on, forcing the enemy to go on the defensive. He blocked my blow and immediately stamped his foot into Major's chest, who had discarded his bow and now also switched to hand. To an observer, our fight would have graced any martial arts movie, and the audience's sympathies would certainly be on the side of our enemy. You know the scene. The hero fighting off a bunch of underling guards. He was fast. Incredibly fast. 3 of us attacked him at once, The best fighters of Sparta. Me, Junior, and Major. We were doing our best, and he was still out of our reach. He deflected each of our attacks, managing to manipulate us so that we started interfering with each other and snapping out short counterattacks one after the other. I could feel some strange sense of detachment and beauty in what was happening. The whole world ceased to exist except for our sword dance. Every step, every blow, every sound of metal on metal merged into a single canvas. It seemed like if someone missed a single step or move, it would all crumble and disintegrate. My armor was crushed in 2 places. The metal scales had been torn off at the shoulder. There was a new cut on my wrist. Major's leg was covered in blood. He was limping. Junior was exhausted to the very last points of his stamina. A little more, and he'd just fall to the ground. But our enemy wasn't doing so great either. The knowledge that he would not leave the battlefield alive today was infiltrating his brain. A mistake by any of us would be our last. Bam! A fragment of a shield flew into the enemy's back. He beat it away with his elbow, but was knocked off tempo. Looking forward, I could see Botanist's contented face. "DOS attack!" he shouted. What? I had no idea what that had to do with anything. Overload the system! Stones, spears, shields! It dawned on me. Whatever you've got, hit him! All kinds of junk rushed at the enemy. The phalanx picked up stones and debris from the ground. The killer beat them off, but he wasn't capable of repelling everything at once. In fury, he rushed at the spear points and immediately allowed a blow to his back from me. The sword swiped across him, not connecting hard, but leaving a bloody strip. Turning around, he finally looked me straight in the eyes and gave a smile. "We will meet again," said his expression. Bam! 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 Once more, firecrackers exploded under our feet. The fighters jumped aside. They hadn't been expecting it. After the bangs, we were enveloped in a thick smoke. Poof! Where is he? Don't let him get away! He's here! Ah! For about a minute, we couldn't see shit, and then the smoke started to dissipate. In the deafening silence, broken only by the moans of the wounded, Major asked dazedly, "What? Did he get away?" Yeah, the killer had escaped, like a real shinobi, leaving behind only ashes and confusion. Ha! 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 I couldn't resist, and broke out into peals of laughter. That asshole! What are we going to do, Lord? We lost him, Junior remarked with a bowed head. I could tell by looking at my subordinates that they thought I'd gone crazy. What are we going to do, you say? I laughed. We'll just kill that animal. Everyone looked at me, puzzled. But he escaped, didn't he? Kolka asked. That's right, I agreed, heading over to the place where our enemy once stood. There I lifted up a small piece of cloth, the part of his cloak that I had cut off at the beginning of the battle. But who said we should just let him go? Open the gates! To the credit of my men, despite their surprise, they ran over to obey my orders. Amid the general confusion, I approached the pig pen, where Peter and Hare had been placed temporarily until they'd had separate stalls prepared for them. I brought the scrap of cloth to Peter's nose and let him sniff. The boar flared his nostrils and screamed, staring wildly at me with his little eyes. You could see he liked the game. And now, Pete, fetch! I opened the enclosure. Peter walked out, snorting and wiggling his rear amusingly. He lowered his head to the ground and gave a ridiculous sneeze, passing by the remnants of the explosive. Then his movements became more confident. He walked over to the wall, and then it was like a huge red torpedo swept out of the gate. Red hair and 7 growing piglets, which were already up to an adult human's waist in height, rushed after their leader with a squeal and a grunt. The monster hunt continues. Chapter 12. The boars broke out into the clearing and rushed off without stopping. Following the escaping player, they left the clearing, which was no trouble to move through, behind them. Take care to jump over the fallen trees, leaving a third of the infantrymen in Sparta as a reserve and guard for the rest. I followed after the herd with the phalanx. The animals moved much faster than they would if I or Kolka had been sitting on them. They practically ignored the trees and shrubs in their path without slowing down for a second. That's why I let them out of the paddock without their riders, so that nothing restrained the animals in their natural habitat. That was the decisive factor. The enemy had not gone far. The speed of a human was significantly slower than these living rockets, especially if that idiot was trying to confuse his tracks. Armed with torches, we soon caught up with our enemy, who had already been raided by the boars. These animals had the strength of a battering ram. I couldn't see any damage on them. They must have knocked him down before he realized he was being followed. "Peter, back!" I ordered. Though indignant about it, he roared to his wards to signal their retreat from the player, who had been beaten until nicely tenderized. Clever animal, you had to admit. Intelligent and understanding. The stranger was no longer a threat. Torn to shreds, his clothes and hood torn, numerous bruises and cuts all over his body. He was unconscious. I wouldn't even wish upon my worst enemy that they would find themselves under these beasts' hooves. However, this character fully deserved his fate, and hadn't earned a drop of sympathy from me. He was the only one responsible for what had happened. I pulled the torn hood from his head, revealing a skinny, pale face with broad cheekbones. He reminded me of Zombie, the office clerk who had arrived with us on our first day in the system. The same bags under his eyes and cracked, almost blue lips. Indeed, he somewhat resembled a caricature of a maniac who had not left his den for weeks, if not longer. Most importantly, he was alive. It would be so easy to send a beast like that on his next lap, wouldn't it? But no, that would be too easy. 2 players, moving with extreme caution and readiness, held sharp spears at the killer's face. 2 more carefully swaddled him, while checking for the presence of any valuables in his pockets. I was sure his body would be full of surprises. How else could we explain his high characteristics, which had turned him into a real killing machine? Grab him and wrap him in skins. Don't forget to check his pockets, so he can't throw anything and run away again, I ordered, and the infantrymen immediately busied themselves with my task. "Ready, Lord!" they declared, after wrapping the killer as tightly as possible in several heavy cloaks, and tying him with rope from head to toe. He resembled a cocoon. "Load him onto Peter," I commanded. "Let's go home." Finally, this restless night was nearing its end. Back in Sparta, I witnessed a funny scene unfolding. Peter gave an orderly roar to get the disgruntled piglets to return to their pen. After that went the leader himself, looking at the infantryman who was stood near the gate with a mute question. The guard, giving a couple of stunned blinks, was working out whether to shut the gates, while the animal gave a satisfied snort, returning to what it deemed a more important occupation: chewing potato tops. Damn, what level of intelligence had the system given these things? If I had told this story to someone from Earth, they wouldn't have believed it. But it was different here. We'd lost our minds, but we'd gotten used to it. I wondered if all the animals had more brains, or if it was just specific ones. I noted that I'd also seen this kind of intelligent behavior in wolves, whose level had been even higher. So perhaps the higher the level of the animal, the more consciously it behaved? If Peter was acting like that at level 10, then what could we expect from him at level 40? Would he turn into some pig-like half-man, like an orc or a kobold? But back to reality. All clothes were taken from the killer. He wasn't left with any of the bonus items he had on him either. He'd been decorated with them like a Christmas tree. I could see that he was already regaining consciousness and was only pretending to be lying there, dead to the world. Either he was delaying the inevitable, or he was hoping for a chance to escape. His arms and legs were fastened with a tight rope that didn't even let him sit himself up without our knowing. Botanist and Top Dog, along with a number of infantrymen, remained on guard, continuing to protect the estate. Everyone else gathered around me. Junior, Mouse, and Major stood nearby, ready at any time to stop an escape attempt. Mouse's palm was held open and up. From this distance, her lightning wouldn't miss. She'd turn the bastard to ashes. Although, of course, I hoped it wouldn't come to that. That would be too easy a death. "Got me anyway, huh?" the prisoner rasped, trying to straighten himself out. "That's right," I replied, crossing my arms. A small kick prevented the killer from getting up, leaving him on his knees. His face was covered with wounds and bruises. He was breathing hard. He'd obviously broken several ribs. Despite all that, he stayed calm, even if it took some effort. "What are you going to do to me?" the killer asked. "What do you think?" "Give me an award?" He smirked, then began to cough. "You bastard! You think jokes will save you? We'll cut your head off and be done with you," Junior blurted. "That's not enough for him to repay everything," Mouse hissed. "What's wrong?" the prisoner asked, seemingly genuinely surprised. If the system was against murders, it wouldn't give you rewards for them. I was just playing by the rules. Why all the drama? "He killed Frail. Cutting off his hands and feet won't be enough," added Roos. "Are you in charge here?" The killer addressed me directly, ignoring everyone else. "If you're in charge, that means you're smart. Think about it, Chief. You kill me, then what's next? Will it do any good?" "So you think you can do us some good?" I laughed. "You bet. I've shown that I'm stronger than all of them combined. I didn't die. I made it out of the surroundings. I wouldn't have been caught either, if you didn't," he faltered. "If it weren't for your trick." "What about the life you took from my settlement? What about Frail, who you murdered at the mine?" I asked nonchalantly. "I killed him because he was weak. I was stronger. That means my life is more valuable. I can be more useful. Much more useful than the others," the murderer said hoarsely. "You've seen my abilities. I can use them for your good. Don't be stupid, Chief. It's a game. There's no death. Your little guy is already running around alive. I leveled up on that squirt. Now I can benefit you." Everyone present was silent. Their agitated looks were trained on me. There was logic in the killer's words. It was wrong. It was unusual. But it was there. That's why everyone was worried. What would I do? What would I choose? He could, indeed, strengthen us before the real war. He was stronger than any of us. Could I give up my principles for efficiency? His skills would certainly be extremely useful in the siege of Jojo's fortress. Plus, among my subordinates, only Junior suited the role of pocket assassin. Here in front of me was a real talent. But all the same, I'd made my decision, and I did not intend to change it. "That's right. You're absolutely right," I nodded. which made a happy smile appear on the face of the prisoner and made my subordinates involuntarily clench their fists. Major pursed his lips stoically. Junior muttered angrily. Mouse folded her arms. It was obvious that they were all disappointed or disagreed with me. But I hadn't finished. However, my extended index finger attracted everyone's attention again. I do not negotiate with terrorists. You attacked Sparta, took one of our lives, consciously, remorselessly, and you plan to do it again. That cannot be forgiven, and you certainly won't be recruited. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You have come to us with a sword, so you cannot expect to be showered in glory and honor. But you're right. I won't bargain for your life, because I already promised it to someone else. Pushing the prisoner with my foot, I knocked him off balance, and, as he floundered like a worm on the ground, I grabbed his legs and pulled him along.
What is happening?
He screamed, starting to panic. Well, it was time. I couldn't trust anyone else with this mission. I dragged the prisoner right to the devil knows what. The porcelain mask smirked, its bottomless eyes turning into two abysses. Black curls, like the thinnest of tentacles, suddenly grew out of every opening in its clothes. From under the gloves, pants, belts, mask, and instantly enveloped the figure. They grabbed the prisoner and began to slowly but surely pull him towards itself, enjoying his growing panic. Without even trying to hide his despair, the man cried,
No, no, no! Wait, Lord! I can be useful!
He wriggled and tried to break free, like a worm on a hook.
I swear, I'll work non-stop! I'm begging! I promise! I'll do anything!
But all his prayers were in vain. The mask of devil knows what split in half, opening its mouth, bottomless and dotted with dozens of rows of the sharpest white fangs, like a shark. In place of its eyes were two scarlet lights that looked hungry for blood, glinting furiously, like a full birthday cake in front of a child. From the depths of its mouth came a giggle, as if this was all just fun. The fangs sank forcefully into the man's feet, and he squealed in pain. Tears and snot flowed down his face. The pain blinded him and deprived him of reason. The tar-black curls pulled him higher and higher, allowing the devil knows what to swallow him a little further. Blood spilled on the ground. In the dark, it looked black. This torture lasted a few long minutes. Once it was over, the prisoner could no longer scream or even moan. He just mumbled inadvertently when the devil knows what finally swallowed him whole, flattening his skull with its jaws. The mannequin returned to its original form. Only the bloody stains and the scraps of fabric on the ground could prove that there had just been a man here. Tasty. This was how the Predator's adventure ended. You have sacrificed the player Predator. Being devil knows what accepts your sacrifice. Predator's soul has been disembodied. Respawn is no longer available to him. Devil knows what has gained strength from its first victim. The radius of the devil knows what sphere has increased to 30 meters. The devil knows what sphere is now capable of protecting against level 2 energy entities. Messages poured over me endlessly. Congratulations, you have made your first sacrifice. You have gained a profession. Priest. 1. Description. It's so easy to sell a soul if it's not yours. Reward. 100 XP. 1 bronze box. Mission. Sacrifice 5 more people to reach level 2. Thank you kindly. A bronze box for a lasting death. What could I say? A worthy reward. Caution. By subjecting a soul to permanent death, you have disturbed the fabric of creation. Caution! The line between the spiritual and the physical planes is thinning. Caution! You have received the debuff, Obsession. Characteristics: you have become vulnerable to energetic entities. Such entities are able to contact you. Description: and the follower of the Holy Father asked why he had taken up arms to expel the spirits from the body of the demon worshippers. How could you have shot people? And the answer was given to him: with them on their knees. Duration: 1 month. Observe spiritual hygiene so as not to attract mental parasites. We wish you a pleasant obsession. The night passed, and the morning sun slowly expelled all dark thoughts from my head. We had won and destroyed a dangerous enemy. Moreover, we saved the world from his presence forever. But this obsession, within the walls of Sparta, it wasn't scary. The devil knows what would reliably protect me from any parasites. It was something else when I traveled out to campaign against the riders, and that defense would cease to work. That was an issue we would have to resolve. In the meantime, I distracted myself with housekeeping trouble. Everything returned to its previous place. The siege was lifted. The workers, under Johnson's leadership, repaired the damage done during the fight with the Predator and just did some cleaning. Top Dog and Botanist, cursing wholeheartedly and recalling the murderer in the cold light of day, set about restoring the shields, brigantines, spears, and other weapons and armor. Gale took to restoring the Predator's outfit, which immediately seemed unique to me. Name: Assassin's Hood, damaged. Level: Legendary. Description: no one will see your face, no matter how strong the wind. Hide in the dark and act discreetly. Don't go out into the light, otherwise, what kind of Altair will you be? Bonus: Agility +3, 8. Name: Sturdy Cape, damaged. Level: Legendary. Description: it will hide you from the rain, the wind, and enemy blades. The first block is free. Bonus: allows you to block 1 blow every 24 hours, up to half the owner's strength. Stamina +2, 4. Charisma +0, 2. Name: Strong Boots. Level: Legendary. Description: Legolas would have dreamed of shoes like these, but his universe never got round to a house of fashion. Bonus: Stamina +6. She had assured me that she would make every effort to repair each of the items, but she gave me no exact timescale. It was a lot of stuff. If she managed to restore things like the cape and the hood, then Junior would advance significantly in his specialization. In the meantime, I took a visit to Third, who was currently under Lola's temporary care. The ginger coddled the young man with an unrelenting enthusiasm, trying to talk to him and tell him all the stories she knew of in the entire world. Third lay there, impenetrable as flint, his lips tightly pursed. Judging by the pleading look he gave me, he was counting the days until he got out of this trap. But I would stop any attempt by him to get back to work until his body was fully recovered. According to Lola and Squidward, who was also taking part in his treatment, Third's condition was improving, and in the coming days, he should finally get back on his feet. Satisfied with this information, I returned to my estate, where the most pleasant mission of all was awaiting me. Studying the newly acquired trophies, in theory, the Predator should have had as many as 13 bonus items. However, when we searched him, we did not find anything like that number. We could assume that the firecrackers, smoke bomb, and blade were gifts from the system. On top of that, you could take off the assassin's hood, cape, and boots. All told, That meant there were 6 items missing. What's more, the blade had been broken decisively, meaning that beyond the label broken, you couldn't find anything out about it. After a complete search, we had only managed to find 5 bonus items on the Predator: a wallet, an abacus, a bow, a bracelet, and an amulet. Of these, the bracelet and amulet were the most common, adding only 4 points to strength and 5 points to wisdom, respectively. Although, on the other hand, it was still jewelry, which could be worn indefinitely. Perhaps the system, as you'd expect in any other game, would limit the number of accessories per player. But we didn't know yet. At the moment, they looked like very tempting accessories. Imagine if we could accumulate, say, 10 rings that added to strength, and then I'd become a real machine. But for now, shaking my head, I returned to the table. We had not confirmed any of these assumptions yet. The remaining 3 items were much more interesting. Name: Trader's Purse. Level: Legendary. Description: a cheapskate pays twice, but with a wallet like that, he'll pay you 3 times. Bonus: Charisma +3. Accelerates growth of trader profession by 20%. Not bad, especially if we gave it to Piggy and made the most out of it. Perhaps then in the future, trading and negotiations with other players would be much easier. They couldn't all be aggressive bastards like the Easterners, right? Surely they couldn't be. Next came the bow. At first glance, an entirely standard bow. Name: Jaeger's bow. Level: Legendary. Description: just take hold of this bad boy and go find a bear. A worthy opponent for a worthy weapon. Strength +3, plus 15% damage against wild animals. Not a particularly powerful weapon, but who knew? Maybe in a fight with a pack of wolves, that 15% would be a critical margin in the direction of victory. It would suit Major perfectly. Last, but by no means least, was the abacus. Name: Ancient Abacus. Level: Legendary. Description: no ancient Greek philosopher could do without them. Who cares if they should have been given to the mathematicians? Philosophers have an image to keep up, and those bastards can do the sums in their heads. Charisma +5 gives player the calculator skill. Simple enough, but pretty damn handy. You just took the abacus in your hands, and a virtual calculator window popped up, like on a phone. Multiplication, division, indices, even sines and cosines, all there. It was enough to bring a tear to your eye. That evening, Junior and Major returned with the small detachment I had sent to the Predator's native cluster. They brought with them that freak's stash, as well as 6 frightened newcomers. 4 from this cluster, and 1 from the former cluster of auto mechanics. Once I enslaved all 6, the system treated me to another message. Congratulations, you have completely captured a cluster. Reward: 1 position in the reputation store. It turned out that you needed to unite all 13 people to do that. We hadn't managed in our cluster. Stace was still running around somewhere. The Southerners, thanks to Mustafa, had not joined the village either, but were instead bound by a treaty. The system obviously didn't count that. Perhaps it was worth reconsidering things after the conclusion of our agreement. I now had all 13 players from the Predator's region under my control. We were growing, after all. Smiling at the thought, I got up from the table. Time to see what I can buy with that reward. Chapter 13. As I walked over to the terminal, I could see that the settlement had almost completely recovered. All traces of the fight with the Predator have been removed. The workers were returning to their daily duties. The regular routine was getting back into action. Suddenly, Sparta had grown sharply in numbers. After the addition of the Predators cluster, we now had 35 people. And that wasn't counting Mustafa's 5 men and the strong and independent Lola. 41, if you included them. By the standards of the ordinary world, that wasn't much of anything. For us, the ones who had recently fought as just 4 people to protect their house from the boars, that was a whole crowd. What else was there to say? Yesterday, Sparta had grown by 1/3. Wherever you looked, the workers were busying themselves. Building stuff, unloading stuff, pouring stuff, dragging stuff to the cellar. Johnson tacked on Peter and Hare to the construction site, and the smart animals dragged logs, roared at the newcomers, and enjoyed their frightened cries in response. It looked like the boars were having a lot more fun doing this than spending days in a pen. At the edge of the clearing, having sat the newcomers in a wide semicircle around him, Desk Jockey was pontificating. He was wearing a cloth wrapped like a toga. The sun was shining on his early baldness, and on his feet, my God, real sandals. He knew how to get set up. Just yesterday, he was an eternal manure cleaner, and now he was preaching, his eyes rolling with inspiration. I couldn't resist, and walked over. Thus, Desk Jockey said, Lord Leo, having defeated the false idols of the demon worshipper Stace, then defeated her totalitarian cult, and ended the era of fragmentation, uniting everyone under his wise, unified rule. For which his contemporaries called him Uniter of the Spartan Lands and Leo the Unifier. Hey, I interrupted. Can I speak with you for a minute? Of course, my lord, he nodded. He made a big show of it to his listeners, as if to say, look how important I am. Leo the Unifier himself is calling me over to him. The newcomers turned admiring gazes towards me. The girls opened their mouths with delight. I became painfully aware that I was wearing a crumpled canvas shirt and trousers from the survival kit, and slippers on my feet. What about it? It's convenient and practical. No need to walk around your own house in armor. What is this? I asked Desk Jockey, once we were out of earshot of his pupils. What were you saying about spaceships plowing the expanses of the Bolshoi Theater? It's a course of lectures in patriotic education. A brief history of Sparta through the deeds of Lord Leo, he said. Approved for distribution by Lady Piggy. We want to publish it too. Limited edition, on clay tablets. We need funding, of course, but for now it's been on a voluntary basis. You don't care that you yourself were part of this totalitarian sect, and we beat you here? I asked. It was a time of deep rupture, he said. A time of storms and doubts. I did not see the truth at first, but ultimately, at the behest of my heart. Either way, after this I want you to tell me the course in full. For now, less drama, more realism. The people need to be proud of something, Desk Jockey objected. You can see how their eyes gleam. They think they have joined the most powerful force in the world. The more drivel people listen to, the more painful it'll be when they get disappointed by reality, I said. We already have something to be proud of. Let them be proud of their own affairs, not myths. And give them more practical work. I need thinking specialists, not morons with boiled brains. We'll make adjustments, my lord, the propagandist nodded. Immediately after the lecture, there was a workshop under the title, Caring for a Unique Potato is the Honorable Mission of Every Spartan. Get them to learn by doing. And what's more, an idea suddenly came to mind. Gather everyone at the gate today, just after dark. All the newcomers? Desk Jockey asked. All of everyone. It will be done, my lord, he said. He was clearly uncertain, but didn't dare ask further questions. I could already see Piggy approaching the group, shaking her productivity whip. The facial expression of newcomers changed from benevolent to frightened. I laughed, then turned to the forgery to discuss some new ideas with Top Dog. The battle with the Predator had clearly shown our inability to strike at range. Sure, we had Major and Mouse, but that was a critically low supply. Major's bow was designed more for hunting than war, while Mouse was a weapon of mass destruction and long-range combat. In close combat, however, it became friendly fire, which, as a dark joke put it, wasn't so friendly. It killed people just as easily as unfriendly fire. The confrontation with the killer could have ended much faster if we'd had something to shoot him with at range. So I had instructed the pair of inventors to test possible solutions to the issue. So far, I could see only 4 ways to solve it. The first, and most desirable, were crossbows. These were a relatively difficult to manufacture, but a powerful and easy-to-master instrument. What's more, they didn't take years to study, like English longbows. While the system accelerated the growth of our skills and abilities, I doubted it would completely eliminate the time difference. In reality, an archer needs a whole range of skills that are practiced through arduous training. Here, that was replaced with the appropriate skills. A crossbow, meanwhile, just needed to be aimed at the enemy and the trigger pulled. A crossbow bolt was also far more deadly than an arrow. At the standard of armor that both us and the boar riders now had, we might as well be wearing paper. It would fly straight through. But the system seemed to severely limit our progress. Okay, I couldn't find a single schematic for a crossbow. Siege ballistae didn't count. There, the killing power was dependent on size. But in order for the small shoulders of a handheld crossbow to have such elasticity, they had to be made either of steel or of composite materials. In other words, from several types of raw material at once. Unfortunately, our technology had not yet reached that point. Bows presented roughly the same issue. Even if we did still find them in the form of artifacts, they only then managed to form sad little toys, which would hardly be able to kill a hare. The third option was a sling. We had already seen the boar riders with them. So far it hadn't proven itself especially as an option, but it was much better than nothing, and more powerful than Piggy's slingshot. They were the most budget-friendly option, roughly speaking. However, as far as I could remember, the accuracy of such weapons was off the mark, so to speak. In ancient times, however, all problems with aiming were solved by the number of shooters. 1 stone is nothing much. 20 stones, one of them will hit something. If there were 100, then they would kill any enemy. As a last step in arming our infantry, I proposed adding pilums to their existing spears. This was a heavy-throwing projectile, extremely destructive when it hit a target. The Romans used pilums in order to break through the first rows of enemies, and then they ran into the battle themselves. We could do the same. Moreover, I reckoned that a sufficiently heavy pilum could be a serious test even for a rushing boar. If such a gift flew into its face, would the beast remain unharmed? Honestly, it really bothered my nerves that the tips of our spears were easily cut off with a sword. We were already far from the length of spears that a real phalanx would have. You can't walk through the woods with real sarissæ. They were over 4 meters long. Ours were more like 2-meter pilums, in size at least. However, there was an immediate problem. In order to make the pilum really deadly, it should be half metal, or perhaps limited to a long metal tip to maintain the desired impact. Botanist and Top Dog, after hearing my ideas, fell into madness and threw themselves into experimenting. Sighing and shaking my head, I approached the terminal. Oh, how valuable the choice was. So many options for developing the settlement. Blueprints, recipes, artifacts, schematics. What should I spend it on if there was war on the doorstep? There was something for everyone, and a lot that was of interest. But I found only a few things that were really useful, that could affect the state of affairs in our situation. I was faced with another dilemma. On the one hand, I had a blueprint of a carpenter's workshop. Name: Carpenter's Workshop Blueprint. Description: Could Papa Carlo have whipped up Pinocchio without his tools? Probably, but he would just have been a living log, suitable only for a campfire. Allows you to build a workshop for carpentry. My studying of the book on siege mastery was nearing completion. This meant that Sparta would soon receive 3 schematics for producing siege equipment. I couldn't foresee any problems with the building of siege ladders. After all, any schoolboy who had been an eternally red-nosed hard worker in school would be able to build that with his own hands. When it came to the ram and the siege tower, more serious difficulties might arise. To fasten numerous metal and wood parts, you needed not only an experienced blacksmith, but also at least an entry-level carpenter, which, unfortunately, we did not have. Nor did we have the appropriate equipment for him. The only thing available was a plane. A legendary bonus item plane, perhaps, but that was it. And with one tool, for a person without any experience at least, there wasn't much you could do. The second option I considered was an artifact that seemed very interesting to me. Name: The Monocle of F.F. Preobrazhensky. Level: Rare. Description: Dr. Preobrazhensky wore glasses, and if we had both lenses, this could be a great artifact. But we've only got a piece, carrying just a small share of that scientific luminary's skills. Bonuses: Allows you to identify a player's wounds and injuries. Allows you to determine the extent of a player's mental disruption. The last point confused me somewhat, but it was still an extremely useful object. Lola or Squidward would definitely find it useful. Being able to understand the degree of a player's injury was already a lot. Thanks to that, we would be able to improve treatment by using the right drugs. For example, to identify a poison or bleed debuff. I could use the Lord's interface and understand the state of my subordinates. Squidward didn't have that option, so was forced to rely solely on external signs and his life experience. But that wasn't always the determining factor. So, this monocle could replace modern equipment on Earth, at least in part. After weighing everything up, I still chose the blueprint. A siege, one way or another, would be happening. No way of avoiding it now. That meant there would be a fierce battle for control of a fortress. It would be better for my subordinates, and me in particular, to have a ram and siege stairs at hand than to try and climb over a palisade that the enemy was able to defend in every way possible. The monocle was good, but it was only suitable for treating the wounded. I would rather make sure that there were as few wounded as possible. After making sure that my arguments made sense, I clicked on the icon for the blueprint. It instantly materialized and fell into my hands. All that was left was to find a carpenter to be. Me? Roos said surprisedly, and raised an eyebrow. I nodded. Didn't you say you helped Crab when he worked on the furnishings for Gazelkin? I reminded him. Once the big guy had boasted at dinner that he had participated in the work process, although all the most difficult work had been done by his former boss. Every initiative has an initiator. That's true, but I only watched, he sighed, taking the plane in his hands anyway. That's no small thing. I'm sure you'll succeed, Roos. You're a strong guy. I'd even say a big guy. You've no lack of force. You'll make an excellent carpenter. The reassurance made him lower his head in embarrassment. I'll try. Do or don't do. There is no try, I said, quoting an ancient wisdom. Roos nodded obediently. Pure gold, that man. At first, I instructed him to start practicing on simple objects, wheelbarrows, furniture, and so forth. The population of Sparta was growing. We needed simple beds, tables, and chairs more than we did before. Let Roos put his hand to some rough work first, before moving on to more important and valuable tasks, like building siege equipment. The arrival of the newcomers and the growth of the settlement had led to an acute shortage of housing. The huts that were intended for our people had to be transformed into dormitories, one for men, the other for women, who made up 6 of the 13 new arrivals. It was decided to send them to Botanist in the potato field, while the men were allocated to Johnson in the construction team. Well, my foreman had a lot of work, especially considering that we were preparing for war. Newcomers were unlikely to be sent to the front line in the near future. Their levels were weak, and I was against using people as cannon fodder. Not because I'm so kind, but because it's simply irrational. So for now, we'd drill them in formation and in exercises to get their characteristics up. Perhaps the settlement would soon have light infantry, capable of supporting the main phalanx at a distance. That way they would do some good, and they would be somewhat protected from damage, too. I hadn't forgotten about our other production either. Gale, Patrick, and Top Dog were sent 2 slaves each to increase the capacity of their workshops. Squidward and Lola also got 1 girl as an assistant nurse. The production of items should be increased, and by many times at that. Not all our relatives were dressed in fabric togas. Not every soldier had a full set of armor, not to mention the fact that we lacked iron tools, too, especially for newer residents. In short, we had a lot of work to do. We also, gradually, had to start thinking about a future state apparatus. It was already difficult distributing people, especially on my own. We needed someone who would be systematically responsible for the personnel, and who would deal with the distribution of tasks between different areas. For now, I was playing this role, but I could already feel that the number of tasks was growing constantly. At some point, I would lose touch with the situation on the ground entirely, just because there wouldn't be enough time to keep track of everything. Where to send how many players, how many people to give to whom, which task was more important at a particular stage. Disputes at morning meetings between Piggy, Johnson, and Major about their relative numbers of subordinates were never-ending. We had to build houses, grow food, and prepare for war. I was constantly having to intervene to prioritize things. This setup was ineffective. What had worked when the population of Sparta was no more than 10 people was no longer relevant. I needed a deputy, not a temporary one, but full-fledged, someone who was able to manage people and negotiate. Piggy had good overall starting points, but give her a little more power, and she would be drunk on it. Lady Piggy, desk jockey had said today. Nothing to start a fight over. The housekeeping affairs entrusted to her were performed flawlessly. Her subordinates walked around exhausted, and would much rather run drills with Major than be at the mercy of her job sheet. But I was not ready to risk entrusting the settlement as a whole to her yet. Johnson, despite all his good qualities, was no leader. He was good at what he knew. In any situation he didn't understand, he immediately ran to consult me. That made me feel perfectly safe. Nothing would go wrong without me. And it was a hassle. After all, Johnson himself categorically disliked taking responsibility. Major was a real officer, and that said it all. All he wanted was more fresh meat to scold during drills and throw in the lake. It seemed that he had achieved his army zen and found the meaning of his existence in grinding people down, turning them red hot, and then hardening them in icy water, like sharp blades. He enjoyed the opportunity to turn ordinary people into warriors, seemingly admiring that it was now possible to face the enemy, rather than destroy each other with soulless machines thousands of miles away. Junior? In my opinion, he was devoid of ambition. He was more attracted to a path of personal improvement. After his clash with the Predator, the guy had set himself a new high bar, which he was spending every day trying to exceed. So there was no obviously suitable candidate for the role of my assistant. All that was left was to hope that defeating the Boar Riders would change the situation, and I'd find a suitable candidate. In the meantime, fires burned inside the gates of the settlement, just inside them in a large flat square. Their sparks and flashes illuminated dozens of faces. The whole of Sparta had gathered here, on my orders. The people were surprised, talking to one another, waiting. I looked at them, standing at an impromptu podium in the form of the observation tower. Everyone saw me, and I saw everyone. Fellow citizens, Spartans, I began. Today I address each of you. To me, right now, it doesn't matter who you are, slaves or relatives, farmers or warriors, whether you've lived here since Sparta's foundation or appeared only yesterday. We are all now united by a single destiny and a single future. Desk Jockey said we needed legends. Why not let one be born today? We did not seek war, I continued. But when it came to our walls, we did not bow before the enemy. He may have seemed stronger, but we hit him more than once or twice. We threw terror into their hearts, so that they fled from our spears and our merciless fire without looking back. We avenged our neighbors and allies, the despicably murdered residents of Gazelkin, and liberated those who survived. I could see Roxy wiping away her tears while remembering captivity. Rue stood next to her, nodding at my words. The rest of us turned to them. Imagine if Crab had heard me call him an ally. History is written by the victors, and perhaps in death, he brought us a good that he could never bring us in life. We will not hide. We will not sit behind walls. My voice was gaining power, which even I hadn't expected. Our enemies in the East have suffered more than one painful defeat from our brave soldiers. They are broken, discouraged, exhausted, and we can't let them catch their breath. We weren't the first to attack them. It was their Boar Riders who hoped to kill us and enslave us. Sparta must fight, to protect those we love, to save ourselves, to preserve what we have achieved in this short time. Acquired skill. Orator. Description. We shall fight them on the beaches. Buff. Plus 10% to charisma during public speaking. I took a theatrical pause, catching my breath and removing the message from the interface. All the players in my field of vision were gathered, solemn and excited. The newcomers did not understand the enemy I was talking about, but they certainly didn't want to go back to respawn. The veterans had already managed to shed the blood of the Easterners and understand the threat they posed. It was us or them. Simple. Everything was clear. I declare the beginning of the march to the east. We shall wipe Jojo's fortress off the face of the earth, eliminate the threat forever. This is our land. This is Sparta. In response to my words came the enthusiastic roar of dozens. Chapter 14. What do you know about strategy, slut? Jojo's creepy voice sounded quiet, but its sound was heard in every corner of his main hall.
I've already lost half my guard to an idiot. Are you suggesting I lose it completely to quench your pathetic revenge?
The giant was hissing in the woman's face. It looked like he was going to crush her like a worm. Stace sat near his throne, quietly and obediently, like a slave. Not a single emotion flashed across her serene face. She was dressed slavishly, a golden satin ribbon woven around her body, maximally exposing all of her beauty. Her face alone, or rather, its burned half, was hidden by a spectacular silver mask made according to an order given by Jojo himself. It was actually made of electron, a precious alloy of gold and silver. It had in it all of the jewels they had managed to locate in 6 clusters. In one they'd found a deposit of silver, and the stupid locals had managed to make themselves all kinds of little trinkets until the riders put a stop to it. The leader had even taken the valuables from his rider guards, for whom it had become fashionable to decorate themselves with rings and chains. They grumbled, but didn't dare object. Jojo was crazy about his new toy. But to Stace's annoyance, she hadn't managed to conquer his mind completely. The leader of the bikers was too powerful and charismatic. He loved himself too much. She may not have entirely conquered the leader, but Stace ignited his libido, his lust. She became a real drug for him. He completely forgot about his harem. One of his former favorites even became Stace's servant. As for the priestess herself, he practically didn't let her out of his sight. Stern, witnessing this castigation, lowered his eyes. He had only come to give a report on how the training of new riders from the recruits was going. They had decided to increase the number of guards to 20. The newly promoted knights were overjoyed to meet their new hog steeds. But numbers were just numbers. Neither lances nor combat boars would replace the fire that burned in the heart of every warrior of the road, his reckless courage and contempt for danger, his eternal readiness for a fight. The knights were cautious, weak, pathetic. They had to be taught. Perhaps after the first raid, the first conquering, when they'd tasted the blood and fear of defenseless victims, that's when they would get good. But not yet. The leader was right, but for some reason his words now seemed to Stern like cowardice.
Get out of here! Jojo cried. Both of you! I have to think.
Following the priestess down the corridor, Stern could barely restrain himself. He could feel her attractiveness, her alluring smell. Stace's every move hypnotized him. When they came to a small, empty room where the weapons or trophies were usually stored, she suddenly stepped inside and pulled him in with her. It was cramped inside. She pressed her breasts against him, and Stern could feel the alluring elasticity of her body. "Do you agree with that old jerk?" Stace laughed. The sound of her voice struck Stern to the bone. "Don't you dare talk like that about my leader," he growled. "Your loyalty borders on stupidity," the masked girl purred. "Your leader doesn't think the same of you." "Shut your lying mouth," he said, and was going to hit her, but his fist hung in the air. "Ah, Gunther," Stace whispered in Stern's ear, mimicking Jojo's voice. "My faithful Gunther. He will come to his senses and I will bring him back." "That's what your chief is thinking about." "I should know. I'm with him all the time. I know his thoughts best. You're just a consumable to him." "Quiet. Please, don't say that." Stern looked as if he had just been whipped across the cheeks. "None of them value you," Stace said. "But I can see that you are much more worthy than what you call your leader. You're brave and smart. You're young and powerful. Everything must belong to you."
Stern, unable to stand, pulled the priestess to himself. She clung to him with her entire body, willing and malleable. 3 days were allocated to prepare for war. No more, no less. 3 days, during which we had to gather everything we needed, prepare our first-level recruits, and create siege armaments. We didn't have long. I'd go further. We had criminally little time. However, we couldn't postpone the campaign any further. After all, this preparation time wasn't just for us to spend. The opponent, Jojo, did too. For each day of delay, the enemy's forces grew stronger. Add to that one unpleasant fact. We were still militarily inferior to the Easterners. If we waited, victory would be unattainable. The enemy cavalry would rebuild its ranks and wouldn't act as recklessly as before. The probability of repeating the success of Operation Vesuvius tended toward 0. We wouldn't lure the enemy into a third trap. I couldn't believe that a leader who had brought together several clusters in a short time could be a complete idiot. It seemed more like the mistakes of those acting on his orders. But now we had to face the leader himself and his main forces. We couldn't manage it in open combat. Having studied Peter and Red Hair up close, I had no illusions. A direct blow from even 10 riders would sweep away our phalanx. But the enemy also had trained infantry. The siege was what would decide the outcome of the confrontation. Either Sparta would defeat its enemy, or we would face a fate worse than slavery. All the settlement's forces were thrown in to prepare for the coming campaign. I gave Roos the schematics for siege armaments. He had to make them, then disassemble them. To get the ram and the siege towers up to the fortress, they would have to be in parts. Hell of a job, but the only one possible. Major and Junior, following a tried and tested scheme, conducted the Young Fighters course. They also arranged a number of hunting trips for hares and boars to train the soldiers to fight, both in teams and on their own. Piggy organized the newcomers and sent them to help Patrick. Leather was a difficult job, but we had no choice. The matter of equipping soldiers with brigantines and armor was now the most urgent. Johnson and Mustafa strained all of their resources to ensure the production of the necessary materials: ore, wood, leather. I joined Top Dog and Botanist myself. I had some ideas about the coming battle. "You called, Lord?" The blacksmith nodded in welcome, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In the smithy, as always, there was immense heat coming off the stoves, which were working almost around the clock. Botanist, his head bowed, worked away at the anvil. "Yes, I have something I would like to discuss with you," I began. As you probably noticed, in the battle with the Predator, we were severely lacking in long-range equipment. "Uh-huh. If we'd had something like that, the players could have just thrown something at the bastard. They wouldn't have needed to approach. In theory," Botanist added. "In theory," I agreed. "But the truth, as you know, is always somewhere in the middle. And our infantrymen really have nothing to say in response to the Easterners' slings." "What's stopping us from making our own? They're not difficult," Top Dog said confidently. Botanist shook his head outrageously. "And what do you suggest they do with them?" "You need to know how to use a sling," he began, as per his custom, in a measured and reasoned tone. "The system may accelerate almost any learning process, but there's definitely not enough time for our soldiers to learn how to hit a target with a sling. But that's not all. Even if we succeeded, we would only equalize the advantage, not outmatch it," Botanist sighed. "What about those ancient Spaniards?" Top Dog said enthusiastically. "Their slings were incredibly murderous. Why shouldn't we supply the soldiers with it too?" "Iberian slingers," I corrected. "Trained to throw shells not for 3 days, but for years. We need something just as deadly, but much easier to learn. More obvious. I had arrived at Roman Pilums. Botanist and Top Dog rubbed the bridge of their noses thoughtfully. Our walking encyclopedia was the first to speak.
True. It's a good suggestion. The phalangists are already somewhat trained in the handling of spears. What difference does it make to them if we add pilums to their arsenal?
However, there are several nuances, he said. His gaze was directed at the ceiling, as if he were flipping through the pages of an invisible book. An effective pilum throw is possible at a distance of up to 20 meters. Beyond that, they often lack the force to penetrate armor. In addition, the trajectory of its flight is almost horizontal. Any throws on an ascending incline would be unlikely to succeed.
Yeah, it's not the most effective weapon in siege conditions, the blacksmith concluded. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. There was common sense in their words. They were absolutely right. On top of that, it's worth considering that we couldn't take many pilums with us. They are, in fact, full-sized spears. We could only give each person one, maybe 2 spears at most. Then what? 2 accurate shots, and we don't have any long-range weapons. If we transport them on a cart, how many could we make? Botanist added. So what could we do? Bows required a string, and crossbows were just altogether unrealistic. Perhaps we could try using boar veins for the strings. We would probably require a higher level of hunter to get that item from our materials. Even Major's level 3 was too low for that. Learning to use a sling would take too long. All we had left was some kind of darts to give us any kind of advantage. Darts. Darts. Aha! An idea suddenly floated to the surface. What if we used plumbadas? I suggested. Top Dog frowned. What? Botanist, on the contrary, seemed to take flight at the prospects that suddenly opened up before him. Precisely. A plumbata is a light dart, which at one point replaced the pilum in Rome. Teaching people how to throw those weapons would be much easier. Its range should be much higher, since you can throw it along a parabolic trajectory, Botanist muttered, pacing the room in excitement. We could even come up with a way of affixing them to the inside of the shield. You could fit 5 darts, or create a quiver for the thigh, like with arrows. Can someone please explain to me what kind of a dart that is? The annoyed blacksmith demanded. Have you ever played darts? I asked. Well, yeah, once or twice, Top Dog replied. It's pretty much the same as a regular dart, but with a weight at the point, and almost long enough to reach your elbow. Top Dog's face lit up, and he squinted cunningly. That sounds interesting, he nodded. If, as Botanist says, everyone has at least 3 or 5 darts like that would give us a real chance to shoot at our opponents. While they reload their slings, we'll have time to throw 2, even 3 darts, and getting used to the throwing technique will be much easier than a sling. Can you arrange production of these darts? I asked Botanist, because besides me, he was the only one who knew what I wanted to achieve. I think it'll take half a day, perhaps a day of experiments. The plumbata isn't too complex, but you need to find out the material to load it with, Botanist said. Plus, we'd need to determine the size and mass of the weight itself. We don't have lead. We'll have to make it entirely of iron. Take Major and resolve that with him. I think you training can start right away. We'll learn the technique first, then the weight can be adjusted on the fly, I suggested. Botanist and Top Dog looked at each other, then each shook my hand. We'll do it, Chief. I'm counting on you. I smiled. Next, I went to check on Third. He was still clocked in at Lola's house. The redhead didn't seem to be against these circumstances at all, but my ordinary was in a rush to return to service. As I headed towards our outpost, I pondered the information I'd received from the book about the art of sieges. To win,
We had to storm Jojo's fortress. Of course, ideally, it would be better to besiege the fortress by cutting it off from the rest of the clusters and waiting until it fell. But how effective would that be? During his recon, Major hadn't noticed any fields outside the settlement. That meant the fields of carrots, or of anything else, must have been inside. Perhaps we could cut the Easterners off from other sources of food. But would that cause any real hunger? How much did they have in stock? I had no answers to these questions, and therefore had to prepare for the worst, namely, storming the first wall. After all, if we managed to squeeze Jojo and his subordinates into their inner wall, victory would be only a step away. With no slaves or food, they wouldn't last long. Not to mention that fighting riders would be much more effective between houses and under the cover of walls. Third, to demonstrate his health to me, jumped up and started walking around Lola's little house. He could have deceived anyone else, but not me. I opened the interface and could still see the bleed debuff and the hard cut the system had given his stats. Lola popped up behind me on the porch. "You're not going to take him on a trip, are you?" she asked. "Recovery is going well, but very slowly. We still don't have many treatments." "I'm not taking him anywhere," I reassured her. "Let him rest up. He'll have something to keep him busy here, too. I'm taking Squidward with me, so all responsibility for Third's health is with you." "I can do it," she nodded. "What a cute place," someone said suddenly. "I really like it." The voice was sonorous and sounded like it was right in my ear. I jumped to the other side unexpectedly and pulled out my Jian. "What are you doing?" Lola shouted, clearly scared. "Didn't you hear anything?" I asked her. "No," she said, looking at me with suspicion. "What should I be hearing?" A voice. I could tell that I sounded ridiculous. "Maybe you should go and rest, Lord Leo. You don't take care of yourself, spend all your time thinking about the people. You're already hearing voices. If you want, I've got a concoction. It'll calm you down at once. You can lie down here, too. Don't be afraid of me." No thank you," I said, refusing her pampering. "I've got to go. I'm late." They'd lock me up in a psych ward for that. But I definitely heard something. I was thinking about it as I walked towards the gates. "Did I scare you?" The same voice again, definitely female. Making an effort to not jump in panic in front of the sentry on the tower, I turned around calmly. A girl. She was walking alongside me and smiled at me. Her coiled dark curls swung cheerfully, reaching to the unknown girl's shoulder blades. She had either a tanned face or dark bronze-colored skin, as well as surprisingly light, gray steel irises, almost merging with the whites. I dug into my memory, remembering all the new settlers, but I didn't recognize this one. Had she come to us from some newly discovered cluster? Perhaps she'd run away from the riders. But then why would she be so calm and confident? She didn't fit in with life here. There was a dissonance that hit all the senses at once. "Where are you from?" I said, voicing the first thing that came to mind. "Over there," she said, waving toward the forest, without clarifying a single thing. She was dressed in some strange, rough dress, made of unbleached and unpainted fabric. It looks like Gale's products, but it was different. And on her feet. Suddenly I knew what was wrong. The girl had no legs. Just below the belt, her body turned into some foggy haze, and that was it. The girl caught my look, and her face acquired a jokingly offended expression, as if to say, "Oops, caught me." Chapter 15. "Did I scare you?" she said, biting her lip and looking upset. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." You bet she'd scared me, almost to the point of hiccups. You start chatting to a pretty girl, and then she turns out to be transparent. On the other hand, I'd seen a lot of things lately. Human sacrifices, Mirantis, whom Stace called a goddess. Even the devil knows what wasn't the sweet little thing it seems to be most of the time. Sweet little girl, even, according to our new mystic. The devil knows what had devoured the predator without a second thought. Wait, of course. Obsession. That's how it worked. I was now seeing spirits. On the one hand, this wasn't happy news. On the other, at least I didn't have to go to the mental hospital. Although it certainly wasn't a bad way to ruin your head either. The girl, meanwhile, was acting calmly, even flirting. Perhaps seeing spirits wasn't so scary after all. Had the danger of the debuff been over-exaggerated? "Who are you?" I asked. It's not every day you get an opportunity to talk to spirits. "My name is Dendre," the translucent lady winked at me. "But you can just call me Danny. What's yours?" She looked creepy. Sometimes parts of the girl's body turned transparent, and you could see grass and trees through them. But also in parts they didn't just brighten, they completely disappeared, as if her body were made up of patches that were bound into one whole, but couldn't hold themselves in that state for long. They started crawling away again. I opened my mouth, then suddenly remembered a lecture on ethnography. Curiously, we had been taught the ancient rules for communicating with evil spirits. The first rule, for example, was never to give it your name under any circumstances. "The girl teased, craftily. "You didn't answer my question," I said, switching tack. "I didn't ask what your name was, but who you are. Or more precisely, what are you?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've lost my way, as I think your people say." Danny the ghost meandered. "I am a spirit. Just a spirit. You might say, a spirit of nature." I noticed now that her complexion was not bronze, but rather woody, with a greenish tint. And her dark hair even had a hint of green in it. Perhaps she really was some kind of dryad. Harmless. "What are you doing here, Danny?" I asked. "I just saw the spark," smiled the woodland spirit. "One very delicious-looking spark." She smiled, revealing her teeth. They were sharp, like needles. "It was nice to meet you, Danny," I said, stepping back towards the gate. "But I have to go. Things won't do themselves, you know. You are, of course, a very nice girl. And generally speaking—" "Where are you going?" she shouted, and followed me. "Don't go, you're so bright. So sweet. I could just eat you up." Then something happened that nearly knocked me off my feet. The head of the woodland spirit opened like the enormous bud of a predatory flower. Everything I'd seen before in horror films seemed like a fairy tale in comparison. 5 pointed petals consisting of meat, joints, and bones, with the latter used as fangs. This bud was leaning towards me and trying to slam itself down on my head. When I rolled backwards suddenly, as Third had taught me, I heard a loud crack over me. Bones cracking against one another, I realized. Without losing a second, I made a break for the estate, as fast as my legs could carry me. Fuck, 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 were the only thoughts running through my mind. I ran with all the strength I could muster. If someone had been keeping time, I would have broken the world record. "Where are you going, sweetheart?" The voice behind me was full of tenderness and resentment. "It doesn't hurt. Just one click, and it's over." No chance. I wasn't going to fall for that trick now. Spirit of the forest, my ass. All spirits are bastards. And Danny was the biggest bastard I'd ever met. Even the energy leech had shown more culture in its behavior and honesty in its intentions. At least it was immediately clear who it was and what it wanted. "Ah!" came a piercing screeching from behind. Running through open gates, I couldn't help myself and turned around. The spirit looked like a translucent girl again. It stood there, rubbing its burned hands, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. The devil knows what's sphere, I thought. That's how it worked. Without the protection of our scarecrow, I would have had a bad time right now. "What happened, Lord?" The task force, in the form of Roos and Jaeger, ran out to meet me. "An attack?" The guard on the tower had obviously managed to give a signal, but he couldn't correctly interpret my actions. "It's all right," I said. "I was just testing you. Wanted to check our combat readiness, in case the enemy attacked suddenly, whether I could get to the gate and raise the alarm in time." I left the soldiers in complete confusion and walked over to the devil knows what. One thing was for sure: the way of the priest was not for me. Communicating with entities like that was not to my liking. "You could have warned me about those freaks in advance," I said, looking at the mannequin indignantly. "She asked me to tell you that a war crime doesn't seem like one if you're having fun," Omari said, coming out from behind the devil knows what again and almost making me turn gray. No, this time she was just a regular girl. 2 arms, 2 legs. The rest of her also in place. And on the neck of the devil knows what's neck, I noticed a necklace of wooden balls that looked like beads. "Then tell this joker," I said, "that in that case, she can come on a little expedition with me." Amari looked seriously at the scarecrow, then turned to me. "She'd love to," she said. "She wants to see new countries." "How nice," I snorted. "As well as the death of enemies, the suffering of their wives, and for fire to devour their cities," Omari quoted, diligent as a schoolgirl. Really, what could I expect? This was the devil knows what we were talking about. The next day I watched with interest as the phalangists, and with them the newcomers, honed their abilities in throwing plumbatas. As I'd expected, it wasn't too difficult. In total, there were 2 ways of throwing the projectile. The first was classic, like you were playing darts. For that, you needed to grab the dart and throw it in a straight trajectory. Almost everyone managed that one on the first try. A couple of dozen shots was enough to get used to the weight of the plumbata, and now everyone was throwing it with relative accuracy. We obviously had no need for sniper precision, and to achieve it in the time left before the battle would be almost impossible. The main value of these darts lay in their quantity. At the moment there were 18 men in the army, not including me. Each successful throw could bring down almost a score of deadly missiles on an enemy unit. If each of us managed to throw 5 plumbatas, then 100 shells would fly towards the enemy. However, this certainly wasn't enough. We'd need more shells or more throwers. I was sure we could throw together the former by the deadline, but when it came to the second, I was out of ideas. I had also discussed the possibility with Botanist and Top Dog of modifying the darts. Ideally, the weight should be made into the shape of thorns. Darts like that would be effective not just against infantry, but cavalry too. They would be especially effective in the environs of the fortress. Botanist had made clear that we'd need to make the weight out of lead to increase the impact force. But since we didn't have lead yet, we would have to settle for ordinary steel, increasing the size of the projectile. The second method of throwing was more difficult, throwing them in an arc. For that, you needed to unfurl your hand, throw the dart into the air, and hope that it would land itself directly on the enemy's skull. Most of the training time was spent developing this method. This was just the method to allow us to inflict heavy damage on the enemy from outside the walls while we were sieging them. As for our siege equipment, Rus had already found some success. He just needed to perfect it all, in order to achieve not just a prototype, but a full-fledged, effective combat vehicle on wheels. We'd need the wheels in order to get the ram right up to the gates. We would get it to the battlefield disassembled, as with lots of other things. That's exactly what I was talking about with Mustafa while witnessing the training in front of us. I would mobilize his entire group as carriers and a construction unit. Although the Turk sighed, he understood the need for this measure. This was a shared war, and if we were defeated, his people would suffer as badly as everyone else. Only Lola and his wife Nana would remain in Sparta. I recommended that both girls move inside the walls in the men's absence, and Mustafa didn't mind that, despite being upset, of course, about the impending separation from his wife, who he was besotted with. "Oh, are you playing darts over here?" My conversation with Mustafa was interrupted by his wife, who had brought her husband something to eat. Ignoring our objections, the blonde quickly grabbed one of the darts, chucked it from hand to hand, and, aiming at a wooden target we'd painted with coal, threw the plumbata at it. Bam! In the blink of an eye, the tip of the dart shuddered, settling right into the 10. Me, Major, Mustafa, and everyone else present froze, our mouths open. "Honey, where did that come from?" Mustafa swallowed nervously, turning to his spouse. "Where did what come from?" She smiled innocently. "Have you played a lot of darts?" I guessed. "You bet. Moscow Regional Bar Darts Champion. And nobody managed to outdrink me while playing either." She proudly gave a V for victory. Thoughtfully rubbing my chin, I realized that, up until this point, I had not considered this possibility. "Nana, do you want to make a darts team? Take all the girls and put one together," I laughed. "I take it instead of targets, we'll be aiming for those assholes on boars," she said, matching my cunning grin. "Bullseye," I nodded. "Then consider it done. Did you hear, honey? I'm like a real Amazonian now, just without a spear," she said, puffing her chest proudly. Mustafa's smile almost cracked at the seams. He hadn't expected a turn like that. Nor had I. "Whatever you need, we'll give it to you," I said, fueling her fire. "I serve Sparta," Nana said, giving a jokey salute before leaving. "Well, boys, I best be getting off. I'll give our ladies the good news." What was that I was saying about how we didn't have enough people? There we go. I'd just armed a quarter of the population of Sparta. Sure, they wouldn't be in the phalanx, but it didn't take much to throw a dart. And right now, every fighter counted. There was nothing much left to be done before we set off. And now, the moment was here. A long column of warriors followed behind me. The phalangists marched, holding new wooden shields with bosses, an innovation from our artisan duo. Bosses, metal plates in the middle of the shield, helped in battle to repel the blow of an enemy's sword or axe, and would stop the enemy from simply cutting the shield, like a piece of wood. The rest of the wide surface covered you from impact by spears, arrows, or other throwing weapons. The wall of shields was now, really, a wall. The new shields were heavier than the previous ones, and cut agility more when used. But it gave a significant increase to armor. However, after Major put into practice training in full uniform, our infantrymen had received the shield bearer skill, which reduced the negative impact of the shield on all characteristics. All soldiers were dressed in almost completely new armor and brigantines. On their heads were leather helmets with steel cheeks and sewn metal plates. The result was something between a completely steel helmet and its simple leather counterpart. Name: Armored Leather Helmet. Level: Trash. Description: Best hope this one doesn't end up in a museum.
They'd laugh at it for not being historically accurate. However, it's still better than nothing at all. Strength 100 over 100. Armor 4. Stamina +4. Wisdom +2. Combat axes were another new addition. Botanists suggested this solution, and, after heated debate, I decided to give way. I was annoyed by the complete non-historicity of what we were doing. But on the other hand, we weren't doing reconstruction or cosplay. We were trying to increase our combat effectiveness. The sapper shovels had proven to be an excellent weapon in close formation, but dueling with them was impossible. The fight with the predator had shown that. A sword would be a universal solution, but we had neither the time nor the metal to prepare swords for every warrior. So as an experiment, I gave in and gave the go-ahead for the production of an experimental batch of axes. Name: Battle Axe. Level: Trash. Description: The Vikings always said that axe decapitated all. Or perhaps that's not what they said. There are some translation difficulties. All that matters is an axe like this really can chop a head off, enough to make any amateur vivisector shudder. Bonus: Strength +5, Agility +1. They were easier to manufacture and required less iron. The spears would remain where they were, but if the battle broke out into separate fights, the fighters would be able to use axes as their main weapon. When storming the narrow streets and corridors, or cutting down an enemy at close range, the blade would come in handy. In any case, the axes only went to the experienced warriors. New recruits were only required to stand in the formation and not run into the back of the person in front. And to survive, if possible. Behind the phalanx came the so-called support group, made up of our combat allies. In just a couple of days, Nana had managed to train them to a fairly high level of plumbata throwing. As soon as the blonde had managed to get a taste of real power, she had shown herself in all her glory, becoming an almost exact copy of the sergeant from Full Metal Jacket. Even I had shuddered, hearing the screams and prayers for mercy coming from the women's training. But Nana had remained ruthless and heartless. I'd even patted Mustafa on the back, expressing my condolences. "She doesn't take it to bed with her," the Turk replied proudly, making very clear who the head of the family was. It was not possible to equip all of the girls and brigantines. We simply didn't have them in sufficient quantities. Patrick had already rubbed all his fingers raw, trying to keep up with state demand. As a result, they each put on a leather vest and were issued a simple leather helmet. Their task was not to make it face-to-face with the enemy. They shouldn't be on the front line at all. Their role was to work as light infantry support, throwing plumbatas at the enemy. Next came Squidward, along with the nurse girl. The two of them were our mobile hospital. At the very end of the column came the siege masters, Mustafa and his employees. Their task was solely to assemble and use the siege armaments. Roos had struggled with the siege tower due to its size and how much wood it required, so all we could count on was the ran and a few siege ladders. However, I hoped that this would be more than enough. Well, and then the devil knows what closed off our procession, detached from its spot in Sparta and carried on a pole. Members of the phalanx took turns as its honorary carriers. Next to the scarecrow, Omari walked quietly, with a very serious expression on her face. I had also picked that expression up en route, from some strange intuition. In Sparta itself, I had left a small garrison, consisting of Top Dog, Botanist, Piggy, Johnson, and Third. Their level and XP would be enough to deter a possible attack by any enemies. Lola and Desk Jockey, along with the slave girls and former knights, also stayed behind, but I wasn't counting on them as combat units.
I had made this decision despite all of my subordinates' objections and lamentations, because the safety of Sparta stood above all else for me. Each of the 5 came up to me alone and begged me to take them on the trip. They all wanted to take part in the historic assault. But I stood firm. I couldn't leave loads of new recruits. They wouldn't be able to defend effectively. They served us better in the campaign as simple carriers or infantry. Dividing our forces into 2 would put an end to the possibility of a siege of the fortress. This wasn't a half-hour walk and back. It was a full-fledged military campaign. One convoy consisted of a dozen wheelbarrows full of spare weapons, armor, consumables, medicines from Lola, accessories for our defensive and offensive structures, and other necessary things. Peter and Hare were fastened up to the 2 largest carts. The rest were small wagons on 2 wheels with long handles. Infantrymen were fastened up to them like a rickshaw, dragging the carts along behind themselves. Despite the early set-off, we only got to the Easterners' abandoned forward outpost after lunch. After occupying it and setting up a camp, I sent Junior and Kolka to do recon. Their goal was to make sure that the situation in Jojo's fortress hadn't changed. They returned after about an hour, saying that everything was calm and the enemy obviously wasn't expecting us. How wonderful! No, perhaps it was too wonderful. Wasn't that a trap? Shouldn't we attack immediately? However, looking at tired soldiers, as well as the girls, who weren't used to marches like that, I dismissed the idea. Acting when your team was exhausted was not the best option. Hurry would now do more harm than good. The fortress wasn't as toothless as it seemed. Preparing the ram and the ladders in situ would take a lot of time. There was a reason that Roos had struggled so much putting all of the designs together. After placing some soldiers on watch and arranging a change of guard, the camp gradually hit the hay. We'd have to spend that night in the outpost in order to begin the siege of the fortress at dawn and put a big, bold full stop to this war. The final battle. All or nothing. By dawn, we had already restarted our journey. Just as, according to our intelligence officers, the enemy's fortress was about to appear on the horizon, we came across 2 riders. Without even trying to enter into battle or negotiations with us, they immediately turned and hot-footed it. That made it unlikely that our appearance would be a complete surprise to the enemy. On the other hand, it was good that we hadn't been noticed before then. The outer walls of the rider settlement soon appeared in the distance. I noticed the last slaves and knights running into the gate, which were then slammed shut with a loud squeak. Well, let the siege begin. Kolka and Junior went to explore the surroundings, while we set about building the camp. The infantrymen disassembled the equipment, preparing for any surprise. The construction squad began to assemble the siege armaments. Our ram took on its final appearance. A gable wooden roof, 5 pairs of thick wheels, and wet skins to prevent the defenders from setting fire to this miracle of engineering. All this complemented the suspended thick log, which we would use to knock at the gates of the fortress. The siege ladders were assembled into a single structure, with iron hooks attached at the end, so that the enemy couldn't easily push them off. Junior and Kolka returned and reported. No movement detected in the area. Well then, is it time to rub this anthill and say hello, like well-educated people? I said to Mouse. Major laughed and gave me the telescope he'd been using to look at the enemy fortress, to give me a better look at the results of our greeting. The mage understood me and took a little step forward. Her hands passed over one another. A slight odor of ozone struck the nose. And then, bam! Powerful lightning crashed into one of the supports of the observation towers that rose above the palisade. The construction had already been on its last legs, and after this abuse, it couldn't withstand, leaning and falling with a rumble somewhere inside the fortress. Boom! All we heard was the deafening crack of wood, and then we saw a cloud of smoke rising over the palisade. Sparta! Our soldiers responded with a unified roar. Mouse was already preparing to launch a second parcel, when suddenly the long sound of a battle horn was heard. And then the locked gates of the enemy fortress opened. Chapter 16. My lord, enemies are approaching the fortress! Stern, having himself only just received the report from the riders patrolling the approaches to the settlement, immediately broke into the main hall of Jojo's estate. All the bikers had already gathered here, or rather, those who had survived the skirmishes with Sparta, as well as those who returned from other clusters, bringing newcomers. As I expected, they haven't delayed with their retaliation. Their leader nodded, leaning his hands on the heavy table. Then shall we crush them, Lord? Asked one of the bikers, a bearded man with a beer belly. That same potbelly had distinguished itself in their past life for his incredible power. The system recognized the essence of people for good reason. Here he could turn a trio of knights to dust with his bare hands. Food, like money, is the blood of war. Collect everything you can from the slaves in the outer settlement. Leave nothing behind. If they fight for us, they will die with dignity. But if they try to jump ship, they will get nothing for their revolt. Jojo said, so calmly it seemed entirely quotidian. Send them to the first rows of the front line, both at the walls and at the gates. If the enemy breaks through, and I have no doubt they will, then they will be the first to take the blow. They nodded obediently, nobody arguing with their lord. They were accustomed to trusting his decisions. Fight means fight. If that meant sitting quietly and waiting for danger, then it had to be done. Lord Jojo, we need to attack before they are at the walls, before they get organized, while they're still exhausted from the journey, Stern declared, excitedly, perhaps even with a note of panic. Why risk our people and slaves if we can get rid of this problem now? The eyes of all present focused on him. The bikers were violent, but they never contradicted their leader. This often led to very bad consequences. What exactly are you suggesting, Stern? For the first time, the man turned his piercing gaze to his subordinate. The new rider captain could feel how dry his throat was. His legs nearly gave way when met with that calm, icy look. Jojo looked at him with a curiosity, as if he were a lab rat, the object of research, rather than his new right-hand man. Had he really not put him there for a reason? Stern now felt lonely, as if on top of a cold mountain. All this time he had been thinking only of the good of their gang. He had blindly believed their leader. But did that leader really just keep him as a rag to wipe his feet on? Who was to blame for that? Gunther, who always turned out to be better at everything? Jojo, who never appreciated Stan's merits? Or was it Stan, the one that allowed them to treat him like that? Stace's words had dug into his skull like hot pins, making his vision blur for a moment. Only his fists, clenched until they hurt, allowed him to recover. Stan exhaled, missed a heartbeat, and turned to stare at Jojo. The enemy army clearly has no serious power. Our watchmen have told us as much. In open combat, we will roll them out like dough. If they break into the fortress, it will bring chaos, destruction, and possibly sacrifices. It will be easier and more efficient to send boar riders out. I am ready to lead them. I am ready to bring you victory, my lord. Jojo scratched his neck thoughtfully. He looked closely at Stern, then at those assembled. Some of them were beating their fists on the tables. They liked the idea of battle. But most were silent. They condemned the upstart. Jojo covered his eyes, then began to speak. Not loudly, but the hall was deadly silent. Everyone caught every word. When thinking only of the result, people begin to look for a shortcut. On a short path, you can easily lose sight of the truth, as well as turn the wrong way. You may fall into the abyss. Right now, you're offering a shortcut. Like last time, Stern. I have already said that people must grow from their weaknesses. You don't even notice them. You don't think that haste and impetuosity are a vice rather than a good, Jojo said quietly. They will not bring us victory in this situation either. Not a victory I can enjoy. Stern could feel a drop of sweat trickling down his back. Jojo stood at the other end of the hall, beat him into the floor with words. Lower than the skirting board. Fool! He heard one of the older bikers laugh just at the edge of earshot. He's thought up a way to make himself swing. After that voice, a number of its neighbors broke out in a chuckle. Go and organize food collection from the slaves, Jojo said, and turned away from Stern. And take inventory in the warehouses. Count how much food we have. Account for every last carrot. The laughs were getting more distinct. Stern realized that they were laughing at him. Jojo wasn't trusting him with anything. He didn't see anyone as captain except his friend Gunther. Stern felt a seething rage flood over his entire body. All caution, all fear of his leader, and the habit of obeying him broke into fragments in his heart. Everything was consumed by an insane, all-destructive rage. The dumb, goofy riders at the table, the whole fucking council, even Jojo himself. He'd show them what he was worth. Stern would prove that he deserved his new title. Stace's words were ringing in his head. Her face, her smile, all of it was woven into a single image. The only one who didn't mock him. The only one that didn't make his jaw grind. Show Jojo that he's wrong. Show everyone you're better than Gunther. And then you'll take his place. Your place. The priestess was right. She had been right all along. Turning his back on his comrades, Stern broke out in a bloodthirsty smile. Send him to count carrots? All right. Now he'd take a real inventory. The gates opened, and out of them came 8 riders on boars. Was that a lot or a little? For us, it was more than enough. In open terrain, they could go through us like a knife through butter. Wall of shields, I commanded. The phalanx closed formation, standing fearlessly in one line. They put their spears forward, as if they wanted to take a ramming blow from the boar cavalry. Our formation looked heroic, but it was very vulnerable. Sure, the spearmen could have repelled horse attacks, but my soldiers were only set up in one line. The line had no depth and lacked several rows of spears. We were at the very beginning of things, and now it might just end. I could see tension in my people's faces. In the center of the line stood the giant Roos, one of our most powerful infantries, although he'd only had a week of training compared to the rest. I knew for sure that Roos wouldn't move. He may as well have been rooted to the earth. Behind his back, his wife Roxy was part of our Valkyries. He would protect her to the last. Go on, the riders cried, spurring on their steeds. The earth was trembling under their hooves. I could feel a hum. The boars were accelerating, and it wasn't just speed, it was a skill. They held heavy cavalry spears in front of them. Combined with their shields, this made them almost invulnerable from the front. Mouse pulled my sleeve anxiously. No, I shook my head. Not yet. Lightning wouldn't hit a moving target, and fireballs wouldn't have the desired effect right now.
Forward! Kill them all! One of the riders roared.
A familiar face. One of the two who had managed to escape the Vesuvius trap. So he was their new commander now. The riders were charging in a wedge, or, as it was customary to name this system in the Russian annals, pig formation. I suddenly realized what this scene looked like. A bowling alley. The dark ball of boars was about to hit the ranks of our infantry and scatter it like pins. It was time. Turn, I said to Major, and he duplicated it with his loud commander's voice. Phalanx, turn! In a movement they'd practiced hundreds of times in training, the fighters restructured themselves into 4 columns, and right in front of the amazed riders, they pulled back. Right behind the 3 rows of spikes lined up behind their backs, there was nothing complicated about this construction. 3 logs, arranged into a hedgehog. A sharp stake stuck out towards the enemy. The structure could not be moved. Before putting the ram together, our construction team had taken care of protecting the camp. Of course, I had read about it in my book. Sorties in war were pretty common. Every commander had to be ready for it. The riders tried to stop their animals. They abruptly pulled at the boars, but they were already rushing forward, triggering their ram skill. One insolent rider thought he'd be able to demolish the flimsy wooden structure, and didn't even try to break. Hit! The sharp stake sunk into the animal's sternum. The rider himself was thrown to the ground and instantly turned into a pin pad, dotted with spears. The rest of the riders stopped their animals with incredible effort before reaching the spikes. And at just that moment, several animals gave a loud squeal. They stood on their hind legs, dumping their riders to the ground. 2 of the boars had already lost their footing and fell to their knees altogether. Garlic, well known since the time of the Romans, is a simple device that's deadly to cavalry. The phalanx wasn't just standing in front of the spikes. They had generously sowed the earth in front of them with garlic. And now the riders and their beasts were in a minefield. The boars squealed like piglets as their hooves landed on metal spikes. The riders barely stayed in their saddles. They had to slow down their movement to save the animals from falling into painful, if not deadly, traps. The enemy's offensive momentum was blown away like an empty clap. The soldiers stamped on the spot, not knowing what to do. But this was just the beginning. Fire! I roared with all my power, outshouting the noise of battle. In the direction of the standing riders flew dozens of plumbadas, thrown straight on, point blank. There wasn't even a need to worry about accuracy. The target was at a distance of a few steps. I could hear the cries of the enemy and the howling of boars as the darts pierced their hides. But no one was thinking of stopping. The second volley immediately followed. The phalanx was joined by the Valkyries, launching their missiles in an arc, so it was difficult to hide from them. The whistle of their fall could be heard. Then the enemy cried once more, much quieter and more desperate. The battle was turning into a beating. Trying to move forward, the enemy fell on several rows of spears, which closed the narrow passages between the spikes. To get around the flank, the riders had to turn sideways, turning themselves into the perfect target. The swarm of darts did not subside. By the 3rd wave, 4 of the 8 riders were already out of action. By the 4th, the 5th rider fell to the ground with a pierced skull. Then on the last, 5th wave, of the whole band of men that had tried to bring death to all in this field, only one survivor remained. The commander himself. Either the luckiest or the most cautious. I saw him turning around to give a command to retreat, and realizing there was no one left to retreat. Spurring his boar, he turned back to the fortress. Mouse, "If you'd be so kind," I said, watching him go. Bam! Lightning passed just by the intended target, frying the boar's butt. The animal jerked sharply to the side, dropping its rider, but the man rolled out of it and had no intention of stopping. He rushed to the gates, not paying attention to anything. "Stubborn guy," I said. "Slippery as an eel," the mage remarked, clearly dissatisfied with her mistake. The enemy disappeared behind the gate, which slammed behind him. I, on the other hand, was full of optimism. One surviving enemy would not change the outcome, but his shameful return would sow panic and despair in the fortress. It was a bit of a shame we couldn't chase him to break into the gate over the enemy's shoulders, but I deliberately restrained myself, let the excitement subside. I had just seen what reckless actions led to. War requires a cool head. That meant I needed to calm down and act according to the existing plan. "Okay, don't relax. Take the survivors prisoner. Finish off the seriously wounded beasts. Collect all throwables," I commanded, proclaiming our victory. "We've got fried boar for dinner tonight." With a happy roar of agreement, the soldiers rushed to perform their tasks. They were still simmering with the excitement of the recent battle, but soon the ignition would pass. Arriving at the end of the march from the outpost and immediately entering into battle, that had exhausted us all. The system responded with a fatigue debuff, which cut our stamina by 10% and hinted that this is just the beginning. It was time for the army to rest. The siege should proceed with a cool head and nothing else. Not to mention, with courage like never before. The risk of overestimating our capabilities and exposing ourselves was very high. In a position like ours, that was a completely unacceptable possibility. Taking a deep breath, I examined the battlefield again. It wasn't for nothing that I'd insisted we install protective hedgehogs first. Otherwise, the bloodshed would have been inevitable, and our victory in the war could have been in great doubt. My enemy had bet everything on this unexpected sortie. If I hadn't taken precautions, his plan might have been a success. I twitched my shoulders involuntarily, sensing how close to the edge I had come. But a healthy dose of paranoia was no longer a blessing. It was a necessity. That's why the storming of the first wall was scheduled for the next morning, when we had all rested. The night came on fast. In order to avoid being suddenly attacked, we retreated some distance from the walls of the fortress and set up camp. We didn't have much fabric from Gale so far, so we only had one tent, the commander's, in which I and my headquarters were located. Or rather, during the day it was a headquarters, and at night I was on my own. The rest of them had to sleep by the fires. The conditions, of course, were not ideal, but there was nothing to be done. Before I lay down, I personally checked the posts and visited Peter, who had been pretty excited today by the screams and cries of boars. I had to scratch the impressionable animal behind the ears and feed him 2 potatoes. At the entrance, I nodded to 2 soldiers from the first batch of Major's fresh meat and entered my tent. We needed to sleep. We had to be fresh and boisterous on the attack tomorrow. After settling in a sleeping bag, personally sewn by Piggy from Hareskins for this trip, I immediately fell asleep. "Am I disturbing you, Lord?" A gentle whisper broke into my dreams. I found it difficult to unstick my eyes, unsure whether I was in a dream or reality. I immediately realized that I was not alone anymore. Next to me, as if sticking to me, lay a naked, black-haired girl. And since I slept naked myself, the effect of her presence immediately made itself felt. The weirdest part was that I didn't feel any panic. On the contrary, I felt a slight curiosity and a very strong excitement. Had one of the slaves from the new party decided to try their luck and raise their status in such a non-trivial way? I was already a married man, 3 times over if you counted Mouse. When you've got 3, what difference did 4 make, right? But how had security missed her? No, this was definitely the first time I'd seen her. I wouldn't have missed such a striking beauty. The girl's body wasn't just perfect, it was even more complete than perfect. A very thin waist, slender hips, a heavy, pert chest. No such figure existed in real life. In the system, perhaps I could believe it. Goosebumps ran over my body. My recent encounter with the spirit flashed in memory. But she had been incorporeal, a patchwork, whereas this one was hot and malleable. Her proximity alone made me lose all clarity of thought. "Who are you?" I asked her, and, without even realizing my actions, I raked my fingers through her hair. "Do you really not recognize me?" she whispered in my ear, and leaned over, exposing her impeccable breasts to me. "I would definitely remember you," I said. She responded with a curt laugh. "How about now?" The girl opened her eyes, revealing pupils that were as red as 2 rubies, twinkling mysteriously in the half-darkness of the tent. Humans definitely don't have eyes like that. Just in case, I lowered my hand beneath my bed to feel for my Jian. I realized that it wasn't there. It had just disappeared. An empty space. "Don't you remember me?" she said, flirty but capricious. "I'm a little offended even. I thought our meeting had been unforgettable. Well, you can call me Mirantis." Those words made me shudder from head to toe. Shit. I was staring at the chest of a goddess who fed on human souls, to which I had almost been sacrificed. What the hell was she doing in my tent? In my bed? What the fuck was she doing now? Chapter 17. An entire goddess had come to visit me. Although it was she herself who'd just called her a goddess, she hadn't yet presented any proof of her divinity. I could call myself Emperor of the World, too, but it wouldn't make me any stronger or more powerful. On the other hand, it was obvious that she was much stronger than the leech or transparent Danny. Those entities couldn't even maintain their own appearance. But here, I had the complete feeling that there was a real woman next to me, if an incredibly attractive one. The warmth and elasticity of her body, the smell of her skin. An absolute 100% match. I suspected that the entity next to me was very strong, and therefore damn dangerous. What was going on with the devil knows what, anyway? Was this lady not even to its taste? Anyway, it wasn't clear how to get rid of her yet. I'd have to stall for time. "Forgive me, goddess," I said. "Last time I didn't get the chance to see you in all your glory. The circumstances were a little trying. To what do you owe your extremely pleasant visit?" "Your soul was looking so tempting that I couldn't resist. I had to come towards the spark," the goddess giggled. I finally realized that we were in no ordinary world, but some kind of mirage. The sensations were so strange, as if I were in a dream, and was seeing everything around me through a column of water, or some kind of film. Focus, and the object would incarnate as you imagined it. Otherwise, it remained a fuzzy shadow. I got up from my sleeping bag. Mirantis didn't try to keep me whatsoever. I walked slowly to the canopy of the tent and pulled it aside. On the other side was emptiness. A white background, like the textures hadn't loaded. 2 bouncy hemispheres rested on my back. The goddess crossed her arms around my waist, like she was playing with me. I took a deep breath. Would you expect an entire goddess to be feeling me up? First time, huh? The feeling was very similar to the charm that had hung in the air when I met Stace. But somehow, it felt like Mirantis was holding back. If she pressed a little harder, I would lose my mind and turn into a drooling idiot. She needed me conscious, which made me feel a little easier. It's a pity I can't provide the proper hospitality, I said. We're all traveling light. I can't even offer you tea. Do you want tea? The sensation of the girl against my back disappeared in an instant. It was there, then it wasn't. I looked around and watched, as in the center of the tent appeared a strong wooden table, and on it a samovar, polished to a sheen. The goddess was no longer naked, but dressed in a spectacular and exotic negligee. This made the task no easier for me, rather the opposite. I came to offer you a deal, Leo, the goddess said, answering my silent question. Even though you are under my control now, I do not intend to harm you. It's not in my best interest. Do we not have a, conflict of interest? I asked, cautiously. You and I? Don't be silly. She wiped away an invisible tear. You have a feud with my priestess, Stace, and only with her. I personally have no prejudice against you and your settlement. Not yet, at least. Do those not contradict each other? That I'm Stace's enemy, and she's your priestess? I asked. I will try to explain to you how it all works, Mirantis said, after shaking her head. Basically, priests and priestesses exist to strengthen us, the gods and goddesses of this world. You call us entities. They bring us new congregations, new believers. Any priest who increases the influence of their god is a good priest. That works in the opposite direction, too. Stace did me a lot of good at first, but then... She disappointed you, I concluded. Interrupting a goddess is harmful to your health, she threatened flirtatiously, pointing a finger at me. I'll bear it in mind, I said, bowing my head. You're bold, the goddess said. People like that make good priests. Stace is incapable of curbing her pride. She is ambitious but stupid. She only ever thinks of personal power. I gave her a second chance, but that didn't help her either. I was going to leave this cluster, but then I saw one more light, small but bright. She put her chin in the palm of her hand, looking at me with a squint. So I'll ask you straight, Leo. Will you be my chief priest? Chief priest indeed. A fantastic offer. Just fucking amazing. One sacrifice and I was having visions left and right. Then here was a whole goddess, who, as I had seen from my own experience, was not averse to letting her flock bleed. Let alone this crazy circus she was proposing for me to lead. I could certainly understand the appeal. Career growth, from a simple player to a lord, and now becoming a full-on chief priest. The future was looking bright. I felt the urge to ask Mirantis the question, who do you see me being in 5 years' time? It is, of course, a great honor, I began, trying to hide my excitement. But as you know, this isn't just one day I'm deciding on. I mean, the role of priest is a great responsibility. Oh, I understand that very well, Mirantis smiled, as if she knew something I didn't. But I think you'll do better than Stace. Besides, you already have experience in managing the settlement. That's quite comparable. Comparable, but not the same. Managing people and managing faith are different things, I objected. Regardless, you don't refuse? An ultimatum. Simple, with no real embellishment.
Either take Stace's place, or... She hadn't yet revealed the whip. She was getting by with carrots. But I assumed the whip would appear if I struggled. Maybe it's not worth refusing, prompted a voice inside me. Marantis looked like a very attractive ally. More than that, the alliance could get a lot closer if I agreed. But Sparta would become much stronger, too, if it acquired such a patron. A real goddess standing up for us. Although, what was the use in pretending? I would personally become stronger. The question was what price I had to pay for it. You haven't said what my duties will be, I replied. It's very simple, she laughed. Take care of me. Above all, that means feeding me. Thanks to that good-for-nothing girl, I'm very hungry. Surely there are a couple of worthless souls among your slaves here. Could you spare them for your goddess? Marantis said, licking her lips flirtatiously. How about some time to think? The truth was that the stronger I grew myself, the more dependent I would be on Marantis. Being a powerful slave to a capricious bitch was still a way of life. The question was, how did I get out now? People don't think about proposals like this for long, the goddess frowned. Understand, my sweet? A goddess can't be fed with promises. She wants to eat now. So what will your answer be? Marantis laughed, bringing her face closer to mine. A deafening crack made the goddess pull away from me abruptly. What? A hole appeared in the canopy of the tent. The tip of my geon appeared through it. The hole spread down to the floor. Oh, you white-headed shit! Marantis hissed. Her beautiful face was screwed up with rage. An ink stain crept along the incision, spreading across the tent fabric. It devoured the fabric, which looked to smolder and fall off in pieces. When the wall had practically disappeared, through the opening of the gap stepped a female figure? Her heavy plate armor was covered with traces of cracks, chips, and scorches. Behind her fluttered a long scarlet cloak. Long, blonde, in fact, platinum, curls spread out from under the helmet, and the face was hidden by a faceless porcelain mask with no eye holes. How dare you break in here? Marantis exclaimed. Her body was enveloped in snow-white smoke, which formed a tight, elegant dress. Getting up from the table, she went over to meet the figure. Wait here, my dear. Give me 5 minutes, and we can continue our conversation, the goddess said to me with a sweet smile. Lifting her hand, she created a luminous dot, which turned into dozens of spears flying at the girl in armor. Another moment, and scraps of the tent, soaked in inky darkness, rose in a vortex, creating an impenetrable dome around the figure that the shining spears struck. A wave of explosions broke out. I could barely stay on my feet. You have no power here, you bastard, cried Marantis. I'll eat you. Her equanimity was nowhere to be seen. The goddess's graceful nails turned into long, predatory claws. She rushed forward at the enemy, but the girl easily repelled her blows with the sword. The eater hasn't fully grown yet. A ghostly, ringing voice sounded in my ears, making my head spin. The armored girl threw the sword and cut Marantis in two. The goddess split down the middle, turning into two black leeches, which immediately merged with each other and disappeared into the distance. You'll regret this, she screamed from afar, in a voice that no longer resembled a human. The warrior came up to me and put the palm of her brass glove on my chest. Wake up, sleepyhead, she said, jolting me out of the impossible place with a light shove. The last thing I saw was the surprised face of Omari
who was peering curiously through the hole in the wall of the tent. "Jesus Christ!" I exclaimed, jerking upright in my sleeping bag and looking around the tent, shell-shocked. Squidward was leaning over me. Next to me stood Little, Major, and Mouse. And on the floor next to the bed, right behind their backs, stood Omari, with a mysterious smile. "What's wrong with you, my lord?" our doctor asked calmly. "Are you feeling okay?" "I am now," I told him. "But what happened?" "I was called by the guards," he said. "They said that you were screaming in your sleep, and that you didn't react to any attempts to wake you up." Then this girl came running over. Junior picked up the story and pointed toward Omari, and asked us to give her your sword. She said that the devil knows what had asked her. At first we thought she was crazy, but you still wouldn't come to your senses. "You did everything right," I said. "Consider her now my advisor on incomprehensible phenomena." Omari lowered her eyes modestly. "Let me explain later. Right now we all need to sleep. Go to your beds. In the morning we will begin the siege." Left alone, I looked over my chest. It had a hand-shaped burn on it. Turns out the devil knows what is a hot little thing, I suddenly thought. I couldn't hold back a hefty laugh, so much so that the guards looked into the tent again. I gestured to them that everything was fine. Today had probably been one of the hottest nights of my life. The goddess hadn't killed me. There didn't appear to be any debuff from her appearance. It was time to return to earthly affairs. Onwards to the siege. The battle for the fortress began with the first rays of the sun. At the head of the detachment, the covered ram moved unhurriedly and heavily. Mustafa's hard-working men and the new recruits were pushing the colossal structure to the gate. On Earth, it would take 2 or 3 dozen physically strong men to move such a baby. Thanks to the system, we had managed to reduce this number to 8. Immediately behind the ram came the phalanx, arranging themselves under its roof. The soldiers held shields on each side and were ready for any unexpected sortie from the defenders of the fortress. They were followed by a wide arc of the Valkyries, armed with plumbadas and our reserves of grenades. "Sparta, forward!" I commanded from among the infantrymen. Frankly, I hadn't planned on attacking so early. The tactics of luring the enemy out of the fortress had worked excellently. What's more, we had a long-range weapon in the form of Mouse, who was able to turn the buildings inside the fortress into a burning hell, at no cost to us. But Morantis's visit last night made me reconsider my plans. Stace was inside the fortress, and since her patroness just fell out with me, the two of them would soon take on the defenders of the fortress. Then we'd really not be able to do much. I remembered the Frenchman from our old squad. 4 of us had barely got that guy down. What happened if Stace started making sacrifices and strengthening the boar riders? It looked like we were going to have to get ahead of her, again. Our squad moved confidently toward the walls. The heads of the defenders popped up above it periodically. They apparently realized that the real heat was about to begin. The first stones flew at the phalangists in the ram, shots from their slings. They bounced on the roof of the ram without causing any damage to it. But the situation with the infantry was different. "Phalanx, raise shields," I barked. The ranks of soldiers smoothly raised their shields, forming something like a classic Roman turtle. The shells now beat down on the shields, bouncing off them and falling to the ground. It wasn't for nothing that me and Major had worked out all these plans. The defenders on the walls themselves still didn't look too warlike. Mostly they were knights, but people in rags of some sort were visible too. All slaves had clearly been ordered up on the walls. They used their slings terribly, but due to the number of people, They managed to achieve a large density of fire. The riders themselves were not yet visible, which was alarming. So I didn't want to take the infantry in too near. One sortie of a few riders, and they would kill everyone hiding inside the ram, as well as damaging the weapon itself. Finally, the ram came up close to the gate, and the servant pulled the heavy log back. Bam! The log collided with the gate. The wood cracked, and with it the palisade trembled too. The frequency of falling shells increased. I watched as one of the soldiers, who had stuck his head out from under the edge of his shield, received a stone straight to the face. The power of the projectile was enough to turn his entire face into a mess. I doubt he would live after that. Player Raydan is dead! Fuck! I was prepared for losses, but every death felt like a blow. Not psychological, but physical. Get together! I wailed. Shield strong! The newcomers, feeling safe, had relaxed, apparently considering themselves the real, living gods of war. Here were the consequences. Plumbadas! Fire! Bam! The Valkyries sharply reduced their distance from the walls and threw their darts on a raised trajectory over the other side. It was difficult to hit things at that distance, but there were groans of pain from the wall, and the brazen defenders hid for a while. Damn! Bitch! Ah! The screams and squeals were so loud that we could even hear them from down below. The second wave of darts came hot on the heels of the first. New howls and curse-laden roars, only now the response flew back in our direction. One of the girls got knocked down. 2 other Valkyries dragged her away. Infantrymen from the phalanx were trying to cover the throwers with their shields. A barrage of stones fell on them. Player Flabby is dead. Is dead. Is dead. 3 deaths pounded in my ears. I clenched my jaw, then took a deep breath. Bam! The gate was only just holding it together with the last of its integrity. It became obvious that with 1 or 2 more blows, we could break in. This meant it was time to move on to the final chord of our attack. Incendiaries! Fire! Dozens of pots filled with lard flew at our enemy, who were clearly not expecting such an approach. Nouse immediately followed them up with several fireballs. The flame covered the top of the walls immediately. Players were burning alive. Assuming we would continue to throw darts at them, they probably covered themselves with shields. The incendiary mixture then became, to put it mildly, an unpleasant surprise for the defenders. At just that moment, the rams struck a new blow. Bam! The gates broke inwards. The logs supporting them on the inside cracked and fell to the sides, opening the way into the settlement. Phalanx! Attack! I cried, drawing my jian from its sheath and leading the warriors after me. The 2 columns of infantry broke into the fortress, right into the burning hell of smoke, dust, and flames. No one was backing out. Not now that the first blood of Sparta's warriors had been spilled. Not now that the last obstacle dividing us had been broken. After casting one last glance at the Valkyries, who were approaching the walls fearlessly, I walked through the gates. You were right. You were right all this time, Stern said, dejected. He looked at the gently smiling priestess. Stace approached the man and took his callus-covered palms in her tender hands. I knew you would understand everything and take my side. Her smile drove him crazy. The shine of her eyes made his heart beat once and again. But I lost anyway, just like Jojo warned me. I let him down. Stern sat powerlessly in front of her on the floor, allowing the priestess to smooth his puffed-up, dusty hair. Not at all, she whispered sneakily. He didn't accept your idea, didn't give you enough fighters to help, refused to make you stronger, and doomed you to failure. Jojo was the first to stab you in the back. Is it really worth following him further? Yes, precisely. This is all his fault. He's at fault here. He's the Lord. He couldn't help but know my intentions. He's a traitor, Stern declared, mesmerized. His eyes shone with a strange glint, the same as that in Stace's eyes, which were no longer covered by a mask. She gave a satisfied smile. Her work had not been in vain. So she'd failed to encircle the leader of the settlement. So what? Why would she give up such an uncomfortable partner, when now? Extend her hand, and he fell into her arms. She had undermined his confidence, his loyalty, his fear of the Lord. It was she who drove a wedge among the leaders of the East, and she would reap the most reward as they gnawed on each other. There was little left to do. Follow me, my warrior. I will help you rise up and take the place you deserve, as you earn it for yourself. Stace laughed earnestly, and Stern looked up at her. Yes, you are, as always, right, he said, and the two of them disappeared into the chambers of the priestess. In there, Jojo's ex-concubine was lying tied up on the table, looking at what was happening in pure horror. Stace took a knife in her hands with a smile. Come closer, future lord. Chapter 18. There was good reason that the Phalanx had gained a reputation as an invincible ancient military formation. The famous story of the 300 Spartans, the victorious campaigns of Alexander the Great, in both cases, their main force had been the Phalanx. In this formation, every warrior provided protection for himself and his comrade. The structure remained impenetrable until the last moment. Soldiers fought not as individual fighters, but as a single, inseparable whole. Today, penetrating into the enemy settlement, this construction demonstrated its effectiveness in full. As soon as our troops broke through on two fronts, my subordinates immediately formed an impenetrable wall of shields and spears, repelling the retaliatory attack of the defenders. The enemy had expected to catch us by surprise, taking advantage of the moment that we made our way through the narrow gate. However, Sparta was ready for this. Major and I had conducted more than a few training sessions on the topic of breaking down fortifications. Our soldiers could do more than march in place. Strike! I commanded. The enemy barely had time to come to its senses as it encountered our wall of spears, which began to mercilessly attack them in a coordinated pattern. Blood flowed like a river. Cries and squeals filled the air. One by one, the adversaries fell, defeated by our warriors. Body after body vanished into snow-white dust. "Overwhelm them! They can't keep up this tempo!" screamed a voice from among the enemies. We were met by a living wave of slaves. Driven from behind by the knights, they rushed us in a desperate attempt to throw their bodies at our formation. The spears shook in our hands. The wood of our shields cracked from the stones coming down from the walls. Throwing spears flickered in the air. Then a hail of plumbadas came from a great height and crashed into the enemy's skulls. Flames licked up around us. Houses by the walls were shedding black smoke. Here and there ran living torches, warriors covered in flammable liquid, now enveloped by tongues of flames like napalm. Chaos, disaster, and confusion reigned in the city. Yet the Easterners still tried to resist. Whether they were doing so willingly or not was another question. However, the flow of people crashed into our phalanx with a frantic roar, not stopping for our spears, nor for the bodies of their fallen comrades lying under their feet. It didn't matter how much we attacked them. One fell,
and immediately after them came a new slave, armed with a knife, an axe, a mace, or a club. Our spears were breaking under the weight of the onslaught. Some got stuck in a crush of bodies. A couple of slaves even managed to grab the shaft with a death grip, making it motionless. A battle rage engulfed both us and our enemies. The spears fell to the ground, replaced in close combat by sapper shovels and axes. A steady rumble, the collision of bodies against the wall of shields, hung in the air. In the noise, it would be impossible to make out any commands, but they weren't needed. Every soldier in the phalanx acted sparingly, carefully, without breaking the formation and without exposing himself to the savaging of the crowd. Major hadn't drilled them for no reason. Discipline always works against any opponent. With every minute, the battle became fiercer and fiercer. Shields cracked. The cries and moans of the wounded mixed with the crackling fire that had engulfed the outer walls. I was stood in this mess too, hiding behind my shield and striking enemies with short blows from my sword. Waving your weapon from side to side in a narrow aisle was not the best idea. A new enemy with an embittered face tried to tear away my shield and breach our ranks. He only partially succeeded. The edge of the shield was slightly deflected, and a sharp blade crashed down on his freckled face. A moment later, he grabbed at his dissected larynx, which was swelling with his own blood. He fell, his body turning into a handful of snow-white ashes. "We can't break through their wall!" I heard panicked voices shout. The screams were getting louder and clearer. Everything was clear to me now. The knights had sent forward the slaves, unfortunate creatures who had no chance at victory. The enemy's intention was to exhaust my soldiers, to exhaust them to such an extent that later, the soldiers who were now prepared and rested could attack us. To use up our stamina with useless attempts by the slaves, and then finish us off without much difficulty. Cunning and effective. But who said I couldn't take advantage of that kind of strategy? Assessing the situation, I noticed several groups of knights who were keeping a safe distance, only firing at us with their slings. They were testing our durability, looking for weaknesses. There were only 3 of those groups, straight ahead and to the left and right. If we got a little carried away, they would immediately counterattack on 3 sides. That was undoubtedly a serious threat, which could cost the lives of several of my subordinates. What to do? Just then, a new opponent attacked my shield with a heavy cudgel. This was a primitive iron ball, sat atop a long handle, but its strike power really was killer. My arm burst in pain. This scoundrel had a lot of power. I gave a quick stab, but he escaped it with a sudden squat, almost hooking my legs with his weapon. I only escaped a blow myself by taking a well-timed step backwards. Something clicked in my head. I looked back at the Valkyries. They were doing the right thing. Although the aerial fire had quietened, it hadn't stopped completely. There was an idea. "Nana!" I roared. She turned to me and took a step in my direction, trying to hear me amid the noise. "On my command, throw the plumbadas just above us," I ordered. "But you'll get hit," she objected, as if I didn't realize. "On my command." "Understood." I returned my focus to the fighting in front of me. A dozen plumbadas tore through the air, arcing into the defenseless opponents, turning them into an abundant harvest. The first row of 6 slaves was simply mowed down. This did not pass without effect. The slaves, already depressed by the fact that they were caught between hammer and anvil, now understood that they were being led to the slaughter. At least before, they had seen an illusory chance of freedom. Now that chance was crumbling, and their priorities changed immediately. They turned hot on their heels,
away from the insurmountable phalanx to where the missiles could not reach them, directly towards the knights. I couldn't let such a brilliant opportunity go to waste. Forward! Break through their line! The phalanx moved forward with a single jerk, advancing on both the escaping slaves and the knights, who had been waiting for us all this time. The latter were stunned by our attack. We moved in one direction, practically leaving the rear open for the other two groups along the flanks. But that's exactly what I was counting on. Dividing my forces, I would have achieved nothing but protracted battles in narrow alleys. But if I could manage to defeat at least one of these groups, finishing off the rest would be much easier. The remaining groups on the flanks tried to attack, but stumbled over panicked slaves and were unable to mount anything. The slaves were running loose, saving their own lives, and now they were creating an obstacle not for us, but for our enemies. Everything was going just perfectly. One step, then another, then a third. The phalanx moved as an inexorable wall, accelerating, and ahead of contact with the enemy, breaking into a run. With a roar, the phalanx hit a liquid formation of knights, pressing and pushing them. My fighters now reminded me of a detachment of police officers at a rally, squeezing shields against an aggressive but uncontrollable crowd. They just crushed the enemy, not allowing them to respond. The knights gave way. One of them fell to the ground and was immediately hacked to pieces. In such close fighting conditions, a shovel was an ideal, monstrous weapon. We were now crushing them with both numerical superiority and fighting skill. The soldiers were learning to act in concert, which meant that they were able to attack in such a manner that the enemy couldn't repel all of their blows at once. The knights held on, but retreated. 1 minute, another, and suddenly the knight detachment gave a heaving shudder. Their defense was being crushed by our obliterating pressure. They were running. We made our way through the ranks of the enemy and instantly came out into a square, just to the rear of the marksmen on the walls. Major and Junior, our best fighters, rushed up, enacting a massacre against the unsuccessful slingers. Now it had become impossible to keep my soldiers at the gate, and the enemy was clearly realizing it. The two groups began to retreat at full speed. The battle moved into the most pleasant of stages, chasing down a running enemy. Jojo sat in the throne room, pondering on how to proceed with the siege. The enemy would definitely break into the outer ring, probably get bogged down in battle with the knights and slaves, and expend their forces on them. Exhausted, weakened, losing some men and using up their projectiles, if they had any. Judging by the smoke pillars, they did have them. It was at just this moment that Jojo would hit them with everything he had. The boars would be launched forward, of course, which would break the enemy's battle formation. Only after them would the riders themselves follow, leading the knights. Whatever the attackers had come up with, a few dozen crazy combat boars would be the trick. The animals would sweep away everything in their path without even noticing, even if some of them died. They weren't people. Their numbers would quickly be replenished. The takings of the battle and the added value of the captured enemy cluster would easily recoup all losses. Finishing off the enemy after the hog avalanche had passed through them would not be a laborious task. Jojo took pleasure in his plan, like a game of chess. He enjoyed watching people walk into his trap, watching them, thinking that they had thought of everything themselves, carrying out his will. It had always been so, and it would be so now. Above all, Jojo was cautious and prudent. He had probably won already. Yes, this plan couldn't fail. Everything was playing to his advantage. The chaos and confusion, the enemy's exhaustion. His riders were fresh and full of strength.
It was a pity that the idiot Stern had killed some of his most loyal people. Naturally, Jojo had already received the report, and he was undoubtedly going to punish his former captain. Enough that he didn't have to do the same to the others. But they had enough forces anyway. One single onslaught, and this stupid war would end just like the rest, with his unconditional victory. What was the point in playing cat and mouse with an enemy? That brazen lord was so confident in his own ability that he was going to come right to Jojo's doorstep. That confidence would be the cause of his death. Why engage in battle outside the palisade? Why give the enemy a chance to undermine his resources again? No need. The battle would take place on his own terms, and there was very little time left before this plan would be executed. Suddenly the doors burst open, and a dozen armed knights rushed into the hall. They were being led by a smiling Stace. "What are you doing, you idiots? Have you lost your fear? The War Council is in here," a plump man, one of the bikers, said as he jumped from his seat. Another 3 guards who were familiar to Jojo, who always stayed nearby, also came forward. "What am I supposed to make of this, Stace?" Jojo said to the girl in a calm voice. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Jojo. I've just decided to optimize the command system," the priestess said, then snapped her fingers, and the dozen knights immediately rushed to the attack. The plump biker immediately received a spear to the chin and fell to the ground, gasping his last. "Bastards! This is a rebellion!" One of the 3 remaining bikers screamed. They immediately attacked their subordinates, who seemed in over their heads. But the fight stopped before it began. "Look around you," Stace's voice rang out across the cavernous hall. "Are we really your enemies? Aren't you one of us? Here is the real enemy," she declared, pointing a finger at Jojo. Instead of repelling the attack, he sits and waits for the enemies, setting the table. He's working with them, so save the oyster and kill the Lord. "Yeah, that's right," one of the bikers frowned. "He betrayed us. Death to the traitor." The ritual had given the priestess power. Just one victim, and so much energy. The goddess had been especially kind to her today. However, she had demanded that the soul of this Lord Leo be given to her. Stace had no problem with that. She would love to put that arrogant lord on the altar. In the meantime, there was someone else standing in her way. The bikers, who were supposed to be his security, turned and approached their leader, grasping their weapons more comfortably. "So that's what you're up to," Jojo sighed. As usual, it wasn't clear what was on his mind. There was a note of sadness in his voice, as if Stace were a little girl who had greatly disappointed him with her behavior. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, but the top of the mountain's only big enough for one," the priestess grinned. "Seize him!" 13 players burst into action. In Jojo's hands was a 2-handed hammer, which he wielded with only one. Soon came the sound of crunching bones. It would seem that the numerical superiority was completely one-sided, and Jojo should have fallen within a minute. But reality isn't always what you expect it to be. The giant fought the crowd of knights alone, crushing them one by one, like insects. Grabbing one by the head, he lifted him into the air and threw him at another. The 3rd and 4th he knocked down with a barely noticeable sweep of his hammer. The 5th was knocked to the ground with a powerful kick, and then pressed into the wood. The 6th collided with the edge of the table, leaving a smear of blood on it. The 7th and 8th were crushed against the floor by the column of Jojo's overturned hammer. A punch to the chin sent the 9th flying to the other end of the hall. The 10th and 11th also fell to a hammer blow. A nervous shiver covered the entire complex. Jojo gave out not a single scream or roar.
He entered into no fierce tirade. He silently, methodically eradicated any hint of resistance, gradually approaching the culprit. Finally, the last pair of fighters failed to withstand his onslaught and scattered in different directions. The whole room was silent. Warriors lay scattered here and there, wounded, broken, bloody. The giant alone remained standing, unscathed. He towered above the priestess, threatening to burn her with his piercing gaze, like a blot on clean paper. Fear flashed from the very depths of Stace's eyes. She took one step back. Her lips trembled. Realizing that she would not be able to escape, not from this person, stood in front of her, she sighed. "This is the end, priestess," said Jojo, waving his hammer, preparing to put a stop to these games. But his blow never reached its target. A sword pierced Jojo's belly, emerging through his stomach. "Ugh!" The Lord looked down, stunned, at the bloodied tip. He fell to his knees, dropping the hammer from his hands and clamping the wound. Behind Jojo's back came leisurely footsteps, stepping around his hulking body and stopping next to Stace. The Lord looked up at the man who had stabbed him in the back and recognized his captain. "Et tu, Stern," he said, somehow still perfectly measured. "Your time is over, Jojo. The time has come for our settlement to change leaders," the man laughed, wiping the blood from his sword. "That's right, my warrior," Stace agreed. "But you're gonna have to hold on a little longer. We still need him." Her eyes met Jojo's. He suddenly felt himself bound by darkness and cold, covering his hands and legs, filling them with lead. His eyes grew dark. He fell on his side, now able to see only the legs of the two conspirators. "Go out to the people," Stace said. "Declare it to them all." Stern appeared on the step outside. His hands and clothes were covered in blood. Everyone in the settlement rushed over to him. Knights and riders, most of them young, having only recently received their boars. There were even a small number of slaves who had been designated to serve the bikers. "A rebellion," he began, but his throat closed up. He coughed and continued, louder. "A rebellion has attempted to kill our Lord Jojo. They wanted to kill our leader, release the traitor Gunther, and hand over power to him. The rebels have been killed, but our Lord is seriously wounded. All control of the fortress must pass to me." "Stern! Stern! Stern! Stern!" Someone from the crowd started chanting, and soon everyone had joined in the cry. "To save the Lord, we need the help of the priestess," Stern commanded. "Grab the concubines, get the girls out of the brothel. Take the slaves captive. They all need to be brought to the throne room. This is the only way we can win." I carefully studied the closed gates of the Easterners' inner settlement. The first battle had ended in a resounding victory for us. In total, just over a dozen knights and slaves had been killed, some in the crush at the gate, others under fire. About 7 more players fell in the course of further battle. The others surrendered. Now we had more than 24 prisoners. They were in large part slaves, exhausted, hungry, and frightened. My soldiers had killed almost all of the knights, even when they were barely showing any resistance. Just in case. On our side, only 5 people had died. 4 during the siege of the gate, and 1 once we were inside, after exposing himself to an attack from a knight. 4 had been seriously injured, including 2 Valkyries. The rest, although injured, were able to stay and fight. Again, Major and I would have to change the training program, to drive it into the soldiers' heads that they were far from immortal, even if they were superior to the enemy in uniform. During our capture of the Outer Ring, we were extremely surprised to find warehouses full of food. The famous carrot was now in our hands. We even found a few unharvested fields, even though I had been sure that by the time of our arrival, the enemy would have destroyed them so that the products didn't reach the invaders. If I'd been in Jojo's place, if there were a risk of losing the land, I would have cleaned it out as much as possible, taking everything valuable into the inner fortress. It felt like he had a defense plan, but it was only being executed in parts. On the one hand, the slaves and knights had won time for the rest of their forces. On the other hand, where were the main forces? I was waiting at any moment for a counterattack from the inner camp. The enemy could have hit us from the rear as we cleared the settlement. They could have taken the food out and left us with scorched earth. They could have hit us with something thrown from above, from the walls, not sparing their own or the outsiders, but trapping us between two rows of fortifications. They could have set the boars on us, as I had with the predator. But ultimately, he'd done nothing. It embarrassed me, as if I'd shown up for a duel and my opponent simply failed to appear. There were no observers on the walls. I was tempted to carry out a trial attack to find out what was causing this. But no. The soldiers were exhausted, our ammunition was empty, and the presence of 24 prisoners did not aid us in immediately resuming the siege. What was wrong? I looked at the inner fortress, and my body was enshrouded by an incomprehensible, chilling sense of danger. Something was wrong. The fortification looked weird. At that moment, my picture of the world seemed to shift from within, and I saw the same wall, but as if from a different perspective. The sky above it darkened, and inside, there unwound a huge black and red vortex. A dry wind swept past me, blowing pillars of smoke and ash to the side, but the mysterious vortex didn't stir. It existed not in our layer of being, but in the world of energy.
Lord?
Junior approached me, noticing how I had frozen in place, as if dug into the ground.
Hey, listen, you don't see anything
Suspicious, do you? I asked him, pointing at the inner settlement. Junior raised his eyebrows. Well, there's no guards visible? Or shooters on the wall, or anything? That's all you can see? I said, amazed. The vortex was growing stronger. I thought I could even make out dozens of fuzzy spirits beginning to flock to it. Energy leeches come to visit? Was there anything tasty waiting there for them? Did you need anything else? Junior asked, sincerely perplexed. No, I shook my head. But I understand that every minute of delay might be playing a cruel trick on us. It was just as Sparta had looked when Stace had managed to partially complete her ritual. This time, we couldn't let it happen. I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Junior, order Major to gather everyone who can stand up. What is the order, my lord? Junior said as he got up. We're going to attack. Again. Chapter 19. Preparing to continue the fight was stressful and nervous. Or at least, it was for me personally. The vortex behind the palisade not only refused to go away, it gained power, becoming more and more reminiscent of a growing tornado. If Stace had been committing sacrifices before, she now appeared to have decided not to limit herself to little trifles, and was sacrificing everyone left inside the fort. It was scary just imagining what she could do with such a huge amount of energy. That was why it was simply unacceptable to delay, especially now. This was despite the fact that our soldiers were exhausted after fighting almost 12 slaves and knights. I had managed to calculate the exact numbers of the defenders. To the 22 dead, we added a dozen wounded to varying degrees of severity. Those who had got by without serious injury consisted of only 12 people. At the beginning of the siege, there were 50 of them. In fact, that number exceeded ours by 2.5 times. No wonder it had felt as if the horde of opponents had no end and no edge. In the crush that formed at the gate, it was even impossible to determine how many were there, whether it was 20, 30, 50, or even more. Squidward and his assistant immediately set up a field hospital right here in the outer settlement. We needed it to treat the wounds of our soldiers as soon as possible. Despite the fact that we got away with relatively little blood spilled in the collision at the walls, a significant number of our people were wounded. Half of them had been injured in battle. Although no one received life-threatening injuries, even the most minor cut could have been decisive in a war of attrition. At the same time, they tried to save the seriously wounded knights and slaves. I was influenced there not only by my humanity, but also by the practical benefits. A prisoner with a decent level in skills was much more useful than a beginner. Now, leaving all the prisoners in the care of the Valkyries and taking measures to ensure that they did not arrange any surprises, I ordered Mustafa's construction squad to move the ram again. The assault must continue. Each of us was exhausted to our limit, but no one complained. Everyone felt a strange, depressing atmosphere emanating from the inner ring of the siege. Even though no one but me could see the terrifying whirlwind, luring many spirits in towards itself, everyone could feel a sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach. Just in case, I sent some soldiers to Amari, ordering that the devil knows what be transferred from the camp to me. If we were planning to storm the source of this terrible vortex, then we could at least do it with a support team, in the form of a dummy. Perhaps it could prove itself by giving us cover in a difficult moment. Meanwhile, the ram approached the gate. Bam! The first blow echoed throughout the settlement. But to my surprise, there was no movement on the walls. Not a single enemy. No one interfered with us. No one shot at us. It creeped us out even more, even though I knew that we were as lucky as hell. Bam! 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 The gate cracked, but we still got no answer. It seemed like everything inside was just extinct. The last barrier was now collapsing. The ram gently, as if in a training drill, rolled back, freeing the passage. The phalanx closed shields and entered the gap left where the gate had been. Slow and picturesque, as if in a parade. The fighters, now distinctly aware of the need to observe everything that Major had driven into their heads, strictly followed his system. I walked right behind them. We came into a long, narrow space. A stone passage, fenced in on the left and right by outbuildings, possibly serving as an additional frontier of defense. It would be very easy to fire right at the forehead of anyone who tried to storm this outpost from there. But the windows and balconies were empty. The passage led directly to a large building in which I recognized a likeness to my estate, although much more elaborate. It was above this building that the vortex was bursting out towards the sky. I noticed that the weak spirits circling over it were attracted, on the one hand, by the flow of energy emanating from below, but on the other, they were too afraid to descend too close. They obviously weren't too welcome there. Some of them, as soon as I made it through the inner wall, felt my presence and rushed toward me. But their hopes were doomed to be disappointed. Any that dared to approach were instantly destroyed by black needles, which branched out in different directions, implanting themselves in the leeches and other entities. Some of them seemed to have something almost humanoid within them. As soon as we entered the alleyway, 4 knights blocked our path. We had already encountered this audience in the lower city, and they didn't cause us much fear. But the 4 of them were behaving weirdly. Despite our superior forces, they roared forwards, dividing the entire stone corridor between them. The most surprising thing about this situation was that they hadn't attacked us when we were still passing through the gate, They were restrained, waiting for us to come out in full force. Even more disturbing to me was the fact that there were barely noticeable threads coming from their heads, moving in the direction of the vortex. Like real puppets. That must be Stace. "You have invaded the territory of the Great Priestess. Leave immediately," one of them screamed. "Don't even dream of it," Junior said, standing next to me. Then he growled something that our chroniclers wouldn't mention when later describing our feat.
Aggressors must be destroyed,
declared the most talkative knight. "Be careful, there's something wrong with them," I warned my subordinates, and then gripped the handle of my jian more firmly. The first oddity from the opponents was manifested in their extraordinary speed. They reduced the distance between us in just a few moments. That was a whole 20 meters they just covered. Their cudgels crashed into our shields, and they were tearing them apart. Cracks snaked across the surface of the shields, wood wreckage scattered everywhere. There was a deafening crack. "They have high characteristics," I warned. "Don't try and deflect their attacks directly." I tried to hit one of the knights with my blade. He evaded the sword like a slippery eel. He was fast. Too fast, even. I looked back. Junior had drawn the second enemy over to himself. Roos and Major were engaging the third, and the fourth was trying to raise 5 of our phalangists on his spear at once. This was difficult. People were tired, and the enemy was extremely unpleasant. To delay the battle would have meant condemning the infantry to huge losses. When you can barely stand on your feet, it becomes almost impossible to oppose any enemy, no matter how much you want it. I took a deep breath. I had to believe in my people. Right now, I needed to deal with the knight standing in front of me. A new beat from the cudgel hit the shield at an angle, but even so, I could feel my hand exploding with pain. The power they had gained was amazing. Having waited for the right moment, I threw my shield right into the knight's face. If the shield was no longer defensive, best to focus solely on attack. With a sharp movement, the enemy split my abandoned shield, but another attack came quickly to replace it. The blade of my sword swung from the top, straight down the middle. I thought the fight was over already, and victory mine. It turned out I was jumping to conclusions. At the last moment, the knight managed to jump back, avoiding a fatal wound. I'd only managed to scratch his side a little. That wasn't enough to put him out of action. A thin crack suddenly sounded to the right, and I involuntarily turned to look. One of the phalangists fell to the ground. His neck curved unnaturally. In the turmoil, I couldn't make out who it was. Maybe Jaeger. Shit. Using my brief loss of concentration, the opponent jumped at me. A knee to the stomach knocked the air out of me. Damn it, I got distracted. He raised the cudgel over my head and prepared to release it. I prepared to take his hit to the blade of my sword. Would it withstand it or not? At that moment, a dart flew into the knight's throat. The blood sprayed in all directions, flowing abundantly, and the enemy fell to the ground and was devoured instantly by snow-white dust.
"Lord, you all right?"
Nana's alarmed cry came from behind. "Excellent work," I croaked back, trying to regain my breath. No time to relax. There were 3 more. I went around the second opponent from behind, while he was engrossed in his fight with Junior. This fight was much easier. Junior's agility and my strength complemented each other perfectly. Junior deflected all the enemy's attacks and forced him onto the defensive. That gave me a great opportunity to pounce, which I did not waste. The second knight fell to his knees after taking a blade to the liver. Next. The couple of soldiers left were no longer a great struggle, just Strength in numbers, as they say. True, neither of them was going to sacrifice themselves, and the fight took quite a long time. But, on the other hand, besides the phalangist who had missed a blow, no one was seriously injured. Still, time was running through our fingers like sand. The vortex above us didn't slow down, and the spirit attacks grew more persistent. Something terrible was coming, and we had to hurry. Wasting no time, Junior and I moved along the solitary street. After passing a building that clearly looked like a boar pen, I noticed that it was empty. Where had all the animals gone? Did they release them? But where? The mysterious disappearance of the boars puzzled me. After all, only recently on the approach path to the fortress, we saw patrols riding those animals. My thoughts were interrupted by the squeaking of the double doors in a building at the end of the street. Out of them came 1, 2, 7 people. Their clothes and weapons were far superior to what we'd seen before. These were undoubtedly the remaining bikers. Only they could afford uniforms like that. They looked a lot better than the slaves and knights that we'd met on our way. Over each of their heads was the same thread connecting them with the invisible vortex. These channels seemed thicker than the ones on the knights we met before. At the head of the group stood the man who had only recently led the sortie, an old acquaintance. According to the captives, his name was Stern. "You shouldn't have come here, you bastards. Do not think that you will be able to leave without giving your life to the great Marantis," he laughed maliciously. "I've heard that somewhere before," Junior whispered to me. I nodded involuntarily, feeling a sharp sense of déjà vu. "You're in the minority. Your forces are destroyed. Your settlement was taken by force. Surrender, and I will give you a chance to redeem your wrongdoing," I offered them. They were unlikely to accept it, of course, but perhaps it would get them angry, at least. This guy had already got himself too worked up once before. The more emotional the enemy, the more stupidly he behaved. "Surrender? What kind of lord do you call that?" "Forgive me, but I'll have to refuse," Stern said, meeting my expectations. What good is bowing down to someone who is about to die and cannot even comprehend the cause of his own death? "Do you think the goddess will save you from iron?" I laughed. 7 players. 7 high-level players who had all received a buff. Not just the knights, who were only able to surpass us through rituals. These guys' levels exceeded even mine. Dangerous adversaries. What does the goddess have to do with this? She's my ally, who brought me to power. I'll smash you here and now, and then I'll take your women into slavery and give them to my boys for fun. Jojo has already become a page in the history books. Now it's my time. Long live Lord Stern. He opened his arms, and his entourage picked it up. Stern, 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 Stern. That was confusing news. Jojo was dead? How? He was Lord. What the hell was going on here? Suddenly the vortex shuddered, and dozens of spirits filled the area with a terrifying howl. You know, this is all very nice and pretentious, but I don't have time to measure teams with you, so... I looked over my shoulder at my team. "Release the Kraken!" That command put the bikers on battle footing. Stern almost immediately hid behind the backs of his subordinates, according to the principle of, "I've got lots of warriors, but Mama's only got one brave little soldier." But nothing happened. "I said, release the Kraken," I repeated, a little quieter. "And that's... who?" Major scratched his cheek embarrassedly. I knew I should have agreed on this moment with the guys. I was hoping they'd work it out. It was time to use the trump card up my sleeve. My miracle weapon. My ultimatum. which I had kept until the very last moment. "Bring your wife," I said to Junior.
Ah, that,
He declared joyfully. "I'm on it." Very shortly afterwards, the mage appeared next to me, also smiling, and absolutely shit-faced. System cider, made according to my instructions and designed to support magical abilities, had one curious effect. It was cumulative. As in, its buffs all added up. For precisely as long as the mage herself could stand on her own 2 feet. Mouse had already used 5 flasks. She held a 6th in her hand. She hiccuped.
Where am I firing? Lord? Over there?
She pointed uncertainly at the house to our left. I gently moved her finger to Stern and his team. "There they are, if you wouldn't mind," I repeated.
Oh, I can do that. 1 second.
Mouse laughed.
All right. What's up, assholes? One at a time.
She giggled cheerfully. Then a rumble of lightning followed. A real, spontaneous hell broke out in the street, easily matching that of the scarlet and black vortex. All there was left to do was pity Stern and his bikers. A wall of fire. Here's how one could briefly describe what was taking place. The drunken mouse resembled a combat turret, which was beating the bikers down at point-blank range, not even with fireballs, but with streams of flame, as if coming out of a flamethrower. The pretentious guys in their cool leather vests, riveted with metal plaques, holding axes and sticks in their hands, turned into human torches and wriggled on the ground in front of us. The entrance to the complex was simply destroyed, and there was nothing left of the bikers except a few piles of snow-white ash drifting upwards. Even Stern did not escape untouched. Last in line, he received a shot of lightning to the back and fell down dead. Now that's what I call an end-of-life career in local government. I handed Mouse over to Nana's care and ordered for her to be taken to the field hospital so she could sober up a little. The tired but satisfied mage was carefully taken away. Flames dripped from her fingers, igniting the occasional pile of straw. We didn't want her starting a fire on us. Dunk her in water or whatever. Well, I hoped they would look after her. We entered the inner complex through a hole punched by one of the lightning bolts. The building was a serious step up from my estate in terms of architectural evolution. I felt like a small villager who had arrived in the capital. Who cared? It hadn't saved the bikers. Corridors came one after the other, and I could feel the invisible pressure on my shoulders relaxing. Finally, we found ourselves in front of huge doors, through which energy was bubbling like a spring. Or a water cannon, aimed right at my head. "Well, let's do this," I laughed to myself, and pushed the heavy doors. They slowly moved apart, revealing a scene from a low-budget horror movie. The kind that uses vats of fake blood. Only here, it was all natural, not decorative. The whole room was covered with blood. It was just everywhere. On the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and especially on the huge table in the very center of the hall. At the far end of the hall sat a wide throne. On it, one leg thrown over the other, sat Stace. "Here are our long-awaited witnesses," she smiled. Half of her face was hidden behind a silver mask. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, which contrasted with the bloody massacre around her. Her eyes gleamed viciously, pointing straight at me. I knew she'd been waiting for me the whole time, waiting for revenge. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, Stace," I replied, examining the environment. I didn't notice anything suspicious. "I see you're looking beautiful. New cosmetics? Maybe your makeup team put some extra hours in." "You, meanwhile, have remained much the same, Lord Leo," the girl laughed. Still bold, still showing me no respect. That will be your downfall. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, I replied. At that moment, the hall shuddered. Then again, and again. One of my men pointed into the depths of the hall. There was a dark figure moving in our direction. This was a real giant, ripped, 2 meters high, wide as a closet. He wielded a 2-handed hammer, and his eyes sparkled with a suspicious scarlet gloss. Did you think I was going to make the same mistake a second time, and let you disturb the ritual I've bet so much on? Stace shook her head, stroking the giant's shoulder. No. Either way, as witnesses, you can have front-row seats. Every time she stopped talking, a female silhouette began to form next to the chair. A very familiar silhouette, one I'd seen recently. No more than a moment passed, and 2 ruby-red sparks sank into me. "We meet again, Lord Leo," she said. The goddess Marantis herself had descended upon us mortals. Chapter 20. "My respects, goddess," I said, bowing my head politely. I had absolutely no respect for her, of course, but I didn't want to be so rude a second time. Who knew what the consequences would be? Regardless, nothing good was awaiting us. "Who are you talking to, Lord?" Junior asked. "You can't see her, then?" I asked back. My warriors shook their heads in unison. That damn obsession was clearly still working its magic. I wasn't sure whether or not Marantis had now materialized for everyone, and could, for example, throw her astral spears at my phalanx. Or perhaps she was just here for my sake, and she couldn't reach the rest of us. The second option would be easier, but I still felt uncomfortable. Enough! No more human sacrifice, I thought to myself strictly, as if I were persuading myself to quit smoking or give up dessert. But Stace was the most surprised. "You can see her?" she cried. "But what difference does it make? You're going to die like the rest of them soon anyway. They will all become your sustenance, my goddess." Stace made a wide gesture with her hand, like a hospitable hostess, and Marantis gave a satisfied smile. The priestess turned away, to a table that a girl was tied to. She'd have been pretty, if it weren't for the horrified grimace on her face. "Jojo, deal with them," she said offhandedly over her shoulder. The figure of the man approached us. I could now see him pretty well. So that's what the rider's leader looked like. Honestly, he didn't look great. Covered in blood, dust, and wood chips, his eyes burned with a dark red light, and there was an enormous wound through his abdomen. How could he be shedding blood and still standing? Jojo's steps were heavy, weighty, like machinery. His face was frozen in a mask of indifference. This was an animated golem, not a human. He stood before us waving his hammer, not moving forward, but also making it clear that we would go no further. "Junior, Major, you're with me. The rest of you, try not to die," I commanded, clutching the handle of my sword tightly. "All right, let's see what you're worth." Jojo didn't react, even when the 3 of us came closer to him. He didn't move, didn't follow us with his burning eyes. From the side, it appeared that he wasn't breathing, just standing there, looking out into the empty space of the hall. However, it only took a small step from Junior behind his back for the 2-handed hammer to tear into motion and fall towards Junior's head with a roaring whistle. Bam! Junior only managed to step back at the last second. I was afraid that our regular fighters wouldn't even be able to respond to Jojo's attacks. The difference in characteristics and levels was too striking. And then, with the boost from Stace's blessing, he was some kind of Terminator. The hammer punched through the wooden floor, leaving a gaping hole in it. Shit, he's strong. Maybe even too strong. How much strength and agility did he have to be able to wave shit like that so freely?
He won't let us get any further, Major said, approaching from the other side. Falling to the ground, Major dodged the hammer, but not a direct blow from his fist. Ah! Unable to react in time, his back flew into the wooden table. Bitch, Junior growled, and immediately rushed at Jojo from behind. But he turned around again, with time to prescribe Junior a foot to the stomach.
I tried to stab Jojo in the thigh with my sword. If he were immobilized, he wouldn't become such a terrible opponent. The next second, what I saw made me lose my mind. He just gripped the blade of my sword with his bare hand, paying no attention to the blood draining in abundance and his almost severed fingers. His eyes watched me expectantly. Then he swung the hammer over my head. I had to leap back, releasing my weapon, to avoid dying on the spot. Fuck! The giant calmly threw the blade behind his back, not even thinking of going into a counteroffensive or pursuing me. He did not attack. He was just following orders. Don't let us near Stace. I looked at Major and Junior. We weren't strong enough to defeat the giant. Major raised his bow and fired at point-blank range, but Jojo just brushed off the arrow as if it were an annoying fly, sending it flying into the ceiling. Darts would obviously have the same effect. Perhaps if you threw them all at him from all angles at once, this monster would bleed out. But while that happened, he might reach the throwers and slaughter them all. I started viewing Jojo differently, not as an enemy, but as a dungeon boss with a limited aggro range. If you didn't enter it, you had time to think. If the enemy couldn't be defeated directly, then we had to look for another way. I looked around for a clue. Stace was definitely no help here. She was already bleeding the girl, who wasn't panicking anymore, because she wasn't moving. Morantis stood next to her, squinting with pleasure while watching the show. "Dear Morantis," I shouted to her, so that absolutely everyone could hear me. "Is your proposal for the role of chief priest still on offer?" The goddess's avatar turned to face me and broke out into a wide smile. "Oh, did the great Lord Leo change his mind?" "What do you mean, chief priest?" Stace shouted. As I had suspected, she couldn't resist. "Goddess, I am your closest and only priestess." "Don't exaggerate, sweetheart," Morantis declared carelessly. "Imagine that, Stace. Even your goddess knows how untalented you are. All I had to do was approach the fortress, and she asked me to replace you as her priest. You disappointed her." I pronounced every syllable, etching the phrase into her mind. Stace froze, interrupting her ritual. She looked creepy. Blood flowed down her arms to the elbows. Her white clothes were now covered in red spots. One half of her face was unperturbed and motionless, because it was hidden by the mask. But the other? Oh yes, the other was scrunching up in madness. You betrayed me?" Stace said resentfully. "Honey, don't be so naive," Morantis frowned. "I have to take care of myself and my future, and you regularly let me down. You should thank me for even looking at you again, as you crawled before me on your knees." "Honey!" Stace's scream filled the air. "I staged this whole coup for you! I gave myself to these assholes to break them up and to bring the village under your control. Now you tell me, don't be naive?" It seemed like someone had completely lost it from the amount of energy around her, and her potency. Another confirmation that mass sacrifices did not bring good. They brought you to the brink.
You'll be fine, Marantis snorted.
Gave myself? You gave yourself to me, too. Stop acting like a saint and hurry up, servant. I want to eat. Remember your place.
Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Stace's expression was getting completely insane. With the power I have gathered, I myself will be a goddess and cast you aside. Ah, what are you doing? Remembering yesterday's encounter with the goddess, I would never have communicated with her in such a tone. Her humanoid appearance could only deceive a very naive person, or someone who was too full of themselves.
Marantis appeared much closer to Stace. It was as if she had turned into a scarlet-black haze and transferred herself, then regained her human appearance again. Only now, the goddess's fingers were squeezed around Stace's throat.
Now you've really disappointed me, Stace. You think you're the first person to try to trick me? Stupid, greedy child. You're so certain that everything I lend you is rightfully yours. What a pity. You could have served a purpose, the goddess said, her voice betraying a sincere regret. But that doesn't mean you're no longer capable of being of use. Marantis's body, beautiful until now, suddenly exploded into hundreds of thin threads. They were like tentacles or cobwebs, enveloping Stace and digging into her. The two girls stood next to each other, as if embracing, and turned into a huge cocoon. Stace screamed, and then howled in terrible pain. Marantis, on the contrary, laughed. "No! Please, I'm your priestess! Marantis!" Stace screamed. "Jojo, help me!" "Yeah, that's real devotion," the goddess sighed, "turning your toy against me." She lifted her hand, and the giant froze in place. Hell, I couldn't miss a chance like that. It is not clear how things would end between these two, but we'd cross that bridge when we got to it. I grabbed my sword from the floor, thrown aside in the turmoil, and drove it right into the chest of the Lord of the Bikers. Whatever buffs he had, a sword in the heart is a guaranteed crit, and most likely a one-shot. The skewered Jojo fell like a great tree. "Marantis, my most beautiful, spare me. I will be your faithful slave. I will carry out any orders. Just spare me." Stace's eyes were full of horror. She knew what awaited her. Sacrificed souls did not return. It wasn't clear where they went, whether they became pure energy or something else happened to them, but they fell out of the cycle of the system. There would be no respawn. The body of the unlucky priestess dried up like an empty shell. It lost all human appearance, and then completely dissolved, sucked dry by the goddess, and some pathetic remains fell into a small puddle of a substance somewhat like tar. Marantis turned to me with a happy smile. "I'm full," she said. "So full, I couldn't swallow another drop. You're lucky, little spark. Today you will remain intact. But don't expect me to forget you. We will meet again, my sweet friend. And next time, your white-haired friend won't be around." She did that awful movement trick again, and suddenly, she was gently touching my cheek with her lips. "You have received Mark of the Goddess Marantis." Description: Wait for me, and I'll be back. Just you wait. Energetic entities, leaving their marks on people, can then find them at any time they want. Besides the connection with the energy entity, the label contained no negative or positive effects. When the system message disappeared from in front of my eyes, I saw that the goddess was no longer there. The whirlwind raging over the roof was quiet. She probably pulled all of that stored energy out of Stace and had now flown somewhere to sleep after her delicious lunch. That mark certainly wasn't good. But, looking at things soberly, I'd still got off lightly. We could think about countering this thing later. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud cough. Jojo was coming to his senses. He opened his eyes, which no longer had their scarlet luster, and lowered his head melancholically to look at his wound. This time it was definitely fatal. Nobody lived after that. "What an irony," he whispered. Black blood flowed from his mouth, but he was so suspiciously calm that it was terrifying. That flea still managed to defeat a man. "What are you blabbering on about?" Junior hissed. But Jojo looked only at me. It was like he knew who I was. A story worthy of David and Goliath. How charming. Where else could you find that, besides the world of the system? I sat down beside him, listening attentively to the last words of the first truly powerful enemy I'd faced in this world. "A person becomes stronger only when he realizes his own weaknesses," said Jojo. "Which means this is not the end. You've killed me, and in doing so saved me from a fate worse than death. A paradox, don't you think?" "It's a surprising world, Lord of Sparta." With that, Jojo died in my arms. His huge body disappeared into snow-white dust, leaving nothing behind. "Congratulations, you've leveled up." "Congratulations, the Lord of the Blue Oyster Settlement has been defeated. All contracts with slaves of the settlement Blue Oyster have been cancelled. All relatives of the settlement are given 24 hours to elect a new lord. Otherwise, the settlement's terminal will be destroyed, and the faction will cease to exist." For the first time, I was witnessing the demise of a settlement, so to speak, from within. All slaves became free. That had its own logic, as they were the personal property of the Lord. But the relatives didn't cease to be together. They were given the opportunity to elect a new leader. How? I wondered. Was there a vote? If they didn't have one, the terminal, and with it the settlement, would be destroyed. But that's exactly what I wanted. I wasn't going to leave living enemies behind my back, especially not a defeated faction. The main conclusion I drew from all these messages was that someone from the Boar Riders had survived. That meant we needed to find them right away. "Junior," I commanded, "we're not done yet. Get our people together, break them into 3 groups. They should scour everything here. If you catch anyone, lead them to the courtyard. If they resist, kill them on the spot." He gave a brief nod and ran outside to carry out the order. This campaign had been a good school for us, certainly regarding command and subordination. All those who I had led in the siege became a single organism, while I, when giving out the orders, no longer felt my previous uncertainty or doubt. We did what we had to do. If we had come out the other side alive and free, then we had done everything right. I joined the search myself, and, relying on intuition, went to the boar pens. It concerned me that they were empty. After all, riding animals were the riders' strike force. Meanwhile, they fought with us on foot. That meant someone had released the boars. But who? I would find out the answer to that question very soon. Kolka popped up from behind the fence and reported. "My lord," he said, "we caught one of the boar riders, and along with him, we also found the missing boars." You don't say. I enjoyed my own predictive skill. "And where did you catch him?" "On the opposite side of the fence is a manhole," Kolka said. "We went through it and found him." "So bring him here," I said. "Let's talk to our secret helper." A couple of minutes later, A whole delegation came out of the pen, headed by an impossibly imperious Kolka. Under the protection of 2 infantrymen walked a young, red-headed guy, and after him, 2 pretty girls, wearing practically no clothes at all. Some thin strips of fabric, performing more of a decorative function than a protective one.
Welcome, Lord. I'm Ginger.
He bowed his head, but with dignity. His companions bowed to the ground, almost falling to their feet. I can see that, I laughed. Did you take the boars out of the pens? Yes, he said, not attempting to deny it. I am the boar master, so the hogs listened to me unquestioningly. I noted to myself immediately that this person was likely very useful. I had been wondering how the riders had been able to tame wild animals so quickly. The night prisoners had talked about some Ginger who reared animals. I reckoned that was who was standing in front of me. And why did you do that? I asked. Because you aided us and weakened your own people. Red shook his head. My settlement died with Jojo, he said. I was not going to serve that idiot Stern. I figured it would be better for our fortress to fall than to become the temple of some crazy priestess who made insane sacrifices. A classic case of, if I can't have you, no one can? How fun. And the girls? I pointed to Ginger's companions. The priestess wanted to kill them for the sake of some goddess, Ginger said. Both Jojo's concubines and the servants in the complex. I only managed to hide 2. The others, alas, had already been taken. It was surprising that, even in this situation, Ginger had remained true to his principles. That gained him some respect, not to mention that he was an extremely valuable cadre for the settlement. Ginger, would you like to join Sparta? I asked. As a slave at first, of course. This war has just ended, so I can't offer anything more. But as I tell all newcomers, it's a probation. Once you show yourself, you'll be rewarded. I extended a hand to him. Ginger looked at it unconfidently, then turned to the girls behind him. They desperately nodded their heads. We shook hands. Player Ginger has joined Settlement Sparta in the role Slave. Caution. Only 1 inhabitant remains in the settlement, Blue Oyster. The only remaining resident of the settlement is player Gunther.
Gunther is alive!
Ginger's face shone with joy. The only normal person in this pig farm, he laughed. And my only friend. I was sure Stern had killed him. He hated Gunther because he was jealous of him. Under system conditions, in the event of a single remaining relative, the choice is made automatically. Player Gunther has become Lord of the settlement, Blue Oyster. Chapter 21. We found the former captain of the Riders without much difficulty. After all, Jojo only had 1 prison, namely, a freestanding building without windows. Inside it were several chambers, with heavy doors on massive forged hinges, and a lock on the door. Seriously? The most regular-looking padlock. Crafting it would take no small amount of skill. I wondered where it came from. Had a player appeared with a bonus item in the form of a padlock? Name: Unusual padlock. Level: Rare. Description: What were you hoping to find here? A padlock's a padlock. It works, that's that. It's not fussy, it has no pretensions. It's a dream, not a worker. Features: Opens/closes. I mean, really, what had I expected? Judging by the level, it wasn't a bonus, but nor was it an ordinary item. Probably dropped out of a prize box. Ginger, where did you get that padlock from? I asked. Jojo got it from the terminal. He didn't tell us much about it. Where can I get the key? I guess the Jojo must have had it, but perhaps there was some security chief here. Perhaps there used to be, anyway. But where would we find him? Among the sick? In the lower town, hacked up by shovels? Or amid a pile of ashes? Oh, one sec. Ginger stood on his toes and felt the wall above the cell, found a barely noticeable notch, and then proudly presented me with the key. Most of the world's complex mysteries had simple solutions. Gunther, who had just made a grand career leap from prisoner to lord, was sat on a wooden bench. There was no other furniture inside, unless you counted a wooden chamber pot. "Hello, Gunther," I said. "If I'm not mistaken, we've met before." The biker, hunched over and with bags under his eyes, turned to look at me. His hands were tied tightly with ropes. Wow, they really had been scared of him. Locked up, tied up. "The Lord of Sparta, I take it?" he asked hoarsely. "Correct." "So what does a bird of such high flight require from a simple prisoner?" he said, curling his lip. "You'll know already if you've read your recent system messages," I shrugged. "I read that I am now the Lord of the Blue Oyster," he nodded. "So, Jojo." "Yes, he's dead. I killed him when he was under the control of the priestess. However, in his last moments, his mind returned to him," I explained. Ginger and Gunther sighed in sync. "She got to him after all." Gunther shook his head. "So you don't know anything?" Ginger asked. "How could I?" Gunther said. "Since I was thrown down here, everyone forgot about me." I now understood what was wrong with him. Gunther was being tormented by ravenous hunger. In the world of the system, this was a terrible torture, which didn't just kill you, but literally drove you crazy. The man sat in front of me had held on, and it was impressive. "What were his last words, if it's no secret?" Ginger asked. "Something about a flea defeating a man," I recalled. "Yeah, that sounds about right." Gunther laughed and shook his head. Old Joe, he was so wise and cautious. In the end, he outsmarted himself. "So what do you want from me, victorious lord?" "Your surrender," I said, laying out my conditions. "Unconditional. You have lost. Sparta has won. I have no intention of preserving your independence. You've already managed to do far too much damage so far." "Gunther, what do you mean?" Ginger suddenly exploded. "Don't you remember how you and I dreamed of this wild time passing and being able to build a normal society? One with no slaves or raids, where you could just live." "We dreamed about it, and they built it," Gunther croaked, trying to jump off the bench. He had no success. It was clear that his days in the cell had left their mark on him. He was completely pale, and it seemed like a draft of wind would blow him away at any moment. His HP was probably near 0. "Then why are you refusing?" Ginger said, refusing to relent. "Because I really believe that there was no other way out," the former rider replied. "You have to grit your teeth, bear it, and not look around. That this was a post-apocalypse, a crazy world in which only the strong would survive. Those who weren't with us didn't understand how lucky they were. It was a normal price for strength and survival. And then eventually, in the future. But there will be no future, Ginger. Definitely not for me. I was wrong. I lost. And I will bear my punishment." There was a heavy silence. Ginger didn't know what to answer. Words simply didn't come out of his open mouth. All he could do was grasp at thin air. I took a deep breath, rubbing the bridge of my nose. This was a real conundrum. I noted for my future self that imprisonment in complete solitude breaks a person down very effectively. He'd eat himself, if he had reason to. I squatted in front of Gunther, attracting his attention. "The Lord is right, Gunther. Stop playing around," Ginger added immediately after me. The former captain sighed convulsively. After a moment of reflection, A bitter grin appeared on his face. Let's hope you won't kick me, at least. Player Gunther has joined the settlement Sparta in the role Slave. Attention! The last relative of the Blue Oyster faction has lost their independence. The fraction will be dissolved. Attention! Your level of development is not high enough. You cannot acquire the faction. All buildings of the faction will be destroyed. To receive the reward for your victory, activate the enemy terminal. It seemed like I had an urgent task to do. Unable to hold back my curiosity, I went into the interface. Name: Gunther, 12. Strength: 18. Agility: 15. Stamina: 17. Intelligence: 5. Wisdom: 7. Charisma: 10. Class: Rider. Professions: Rider, 3. Allows you to comfortably control a riding animal. Livestock breeder, 2. Allows you to tame animals to a level higher than yourself. Captain, 2. Allows you to create a detachment of warriors for the duration of a battle. Skills: Supreme Riding. Increases movement speed on a riding animal by 5%. Infantryman. Increases spear damage by 5%. Leadership. Increases characteristics of direct subordinates by 5%. Those were metrics I could understand. Gunther hadn't taken a day off since arriving in the system. It became all the clearer how close we had come to the edge. If Jojo had gathered all his forces into one fist, not allowed his subordinates to make a number of critical mistakes, could Sparta have won? It was a big question. I was torn away from my thoughts by my approaching soldiers. While I had been conducting diplomatic negotiations, they scoured the premises and found Jojo's treasury. The leader of the Boar Riders was clearly distinguished by his frugality. For me, who got excited by every roll of fabric and every piece of skin, it was a complete Alibaba cave. In the corner, there were piles of mostly iron, copper, and tin ingots. Next to that were coarse cloth rolls for clothes, piles of boar skins, separately arranged fangs and large bones, from which we'd be able to cut some items. Weapons were kept separately. A dozen cavalry spears, short swords, and knives. Several leather jackets made of boar skins and riveted with metal. It seemed like these jackets, a cross between old armor and biker getup, were the riders' uniforms. There was also a decent stock of slings, neatly packed into a separate box. Name: Sling. Level: Trash. Description: Twist, turn, and beg. Get a pebble straight to the head. Strength +2. Agility +4. That was certainly a good find. Given the lack of an alternative, a real beauty. Among the mountain of slings, I even found 2 that were rare rank. The difference from the regular ones was just a point regarding a 5% increase in throwing accuracy. It was no coincidence that the firing they'd carried out from the walls had been so destructive. If we hadn't had shields and covered ourselves with the ram, our losses could have been much greater. Was it possible that the bikers had a special craftsman that produced all this stuff? Once again, I was made to regret how many people had lost their lives in the lower city. After all, among that crowd of slaves, surely there were artisans with golden hands. Interestingly, as I entered the room, I could smell alcohol. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from for ages, until I came across clay vases, similar to amphorae, but with a flat bottom. Inside it was a substance that was faintly reminiscent of our cider, but with an extremely unusual taste. Name: Berry Homebrew. Level: Trash. Description:
Old Grandpa Maxim warned you when he made it that this stuff would make you go blind. But when did that stop anyone? Brings alcoholic intoxication. Intelligence +4. Wisdom +4. Strength +3. Yeah, it was clearly not our system cider. The system probably analyzed the quality of the drink and assigned it the appropriate bonuses. Huh. But now it was clear why on earth, according to Major, the boar riders had sent their slaves to collect berries.
I'd thought the reason was hunger.
Yeah, right. Turned out, it had been thirst instead. I went over to a huge wooden box that stood at the far wall. It had drawn my attention from the beginning, but I was hoping to leave the best till last. It turned out I'd been right, because once I'd opened it, I was hooked. Surely everyone at some point has played with one of those claw machines with the hand. You always want to grab more and more. Now I felt something similar, except the claw in question was my own actual hands. The box was full of starting bonuses. I hadn't even thought about it at first. In the Oyster, there had been more than 60 players, each of them with their own personal artifact, which had been taken from them and just thrown in here. All the system messages were making me dizzy. I was literally drowning in them. I had to close the box with a jerk and leave that box of miracles for Sparta. All of this would require careful selection and analysis. I managed to notice that most of the artifacts were production-based. A nail file, a hammer, a wrench, a penknife, and so on. If you thought about it, if there was something to do with combat, the riders would already have put it to use. Better for me to go and do something else. Otherwise, I would never tear myself away from this golden mountain. Even if there was something that could be useful right now, it wouldn't compensate for the lost time. So with the most focused effort of my will, I closed the box and left the treasury. But another artifact required immediate resolution. All that was left of Stace was her silver mask. Quite simple, but at the same time, elegant. Imitating a serene female face, but only half of it. The master who made it certainly had golden hands. Name: Silver Half Mask. Rank: Unique. Description: Someone like Cardinal Richelieu would definitely like this one. But alas, what would a skeleton in a crypt do with jewelry? Charisma +10. Mental impact +10%. Once again, I was faced with the question of how to use this thing. It looked stylish, fashionable, youthful, of course. But the mask would certainly become a point of contention among absolutely all of the women of Sparta. I wasn't going to risk giving it to anyone. Its owner would have too much power. I'd barely be able to turn around and look before all the men of the settlement would be at her feet, and we'd be on the brink of an uprising. I'd give this thing to the one that had already proven her loyalty and would never abuse my trust. "Here's your reward for helping me," I said, putting the mask on the face of the scarecrow. "And thank you for covering for me. The devil knows what accepts your gift." The artifact stuck with a barely audible pop to the dummy's face. "The power of Sparta's spiritual protector has increased." I covered my eyes from the unexpected flash of light. Once I'd blinked, I noticed a major change in the devil knows what. The standard, anonymized mask was now divided into two halves. The left still had no specific demarcation on it, but the right, made of silver, now had some hints of facial features. What's more, they were distinctly feminine features. Just as Omari had said, of course. More than once. Well, and the nighttime rescue mission seemed to hint it too. Still, it was hard to get used to it. The devil knows what is full of energy.
The glow around the scarecrow figure grew brighter, and then, bam! A light wave shot out around the figure of the mannequin. The devil knows what blesses the winners. All members of the Sparta faction have received a tireless buff. All representatives of the faction Sparta will experience no fatigue for a period of 1 hour. It was as if I were plunged into a pure mountain stream, and then dried up the gentle summer sun. It felt like there had been no exhausting battle or difficult victory. Looking back, I could see how inspired the fighters felt as they ran about my errands. Such gifts of fate should be used to the fullest. Which meant it was time to start plundering. I hadn't just achieved victory. I wanted to take advantage of all of its fruits. Every crumb, every sprinkle, every stone. We had spent a lot of effort and resources on the war, and now we had to regain them with interest. I wasted no time in recruiting all of the prisoners as slaves of Sparta. They had no real choice, either consent or onward to a new life. Everyone agreed. I sent the newly accepted to meticulously plunder their former city. Oyster will no longer exist in its former location, so I instructed them to collect absolutely everything. None of the defeated's personal or social property would remain. Everything belonged to Sparta. I entrusted the Valkyries with protecting and watching over the process. As soon as they learned about their new roles, the girls went to fulfill their task, agitated, rubbing their hands and with a greedy sheen in their eyes. We could safely assume that the girls would not even leave the crack filler on the walls, if they found any. Women were generally more economic and frugal in this regard. I hadn't experienced that myself, but friends told me the what condition their apartments fell into after separating with their beloved other half. One of them even took the laminate from the floor. So the looting of the oyster was in safe hands. Meanwhile, I found the terminal not far from Jojo's estate, now his former estate. I repeated the last bit to myself. Even just thinking it was nice. Congratulations! You destroyed your first faction. You have raised the level of your profession. Conqueror 2. Features: plus 10% to damage dealt by subordinates when storming a settlement. You have received the mission Peace Under Your Boot. Destroy 5 more fractions to reach level 3. You've received a gold box. You've received 3 positions in the system store. Attention! In 3 days, all the buildings of the destroyed faction will be destroyed. Be careful. Observe safety precautions. And that was how the Boar Riders cluster fell. Quietly, mundanely, without any fanfare. I felt not sorry, but awe? Would Sparta also fall like this one day, if I failed to surpass my future opponents? Or would it burn in a huge fire, still standing to the last victor, to the last player, as did the Spartans themselves in their war against the Persians? These thoughts encouraged me to move forward even faster. Woe to the losers, as the saying goes. The main goal was not to be in their place. The first detachments of marauders were already bringing findings to the square, but I didn't lose sight of the fact that our most valuable booty of all was new people. Iron can be mined, fabric weaved, swords forged, but people arrived here in drips and drabs. If they weren't yours, they'd soon be someone else's. In the fighting for the outer settlement, 22 players from the defenders and 5 more of my infantrymen were killed. But before that, we'd destroyed Stern's squad, driven out Stace, and the priestess herself had put a lot of people under the knife. Now people would begin appearing in the clusters. It was not in my best interest that they wandered through the woods, perhaps falling into someone else's clutches. After all, I had no idea with whom the boar riders bordered, and whether those boundaries still held now. Distracted from the inventory, I called Major over. "Yes, my lord," he nodded. "Major, I'm going to have a very important task for you. We need to gather all the newcomers and bring them to our camp, outside the walls of the fortress." I paused a moment, then continued. "For each cluster, form a group of 3 infantry on our side and 1 guide from the new slaves. Let them lead us straight to their terminals. If I was looting the base of boar riders, what was stopping me from looting their newcomers?" Chapter 22. After sending Major on his errand, I finally had time to deal with distributing my own characteristics. I'd gained 1 level during the storming of the lower city, then a second after the surrender of the Oyster. Now I had reached level 9. Until recently, that would have seemed like a powerful achievement, but it paled a little in comparison to Gunther. But there was something to be surprised about there. The boar riders had conquered 5 clusters, and I suspected not all of their residents wanted to join on the terms that were offered to them. Take us, for example. We had internecine wars from within our very first cluster. The Southerners had joined together themselves, though, first thanks to my cunning plan with the auction, then once the settlement had been ruined. Squidward's people were a different story. They fell into our hands like a ripe apple. That meant I could only grind, in the usual sense of the word, on hares or boars. Of course, the system gave XP for almost everything. For missions, for successfully manufactured products, you even got drips of XP for boring old potato planting. 1 point of XP for every 10 bushes, it seemed. And in turn, every 5th point my slaves earned came to me, my 20% share. But that was a scarce stream of XP. War was still the main source. I expected the system to correct this imbalance, which was frankly pushing us towards aggression. But so far it hadn't occurred. How real everything always felt made us forget that we were in a world of a huge game. That the thin, shaggy-headed Kolka, who had reached level 5 already during the storming of the fortress, could single-handedly destroy a dozen ones. That meant our losses in battle were spread out unevenly. For a beginner with low stamina and, accordingly, a small amount of HP, any arrival of a stone from a sling with critical damage may be their last. But a high-level player can resist more than that. They could also have time to take a step back, receive treatment, and return to the formation. Suddenly I saw the Roman division of soldiers into Hastatae, Principes, and Triarii in a new light. If a fighter had survived one fight, he was much more likely to survive the next. As for the defeated, that was a completely different situation. They no longer had to decide when to get out of battle and heal. Damage was inflicted on them until they surrendered, either to the mercy of the victor or death from his weapons. That meant we had suffered very minor losses, 6 dead and 2 seriously wounded, against several dozen on the enemy's side. Following the logic of the ordinary world, that was strange. In the world of the system, it was entirely ordinary, therefore I needed to distribute my characteristics. That was the only way to become stronger. It was bad that I still didn't understand how they all worked. Strength, agility, and stamina made sense. But what about intelligence and wisdom? Were they only of any use to wizards? Or did they impact some other ability? Did they affect trader skills, for example? And charisma? So far, I had only encountered its excessive use. Stasis cheating, if you could call it that. But what if it could influence the level of my leadership? I took a heavy breath and spread the 5 points according to my now habitual schema. 2 in strength, 2 in agility, and 1 in stamina. I decided to hold on to the other 5 points for the future. Perhaps the system would give me a hint, or I could adjust my build. After that, I met with Roos, who had already organized an analysis of the houses and other wooden buildings. The order to take everything that wasn't nailed down seemed to have been taken literally. Why shouldn't they? What was preventing us from collecting as much as we could carry out from the defeated party? Roos, I have a separate task for you, I said. He nodded silently and approached me. Yes, Lord? I want you to arrange for the urgent construction of carts and wheelbarrows while we can, and while we have timber supplies. Got it. Our carpenter nodded. I'll do it, but if I work alone, it'll take a long time. Hire some newbies, I agreed. Take anyone with crafting skills and let them help you. This is a matter of paramount importance. We can't carry all these takings by hand. So come on, all our hopes are on you, I said, giving him a cheerful clap on the shoulder, at which he nodded obediently. It will be done, my lord. Wheelbarrows are easier to make than a ram. We can make as many as we need. There had to be a number of local specialists. They just weren't all as easy to identify when they were rushing around the city, under the supervision of the Valkyries. Once we were finished, over 30 players had joined Sparta as slaves, which almost doubled the population of my settlement. What's more, we'd reached the milestone of 50 inhabitants. However, no system goodies fell to me. Go to the terminal of the settlement Sparta, the system told me dryly once I reached the promised number. All right, fine. I could wait a couple of days. After reaching an agreement with Roos, I moved on to the second part of my transport plan for the great exodus of the oyster. Ginger, I'm going to need your help in transporting our takings from the fortress. Sure. What kind of help? We'll need to harness the boars in the carts we're making now and move everything to Sparta like that. He shook his head. I would love to, but it won't work, he sighed. Why's that? I asked. The boars are exclusively riding animals. They are unaccustomed to carts and cargo work. I tried teaching them to do any work at all in the fortress, but nothing came of it. I smiled involuntarily. I reckoned I had a surprise for him. Come with me, I said, and Ginger, looking at the pen with doubt, followed after me. By the way, I was wondering, how did you manage to subdue the boars initially? I asked as we walked. They're a serious opponent, even for players several levels higher than us. It's all because of my artifact, Ginger said, showing me a whistle that hung around his neck. It immediately gave me the trainer profession, which allowed me to tame animals immediately. But apart from boars, I haven't experimented with anything yet. Once the first combat hogs came along, all my time went into taking care of them. Name: Trainer's Whistle. Level: Legendary. Description: They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But maybe you're just a shitty trainer. Allows you to tame wild animals no more than 5 levels higher than the owner. The guys laughed at my bonus. Only Gunther got what was going on, Ginger said. He helped me to gain several levels. Then when I brought the first tamed boar to the fortress, Jojo just went wild for it. Wait, I said. Did you call them hogs? So you were hog riders? Yeah, Ginger laughed. Like the big guys from that mobile game. Simon, the leader of the researchers, came up with that, and the riders took a liking to it. I hope he survived. After all the slaves were driven to the walls, I didn't see him again, Ginger said, frowning suddenly. Ginger's emotions changed almost instantly. I wondered who the researchers were, and decided to postpone getting more information until there was time for it. Kolka! I cried to the only other rider besides myself. Bring Pete and Hare over. Ginger's face immediately changed at the sight of the 2 huge boars. Without pausing for a moment, he ran over and hugged Peter like a little kid. "You're alive, my little piglets! Look how big you've grown!" He became a completely different person. Surprisingly, Peter and Hare were also expressing happiness at meeting the local trainer, which was a good sign for Ginger in my books. The two boars, like obedient dogs, hopped from hoof to hoof, snorting, licking Ginger's hands and nuzzling him with their massive heads. It was an idyllic scene. "What were you feeding them with to turn them into such huge specimens?" the tamer asked in amazement. I looked closely at Peter and Hare, and noticed that they really had grown a little bigger since I'd first encountered them. Compared to the animals that were trampling around in Ginger's pen, they looked much more formidable. Why was that? Was it really the food? Well, yeah, we'd fed them the tops of a legendary potato. Honestly, I had no idea if it held the same bonuses as its tuber. They were also addicted to apple cake. After making cider, there remained a considerable amount of crushed and squeezed dry apple puree mixed with the skins. Our pigs absolutely loved that treat. But the apples that went into it were unique, which, according to our mage, had a cumulative effect. So all this time, we had been boosting our boar's wisdom? Was that why Hare, and especially Peter, were so intelligent, able to understand various commands almost before you'd said them? Dan, had I by chance triggered an irreversible process of evolution? Would a time come when my riding boar suddenly talked to me about the weather, or complained about not enough diversification? Oh boy, I was excited at just the thought. I'd have to discuss it with Botanist. His encyclopedic brain could tell me if that was possible, or if I was getting ahead of myself. "It's simple," I said, attracting Ginger's attention. "A couple of steroids and walnuts, and our boars are invincible." "Very funny," he snorted, but entirely for show. "As I said, they can solve our problem," I nodded. "I don't follow," Ginger said. "Well, then you'll see now." "Amazing," the tamer said, wide-eyed. "You can say that again," I agreed. "Peter isn't just a boar, he's a leader." Peter really did act like a leader when surrounded by the other boars. Superior, stronger, smarter, and more dangerous. The moment we put him into the pen, he immediately assumed command over the rest of the animals, which instantly lined up in single file. What's more, they were only up to his neck in height. Now Peter, with Hare in tow, conducted a check on all of them, and snorted at the sight of one or another relative. The smaller boars had no choice but to beat the ground with their hooves and grunt nervously. It was immediately apparent that Peter had the authority. "I'd imagine your pigs will now run and attach themselves to the carts," I smirked. "And it looks like those who don't work out how to do it will face some serious difficulties." Ginger scratched the back of his head desperately, still stunned as he watched Peter growl at some relative who had involuntarily violated his system. "Attention! Player Kit has been attacked. Attention! Player Jaeger has been attacked. Attention! Attention!" System messages fell on me one by one. I jumped sharply, expecting either a slave revolt or a sudden attack from some unknown boar rider detachment that had appeared from God knows where. But everything was quiet in the city. On the contrary, everyone turned to face me, unsure why I was so excited. I looked at the names again. Shit. It wasn't here. That was one of the clusters I'd sent my headhunters to. The fashionable business jargon took on a new meaning here. I remembered the approximate location of the territories that I'd managed to learn from Ginger. The cluster wasn't the farthest away, but it wasn't close either. What the fuck was happening there? Had the newcomers thrown their hats at them? "Ginger," I commanded. "Saddle Peter and Hare. I think you have some decent experience in preparing combat boars for departure. He nodded. I kept giving orders. Kolka, run to Junior. Tell him to bring someone experienced and get over here. Tell him one of our groups was attacked. Ginger was surprised at me, but he got to work. Gunther unexpectedly joined him. I realized that all this time, the former captain had been cleaning up the pen and feeding the animals. That made sense, I supposed. After Ginger, it would be the rider that understood the animals best. Lord, I don't know how your chain of command is set up, he said suddenly. Can I ask you a question? Go for it, I said. All my thoughts were with my squad. I was checking the interface constantly. All three were alive, but pretty shabby. Do I understand this correctly? Gunther said. You're going to go out there alone and save your detachment? Not alone, I corrected him. As a 4. But why you? Gunther asked, sincerely confused. Because only myself and Kolka have the rider profession, I explained. On foot, they'd only get there in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We can get there in 20 minutes if we hurry. They're just soldiers, he said, still perplexed. The value of a soldier and a lord are not comparable. Even if they die, what's the matter? You can train new ones. And if you die, then your settlement is doomed to death or strife. The two risks are incomparable. It's unjustified, irrational. How can I ask my people to risk their lives for me if I am not willing to risk my own? I said. But it's not rational, Gunther insisted on the argument. He couldn't help himself. Rationality, I replied, is the last refuge of cruelty. I'm not enough of an altruist to save everyone in this world. There are my people, and then there's everyone else. But I'll fight for mine to the end. Jojo would never do that, the former captain frowned. He knew that the Lord was the foundation of everything. Everything was tied to him. Risk works differently for a lord. Well, where has all his rationality and caution got him? I asked. He lost, and I won. Doesn't that mean my principles won out? I could see Junior running to me across the square. Kolka and another soldier from the recent replenishment were chasing after him. What happened? He asked. Kolka said we were attacked. Do we know who it is? I don't know the details, I explained. So we need to move, urgently. You ride with me, and he, I nodded at the soldier, can go with Kolka. You don't know the way, Gunther said thoughtfully. I can show you. You want to come? It was my turn to be surprised. If you'll allow it, he nodded. I'm a high level, and I sit well in a saddle. I'm not going to be a burden, that's for sure. You're a very unusual lord. But what you say makes me think. I trained my eyes on Gunther's face. Settled, gloomy, uncommunicative. He reminded me somewhat of Third. Surely not another one of those annoying types. I'll sacrifice myself, just give the order. What about his presence threatened me? Nothing. He couldn't hurt me anymore. His slave's oath would stop him. Stace had managed to get around it for a short time with her rituals, but I was sure that loser was now roasting in the local branch of hell. He couldn't run away from me for the same reason. However, I had never seen how that mechanism worked, but the terms sounded unambiguous. So I decided to let him come. He would do much more good than harm. Junior, I said, change of plans. You'll remain in charge here. Keep collecting trophies, and start loading them up once the first carts are ready. Work that out with Roos and Ginger. Agreed, he nodded, not at all surprised by the change in plans. I need 3 minutes to equip myself, Gunther said, if you'll let me. You have 10, I answered. If you're late, we won't wait. 10 minutes later, 3 riders on wild boars, which were squealing in anticipation of a fight,
flew out of the gate of the defeated fortress. Chapter 23. Riding the boars across the open plain that stretched east of the fortress proved to be a pleasure. Perhaps now we could even understand how the bikers had managed to conquer the surrounding clusters so easily and without much trouble. Not only because they had quickly subjugated the boars, but also because the terrain turned out to be amazingly suitable for the riders. I would love to watch them try and act that brazenly on their boars among swamps, jungles, or bogs. Their successes there would obviously have been much less great. Or at least, not quite as overpowering. But fine, these were past matters. Right now, we had to deal with the trouble that was facing us. After checking the system interface, I assured myself that my people's HP was at about a third, but not falling anymore. That was good. Perhaps they'd managed to escape. Or had they eliminated the problem themselves? All we could do for now was guess. I remembered, in hindsight, that the riders had used signal horns to communicate. We'd need to implement that for ourselves. After I'd dealt with this problem. Shaking my head, I looked around again. The surroundings were changing quite dramatically. The plain passed into hills, somewhat similar to those that existed near the Southerners, but not as distinctive. Scraps of forest and cobblestones protruding from under a grass carpet began appearing more and more. The terrain here turned out to be very stony, and even the soil under our feet was soon replaced by either sand or stone. Damn it if I knew. By the way, it was interesting that the system, for all its particularities and twists, did not bring much change to the environment around us. In the sense that it didn't yet have blue forests, fields as black as tar, or scarlet grass. No waterfalls that flowed up instead of down. No flying islands or anything like that. Although, if there were magic and spirits, why not such phenomena? Perhaps I was just getting ahead of myself, and we would still have to face something like that. We'll soon be arriving at the mine, Gunther explained. It's also right next to the local terminal. The boars were leading us along the trail of Kit and Jaeger, so it seemed like this was the region where the skirmish had taken place. The players from the other groups had full health bars. Gunther, weren't all the players gathered in the fortress before the siege? I asked. In theory, Jojo was supposed to call everyone in for protection. It's just that the iron mine's activity had never been interrupted before then, he reflected. I myself was already in a cell at this point, so it's hard to know what they agreed with Stern. A few minutes later, we arrived at an area surrounded by a low fence, which somewhat resembled our own mine. I could see something was wrong right away. We were met by shaggy men with overgrown beards. They had picks in their hands, but in this situation, they looked more like weapons than peaceful tools. Their appearance was far from peaceful. 6 assailants came to greet me. The rest stayed at a distance. I recognized the newcomers among them right away, but 6 of them had a more experienced look, worn down. And there were my valiant Spartans. They were sitting by the wall, disarmed and bound, and their black eyes were shining. It was good that they were alive. The rest was bad. "Hold! Who goes there?" one of the locals yelled at us. He was almost a head taller than the others, tall, muscular, and with a sizable bald patch. But most striking was that he was blindingly red-headed. "They were some of the first ones we captured," Gunther leaned over and explained to me. "The ginger one over there, that's McCallan. He was their earl." "Scottish, is he?" I laughed. "No clue. Maybe just a whiskey lover," Gunther laughed. "Perhaps both?" "Perhaps." "Hey, why are you blabbering over there?"
McAllen was outraged that his words had not been shown enough reverence. "Tell me who you are." It was funny that such an attentive guy didn't recognize Gunther. Although he wasn't wearing his usual armor now, and was equipped more simply than usual. All the armor was in Jojo's treasury, and the former captain got ready in a rush. "I am Lord Leo," I declared as formidably as possible. "Why have you beaten my people?" "Why did they try and enslave us?" came the outraged response from one of the newcomers. "Quiet!" McAllen yelled backwards. "You were given no vote." He turned to me and squinted cleverly. "We don't need another lord round here," he said, imitating quotation marks with his fingers. "Take your men and get out of here. Thanks but no thanks. We are free people." "Yeah!" cried the miners. "Fuck you! We don't want new chains," McAllen said, stoking the fire in his audience. "Fuck you!" they chanted after him. "How long have you been free?" I asked. "What exactly does that have to do with you, Lord?" The Scotsman continued to rally his people. "I'm the one who beat Jojo and his people," I said. "That freedom didn't fall from the sky. I brought it to you. But you have to pay for everything in life, don't you?" "What are you getting at?" one of the miners asked. He was clearly older than McAllen, perhaps the same age as Johnson. There was grey in his long hair and his unkempt beard. "Surely you don't give a shit what he thinks," McAllen said, dishing out a clip round the ear to Greybeard that I definitely didn't like. If I had wanted to give the miners some indulgence at first, I realized now, after seeing the character of their leader, that the two of us would not be getting along. Unfortunately, people like that understand only force. "I have a proposal," I said. "It only concerns you 6. The newcomers will go to Sparta as slaves. That's not up for discussion. My people didn't risk their lives to throw away valuable resources later. But you can stay free by signing a contract with me, as hired workers, or helots. You will not become part of Sparta, but you will be able to take advantage of our benefits and receive protection. All that is required is that you work conscientiously for me, and you can have peace and happiness," I said, shrugging on the last words. "And if we refuse?" McAllen asked. "I'm sorry, but I can't just leave you like that," I added seriously. "Uh-huh, of course. These are all just excuses to lock us up again and force us to work for you. So, Lord, you can fuck off with your suggestions." McAllen interrupted me, noticing that his people were starting to listen. "Get out of here, exploiters." Then everything happened quickly. I spurred Peter on with a heel to the side. The boar, with a squeal and grunt, flew right into the middle of the mining gang. They scattered to either side in shock. Zing! Flying out of the sheath, the Geon made an elegant semicircle, and the gingerhead flew a few meters away from its owner. The miners looked at their leader's body in horror. Kolka and Gunther held back their beasts, ready to finish off the rest. But I paused, lifting up my sword. "Lord? Lord Leo?" Greybeard asked cautiously. "Is your offer still valid?" "You have 3 more minutes to think about it," I said. "All right, we agree," they nodded. "What are you called?" I asked the new leader of the ragged ore miners. "Jim Beam, Lord." He bowed his head. "I sure had chanced upon a cheerful troop. It wouldn't surprise me if they had a Johnny Walker among them." There were no problems with the rest of the clusters, and by evening, several dozen more slaves had arrived at the fortress. In the end, this led Sparta to a terrifying 112 total players. We had more than doubled the required 50. I couldn't help but be amazed when I realized how many slaves there were now in Sparta, not to mention how many problems would be waiting for me and my entourage when I returned. 24 hours in a day wouldn't be enough to delegate tasks to everyone anymore. This meant that the time had come for real and serious changes in management. For now, I would limit myself to rough sketches, but when I got to Sparta, we would have to redo a lot. Some ideas for the new structure were already maturing in my head. I could also see how much work Mouse and Desk Jockey were in for. Their school would now be one of the main institutions of Sparta. Moreover, we would need to carry out full-fledged reform in the army. We could now afford to have players engaged exclusively in war, not people who would be chopping trees in peacetime, then manning barricades when battle arose. For the next 3 days, we continued to dismantle the fortress and all that remained of it. I paid particular attention to takings from the Easterners' barns, where I got a chance to look at the statistics of the notorious carrots. Name: Sweet carrots. Level: Rare. Description: Tasty. Useful. When frozen in a freezer, can be used as a cold weapon. What more could you dream of? Intelligence +3. Charisma +2. I was expecting more, to be honest. I thought it would be a legendary product, just like our potatoes. But then, where did they get it? Strange. Assuming that plants degrade over time by 2 ranks, as happened with the potatoes, which had originally been legendary but now produced unique crops, did that mean that the carrots had been epic at the beginning? Strange. Very strange. It was at this moment that a slender, dark-skinned girl with surprisingly light curls and blue eyes approached me, accompanied by a phalanx soldier. An exotic appearance, no matter how you looked at her. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "That's just my question, Lord," the woman smiled. I turned my bewildered expression to the soldier, which caused him to spring upright. "According to your instruction, my lord, I have brought you the head of the craftsman, who is in charge of all biker production," the man chattered. As far as I'm aware, Simon was considered the head of the craftsman. That's what Gunther told me. Was he wrong? I asked the woman. She nodded with a sad smile. No, what he said is right. But Simon isn't with us anymore. During the siege, he received one of those darts to the stomach and did not make it to the arrival of aid, she sighed. My condolences. However, this is war. There were losses on both sides, I said, giving today's catchphrase. I understand, and I'm not mad at you or the bikers. People are disposed to violence, no matter how much we deny it. Only the laws and norms of morality had contained this primitive rage. Once they disappeared, it's no surprise that everything has come to this, she said, almost too calmly. I asked them to bring me the person in charge of all craftsmen in the fortress. Am I to understand that if they've brought you in, you are the one who has now inherited Simon's job? I said, changing subject. You could say that. Before entering the new world, my colleagues from the Institute and I had gathered in a bar. Simon was our unspoken leader. With our appearance at the terminal, he continued to lead us. That meant our cluster opened quickly, perhaps even too quickly, she said, frowning at the memories. Even when Jojo and his bandits came, Simon managed to negotiate more or less decent terms for us. At least we weren't bullied or beaten. What did you do in exchange for that? We organized craft workshops and made weapons and armor for them. Don't assume that all scientists are white-collar, she said sternly. We spent a lot of time doing experiments, and almost all of us received production bonus items. So we quickly got the right professions. Well, and then, you could say we were able to sell our labor profitably. Simon was the one who got us our comfortable setup. Until recently. She sighed remorsefully. I was his assistant, his right-hand woman. So I was chosen to replace him. I didn't ask your name. Alice, she snorted, clearly not thrilled with her nickname. It's what the students called me. I had my head in the clouds too often during lectures, so they nicknamed me Looking Glass Alice. Although I should be grateful it's that, I suppose. There were worse nicknames among the students. I let that remark go, although I was obviously curious. How bad could the nicknames be with an appearance like that? Well, Alice, I said, I hope that you and your colleagues will no longer have to fight. But if you want to retain the right to lead your people, I'll have a few tasks for you. Are you prepared for that? Fire away, Lord, she said, noticeably tense. First of all, you will need to collect data on the specialties and level of development of all of your people's professions and report it to me, I said. And secondly, I will give you a unit of 4 soldiers. Under your leadership, they can carry out the dismantling and transportation of all of your workshops. Soldiers, she marveled. To follow my orders? My lord, you give a lot of power to your slaves. This may surprise you, Alice, I replied. But in my eyes, a slave of Sparta is a status far higher than any earl who boasts of his power over a couple of shacks. Alice snorted with laughter. You mean Jim Beam, Lord. He has already managed to boast that his people are free, and the rest of us are wearing shackles. I can already see that it's not quite like that. Alice thoughtfully crossed her arms under her small breasts, looking for an answer somewhere in the clouds above us. She really did look somewhat like the girl from the books. Not at all, I said. But don't upset him prematurely. And one more thing. I noticed a long time ago, but I really wanted to take a closer look. Alice's pink tongue licked her lips, making me flinch involuntarily. But her eyes were focused not on me, but my belt. Not the left-hand side, where the jian hung, but the right, where our traditional sapper shovel hung, almost symbolically. You aren't the one who made the slings, by any chance? I asked, the thought suddenly occurring to me. She nodded. That's my job here. Will you let me feel it? Damn it. It looked like we'd found ourselves a weapons maniac. And I was very happy with that. Finally, the last board that could be torn off was torn off. The last leather scrap and metal ingot had been loaded up. The last carrot had been dug out of the ground. The last detail from the workshops had been dismantled and stacked in the wagons. If it were my choice, I would even dig the logs out of the city walls. But, alas, it would have been impossible to drag them away. Our train of 36 wagons and 50 carriers moved through the forest. As soon as we got away from the oyster, a small pop came from behind us. The logs had wizened, turning instantly into ruins, which appeared to be 100 years old. The new inhabitants of Sparta frowned, uncertain of what awaited them in the future. My warriors, on the contrary, were beaming with smiles, rejoicing at returning home. At the intermediate camp in the forest, Third appeared, giving my security a surprise. He said that Sparta was fine, and we were eagerly awaited. But reality exceeded my expectations. At the very gate, our women, led by Piggy and Gale, met us with huge bunches of flowers. I was wearing 2 flower wreaths at once. The wives clearly couldn't decide between them who exactly would congratulate the Lord. Major, Junior, and the other relatives were honored with one such decoration, and the ordinary soldiers had small flowers thrown over them from baskets, which the women had forced Patrick, Botanist, Johnson, and Top Dog to hold. A glorious, victorious return. Piggy was overjoyed by the endless flow of valuables, and looked jealously at Alice, who, having got a taste for it during the dismantling, was now shouting habitually at the carriers unloading their workshops. She was displeased that some strange girl was commanding people in her village. The more practical Gale picked out rolls of fabric for her atelier. Out of the joyous bustle, Botanist approached me and took me to one side. "We have a problem," he said curtly. "Can it wait?" "I'm afraid not," Botanist frowned. "We have a problem with our unique potato." Chapter 24. "Spit it out," I said, once Botanist and I had stepped aside. "It all started about a week ago," he began, thinking as he spoke. "Some bushes dried up, despite receiving care and watering. This had happened before with the apple trees, but it was the first time for the potatoes. They were unique rank. They always ripened." He started growing angrier, waving his arms. "Is that all?" I thought over the losses in my head and didn't share his worry. Given our dramatic increase in the labor force, what was stopping us from planting a few more bushes? No level was required for processing potatoes. We could put the ones on it. "If only," Botanist sighed. Then some bushes began to grow more poorly, more slowly. They didn't mature in one day, but well, to be honest, none of them have ripened. He handed me a potato. All of its indicators were the same as before, except one. Rare potato, ripening time, 7 days. Rare? What did we have to do? Increase the sowing area? We were 7 fucking times poorer. What kind of fucking inflation was that? Degradation? I asked. "Remember you put forward that theory about the apples?" Botanist shook his head, as if he had thought of it a long time ago. "Degradation would begin if we were planting not whole potatoes, but parts of them." "Wait, what did you say?" "We could plant them in parts," Botanist said. "Only, what would be the point?" You, my bookworm friend, didn't see my aunt. She'd cut each potato into 6 pieces. You could plant 10 acres with 1 bucket. Greed with a capital G. Did you watch the planting process yourself? "Even planted some myself," he replied. "Everything as usual. The potato bush looked like any other. It ripened normally, but this was the harvest. Gather all those in my estate who have worked on the potatoes for the last few days, I say. Let's solve this issue while the trail's still hot." "What did Piggy say about this?" "She doesn't know," Botanist smirked. "She's been with Gale the whole time. They were sewing outfits for your return." "Understood," I said, making a mental note. "Then don't summon her. We can deal with this without her. Piggy only took care of her duties when there was a direct demand made of her. Then, when it became possible to put it on someone else, she instantly removed herself and dealt with whatever she thought was more important." What could be more important than the return of her husband from his campaign? Potatoes? Pah! Botanist, immediately joined by Third, led 6 people to the estate. Nobody I knew. Almost all of them were from the Predators cluster. I hadn't even had time to talk to them properly. Straight to war. One girl stood out immediately among the others. A tall blonde with a twisted nose and bright blue eyes, and braids as thick as a damn arm, like a woman from a Russian village. She was more confident than others, even a little defiant. Alicia, I read. Level 3 farmer. Wow, quick work. The only people we had on level 3 were Piggy and Botanist. It was definitely time to introduce a personnel officer, or my head would be swallowed by the amount of information I needed to keep in it. "Which one of you usually plants potatoes?" I asked them. "She does." Everyone pointed at Alicia, with what looked like relief. "I do." She lifted her chin. "What's the problem with planting a bulb?" No, she wasn't Russian. She was Belarusian. That accent couldn't be confused. Despite the equation of languages, individual moments still slipped past. As much as you could trust stereotypes, I was sure that she'd have a lot more potato knowledge coming from there than anyone else. There was a reason that potatoes had been grown there since 1664, long before Peter the Great. Only the Dutch surpassed the Belarusians in this matter, but I hadn't yet met any Dutch farmers. So tell me, how do you plant them? I asked. Everyone knows how, she explained. You take the bulb, you cut. Aha! I turned to look at the bewildered botanist. Alicia, explain why you chop them up. Everyone knows why, she explained insistently. You get more of it that way. The harvest is the same. That means that cutting them is bad, then? Botanist reasoned. No, my friend. This is very good, I replied, and Alicia's face flooded with a ruddy blush. I'll explain it to you. Ladies, you can go. I explained the following to Botanist. Plant degradation was very bad if you didn't have control over the process. When there was control, it could be used in our favor. Most of all, I was afraid that the unique potato would spread everywhere. Then Sparta would lose the unique bonus we had at the start. We could feed whoever we wanted to with our products. We didn't need to expend vast human resources growing food. Although things weren't limited to potatoes anymore, meat occupied a significant place in our diet, and now carrots could be added to our produce. The opportunity to grow potatoes in one day was still the trump card up our sleeves, keeping our production going, meaning we didn't need to drag people away from other tasks and allowing us to create a powerful army. But this made any distribution of our products impossible. I was sure that in time, maybe even soon, the era of war would pass. Trade would begin, and we could sell and buy. Until now, all we could sell were ready-made provisions. Even just to bake a potato required extra time and spare working hands. We couldn't sell it raw. What would stop a customer from planting it in the ground instead of using it for food? But now we had the opportunity to develop our agriculture without losing our unique secrets. Keep an eye on this girl, I advised Botanist. Perhaps she should be promoted to a management position on the farm. She seems to understand how it all works. What about Piggy? He asked. I'll deal with Piggy, I assured him, with a slap on the shoulder.
Are you in there?
Piggy's voice came through the door. Here she was for real, even if in vain. What are you doing making all that noise in there? She looked around the room suspiciously, as if in search of hidden rivals. After finding none and calming down, my first wife immediately gave me a radiant smile. The dress she was wearing really was beautiful. Made of thin fabric, embroidered in the style of a Roman tunic, but short, so that you could look carefully at her slender feet in sandals. Lord Leo, how long are you going to keep us waiting? She said. Everyone's here, but you've gone. Before delivering my speech to the people, I caught Third, Junior, and Roos and ordered them to pick out a dozen fighters who would have to stay sober today. Of course, the guys weren't particularly happy about this change of plans, but we couldn't afford anything else. We couldn't leave Sparta completely defenseless during a celebration, and we still needed to maintain order. After all, there were more than 100 players in the settlement. That wasn't a small number, and given the fact that yesterday we had all been on different sides of the barricades, I couldn't rule out fights and scuffles. The soldiers who were down to serve today would then be given a separate occasion to rest their souls and bodies. In order for everyone to immediately identify the guardians of law and order in the crowd, they had white bandages tied to their right arms. We didn't have our own symbols yet, nor materials for one, and no dyes were available, so that would have to do for now. After that, having organized everything for the moment and instructing Third to put any conflicts to rest, we didn't need skirmishes immediately upon our arrival. I went up to the observation tower. This time the crowd really was impressive. I used to find it hard to gauge what 100 people looked like, because they'd all been spread over a wide area. Some had been constructing carts with roofs, some collecting as many winnings as they could from in the fortress, and some just lying in the camp hospital, recovering. Not to mention the units we sent out to collect all the reborn newcomers. In short, it was only now that I realized the power of the new Sparta. I remembered the university auditoriums in which I used to give presentations. There had been no fewer people there, especially when the whole course was on. But the situation had been different. Some of them made noise, some stayed glued to their phones, others sat writing out the syllabus. Here, all attention was directed at me. 100 pairs of eyeballs, friendly, embarrassed, expressing nothing, wary, somewhat angry. More than half of them were newcomers, and we had to try and ensure that our newly created collective did not get lost in this wave. Ensure that we weren't just a crowd gathered behind some walls, but a combined whole. Not like the Boar Riders, where the loss of the leader automatically destroyed the faction. We had to be united. For that, people needed an idea, and only I could give it to them, in order to act as a united front against a much more terrible future threat. No social structure had formed around the bikers. As we had been fighting them, other factions had been growing too. Like us, they were evolving, progressing, and absorbing their neighbors. Soon we would have to meet with them too. What would happen after that meeting? No one could really say. A new war? Or something else? Were players destined to fight each other until there was only one settlement, one lord for the entire server? Absolute power, as the system had said. Had I held to this path? I think so. I'd certainly taken the first step by defeating my first serious opponent. I'd eliminated Stace, who had been a pain from the very beginning of the game. I'd conquered the clusters of the Predator and Mustafa. Was that a lot? No. But would I stop there? No way. This was just the beginning. My path had only just begun. "Mouse, please," I said. The mage stood to my right, nodded, and launched a fireball into the air. Bam! It broke up like a firecracker, instantly drowning the crowd's hum. Silence descended on Sparta. "I greet you." My voice began to spread across them, finally capturing everyone's attention. "My name is Leo, Lord of Sparta, and your new leader. Today we are celebrating victory over Jojo and his people. I know that among you there are those who served him and who fought against us." A wave of humming passed through the crowd, heterogeneous, confused, cautious. I imagine you are thinking, what's changed? We had one lord, now there's another. What does it matter who we serve? I felt the flame inside me that prompted the right words, ignited a passion, a thirst for victory, which I now wanted to convey to everyone. And I tell you, it won't be easy. We have hard work and fierce battles ahead of us. Every one of us, from slave to lord. But I'll tell you what the difference is. I looked into the crowd, finding the right face. One of you recently asked me why a lord would go to save his warriors if there were only 3 of them, and they weren't even relatives. You can find new people and train them. People in this world are consumables. But not in Sparta. It makes no difference to me if you are lord, relative, or slave. Each of us is willing to risk our lives for our people. We are united. We are Sparta. "We are Sparta," answered those who were with me on the campaign, and those who waited at home, guarding our fortress. All as one, making their throats hoarse. I could see Jaeger patting the shoulder of someone he knew, saying that was about him. It was the Lord himself who had come to his aid. Another thing. I noticed Alice stood with her hands folded and a look still just as dreamy. To me, a Spartan slave is a title much higher than any little earl, or even other lords. And being a slave is a temporary state. Anyone, through work, valor, or ideas, can get the life that they are worthy of and that they have earned. Everyone here has a chance to prove themselves. That's not because I'm so kind or law-abiding. Not at all. I believe that only by working together as a whole, like a huge mechanism, will we be able to survive all the trials that the system will send us. And there will be many of them. Many. I do not want to stop, kneel, or surrender to fate. I paused to take a breath, throwing a clenched fist in the air.
Sparta will fight, to the very end, to victory.
Serve faithfully, serve with dignity, and as Lord I will respond to you in kind. But today, rest, have fun, forget about all the excitement and changes that await us. Today, Sparta celebrates victory, our shared victory. Hurrah! They answered in turn. Hurrah! Players were cheering. Someone shouted my name. Some chanted, Sparta, while some just applauded. I had no doubt there were those who remained silent, but I didn't think that words alone would be enough to convince everyone. That's not what I was aiming for. I'd laid seeds of doubt in their mind that had yet to grow. Whether that worked out or not, we could only know with time. But at first, it was enough for me that the captured slaves weren't going to grumble in the corner or sabotage our work. Great speech, Piggy said, grasping my hand. Where did you learn to do that? Nowhere. I'm self-taught. As if you didn't know that. I shrugged and smiled. Our Lord is a born orator. Why should he study? Gale said from the other side of me. The people's jubilation became universal when Johnson and his assistants pulled out the supply of system cider from storage and set whole boar carcasses on the spit, putting them out on dishes with fried potatoes. Dozens of fires were lit in the clearing. Today was Sparta's party. Most of the slaves of the oyster, as I had already learned, had been starved and had never seen such luxury. So our triumphs, as I called our obligatory universal celebration of victories, were a real sight to behold. I raised my first toast. To Sparta! Admired the fireworks and dances for a while, and then made an Irish goodbye. Both of my spouses naturally followed me out, meandering over to the estate. But I was going the wrong way. I went over to the terminal and put my hand on it. It was time for Sparta to grow. Congratulations! You have conquered a cluster. Reward: 1 golden box. That was obviously our own cluster. The guy who appeared to take Stace's place and made his own way to Sparta, I accepted as a resident, as the first order of business. Congratulations! There are 3 positions available in the system store. Attention! You have reached the necessary level of settlement size to move on to the next stage of development. Do you wish to face a trial? Yes/no. Chapter 25. I woke up in my bed, embraced by my wives. The night had been a success, as it had been for all of the settlement. But I reckoned I'd been luckier than the rest. This time I'd remembered and experienced everything in full. Neither girl was too shy about the other's presence, and I got to appreciate all the charms of polygamy. Plus, the system had given me a double stamina buff for the entire day ahead. 1 from each wife. Leaving the soft abode carefully, I stretched and felt my vertebrae crunch pleasantly. Time to get to work, and the first order of business was the trial. Yesterday, I simply postponed my response until I had a fresh head, but there was no point in dragging it out. On the way out of the estate, I met Third, waiting for me as always. "Good morning. Did the night pass without incident?" I asked him. Third nodded. As I walked through the settlement, I saw several players cleaning up the consequences of yesterday's celebrations. A little distance away, groups led by Johnson were marking spots for future barracks. After all, with this one short campaign, the population of Sparta had increased threefold. Soon our cozy valley would be crowded. Well, no. It'd hold a lot of people, but the fields and pens would have to be moved. And then the workshops. We also had to think about a full-fledged second wall for the new outpost, like the Easterners had. So far, this problem hadn't been too acute, but it was worth thinking about for the future. It was time to make something like a master plan. I wondered if there were any architects among the new residents. On the way, Third updated me on the headlines. The celebrations had lasted almost until morning. The people had needed to let off steam after the wild exertion of the military campaign. A brawl had broken out overnight. The blame lay with Jim Beam's miners. After getting started on the cider, they had developed an active interest in the local girls. To their misfortune, the bearded man's eyes settled on Nana, Mustafa's wife. The fiery Turk took the news badly, but then Rus quickly intervened into the situation. As a result, all 5 new helots were now laid up in the healer's house with black eyes and swollen faces. After making sure that everything was fine with them, and receiving assurances from Squidward that they would be back on their feet today, and more importantly, back to work, including punishment labor, I returned to the Lord's estate. At the entrance, I was greeted by Major, who was instructing 2 phalangists that were stood at the entrance as an honorary guard. Recently, he had developed a particular taste for conducting all kinds of guard service, claiming that it helped training, as well as developing stamina and will. "Got everything together already?" I asked him as I approached. "Just waiting for you, Lord." He nodded, and the 3 of us went inside. In the main hall, all relatives of Sparta had gathered already. My Knights of the Round Table, so to speak. Johnson, Mouse, Major, Junior, Gale, Piggy, Botanist, Top Dog, and Third. There were 3 more with them today: Ginger, yesterday's blonde, Alicia, and the scientist, Alice. The others squinted curiously in their direction. "I'm glad to see you all," I began, rising from my chair at the head of the audience. "Today we must carry out the first reform in Sparta's management. The settlement is growing, which means its leadership should not stand still. I will now name people and determine the area of work that they will be responsible for in the future. Let's start with perhaps the most important. From the army, Major." The man with dappled gray hair rose from his seat. "Yes, sir." "You are appointed Minister of Defense for the settlement. Our soldiers must go from a militia to a professional army. That is the main task. Your duties will include the timely preparation of army reserves, as well as its training and command during times of war. You will have to develop a program to train newcomers and begin to select sergeants from the experienced phalangists, allowing us to increase the number of new recruits." "It will be done," Major responded vigorously. "I also want to get a complete summary of how many infantrymen died during the siege, how many were wounded, and how long it will be before they can return to service," I continued. "On top of that, were any problems identified during the battle? That analysis should now be carried out regularly and fed into the system. We will have to discuss it." "I will, Lord," Major nodded. Great. Next, Johnson. Appointments came one after the other. Johnson received the post of Minister for Construction and Resources. He was responsible for the planning of our settlement, as well as the organization of construction crews for the construction of buildings, and control over the extraction of wood, stone, and ore. Junior was put in charge of reconnaissance. His task would be the systematic study of the clusters in our possession, and recon, as well as timely warning of a possible enemy's approach. This practically made him a watchman and border service. I asked him to select, with Major's help, 3 to 4 smart players who could be subordinated to Junior and learn to master the art. The scouts would train with the rest of the warriors, but obey me directly, bypassing Major. I appointed Third as head of security. First of all, as my personal security, no need to be modest. This was my Praetorian Guard, in case of trouble. In addition, they would have to carry out the duties of a police force. So far, I had allocated him 4 players, who would also have to be selected. I appointed Botanist as Minister of Agriculture. I could see Piggy shooting a look at me while that happened, because before that, everything related to the fields had been her job. She was huffing away at the reordering, but didn't say anything aloud. I assigned Alicia and Ginger to Botanist as deputies. I wanted to talk to him separately in the future, so that he turned them into independent leaders. I had separate plans for his encyclopedic mind. Gale became the head of light industry, responsible for the weaving workshop, pottery, and other smaller production, allowing for the creation of dishes, clothes, and other household items. My words appeared to actually be raising the heat in the room. My first wife was growing visibly angry at the fact that she was being gradually removed from the work. I smiled and left her to cook in her own juices. What Botanist said about the new dress last night was well remembered, and most importantly, Third had confirmed it. The educational moment I had planned out was working perfectly. Mouse received the post of Minister of Education. In fact, I was just confirming what she'd already been doing lately. Desk Jockey would help her as much as he could. If the guy could handle it, then good. He'd stay in office, or perhaps even be promoted further. If not, he'd return to the potato fields for life. Top Dog became Minister for Heavy Industry, Metallurgy, Forges, and Weapons. I gave him Alice as an observer and advisor. The girl should get acquainted with our production system and make her own suggestions. All posts had been distributed. Only Piggy was left out of work. And the final appointment, I said. Piggy will become head of a new Ministry of Culture. I hope you live up to my expectations. There was a stiff silence. All those gathered gave a number of different looks to the silent girl. Some sympathetic, some indifferent, and some with a slight mockery. The latter applied to Mouse. One way or the other, everyone perceived this act towards my first wife as an undisguised demotion. Going from someone who ran the entire farm to some Ministry of Culture that didn't really exist yet? Funny. Yes, of course, my lord, Piggy answered. I nodded quietly, and then she sat down again. So, you've all heard your new positions. Choose your assistants, get used to your new responsibilities, and tomorrow we will discuss plans for the future development of Sparta. Meeting adjourned, I announced, releasing them all. And in groups, the round table left the main hall of the estate, leaving me and the silent, grumpy Piggy alone. Piggy waited for Third to leave. He did so at my nod. Then she approached me. Say it straight. You don't love me anymore? She said. I blinked in surprise. I'd been expecting a showdown, of course, but nothing like this. Where would you get that idea from? I asked. What the hell is a Ministry of Culture? she cried hysterically. "It doesn't even exist! Who will I lead?" "It doesn't. Not at all," I said, approaching the upset woman. "On the contrary, I have come to meet you halfway. I realize that digging in dirty fields, busying yourself with boring potatoes, is too small for your artistic nature. You strive for the beautiful. It's obvious." I surveyed Piggy meaningfully, from head to toe. "You yourself are like a work of art. So I freed up your time." There was a lot of emotion on Piggy's face. There was fear. She had realized her mistake and the way I had reacted to it. After all, we had had conversations like that before. Then I saw anger at those who had ratted on her. And then she just started to cry. Tears the size of peas flowed down her cheeks, and the girl herself sobbed sadly. "Come on," I said, hugging her and patting her on the head. "This is not an unimportant direction either. On the contrary, it's the most important thing we have." "Why would you say that? We don't even have a Ministry of Culture yet," my wife muttered quietly, having plunged her face into my chest. "Because our settlement has a reputation," I explained, continuing to calm her down. "This is our most promising direction, a ticket to the future. It is very dependent on culture. But we have no culture. Who else can I trust, if not you, with your brains and beauty?" "But they," she sniffled, meaning the other relatives. "They almost laughed at me." "So let them," I said, brushing her worry away. "They'll come to understand how much power you've got in your hands." "Really?" Finally, Piggy lifted her head and looked me, hopefully, in the eyes. "Of course. When have I ever lied?" I smirked back at her. "What do I do? There's nothing so far. Not even anyone to manage," she asked, already a little bolstered. "You're a smart girl. You think of something," I said. "And when you've got some ideas, come and discuss them. And look, I've entrusted you with a very important matter. Don't let me down." The tears dried on Piggy's face, and a thoughtful expression replaced them. There we go. I'd solved another problem. Next, I planned to see what awards were now available to us in the reputation store. Deciding on the choice of positions would be good as well. But to my surprise, I was greeted by the same box. "Do you wish to face a trial?" "Yes/no." And what now? The settlement wasn't ready yet. The soldiers hadn't finished recovering either. The chaos from the flood of newcomers was pretty evident. It was worth waiting a little for the trial, for now. I clicked no. The box disappeared. After which, nothing happened. And again. "Do you wish to face a trial?" "Yes/no." "Thanks very much. Terminal blocked." Had something like this happened in the past? I knitted my eyebrows, but couldn't remember anything like it. On the other hand, back then there'd been no reputation store, so it was hard to say for sure. What now? Just forget about the reputation store until we felt ready? Perhaps that was exactly what we should do. But, on the other hand, the trial should be designed for a settlement with a limit of 50 players. Sparta was now twice that size. Perhaps it wouldn't be so scary. I wondered what it might entail. An idea came to me. JoJo's settlement must have already passed just such a trial, or else they wouldn't have reached their level. I went and found Gunther on the farm, by the pig pen. He was helping Ginger with equipping the animals. I wondered why he wasn't doing drills. He would be able to bring much more benefit there. Then I immediately told myself off, because I did not have time to give such orders. "Did your settlement have trials?" I asked him directly. He thought. "Oh, yeah, there was something like that. We had 2 wild animal attacks on the fortress. and Jojo called them trials. What were they? I said, trying to coax it out of him. The first was a boar invasion. We handled them quite easily. To be honest, they just replenished our pens. The second was a raid of bats. I blinked in surprise. Of what? Sorry? Bats. I was as shocked as you are now. Seeing 100 small, screaming bastards coming at me, the rider sighed. They did damage with their screams, and they sank their fangs into you. I think those things were vampires. We only managed to fight them off by a miracle, thanks to the slings. I nodded, deep in thought. Bats? Well, there was certainly some logic in that. If the settlement already had a palisade, then any wild animal attack no longer seemed so terrible. Until they attacked from the air, ha ha ha! But these bats had a problem coming. In Sparta lived a walking anti-aircraft installation named Mouse. She would strike a couple dozen of those rats with wings down with a lightning bolt, and they'd be hit with a bunch of slings, too. That decided it. "Thank you, Gunter. I've got to go." I waved to him, then returned to the terminal. Bats, you say? Well, they had a very unpleasant surprise waiting for them. It wouldn't take much time to prepare for a threat of that magnitude. Do you wish to face a trial? Yes/no. I clicked, yes. Congratulations, you have accepted the trial.